Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Unbeknownst to them, danger lurked in the darkness, ready to strike. Suddenly, their peaceful procession was shattered as a group of ninjas clad in black, wearing white masks and distinctive gray flak jackets, descended upon them, their bodies flickering like phantoms. It was none other than the renowned Hidden Leaf Village Anbu, feared and respected for their covert assassination skills. The air crackled with tension as the two forces clashed, the sound of steel meeting steel echoing through the night. The nobles' puppet-like guards, loyal but lacking the finesse of their adversaries, quickly found themselves overwhelmed and driven to their knees. For the Anbu, there were no deviations from their carefully calculated expectations. It was just a noble, and the daimyo had sensed. The Anbu saw their opportunity to infiltrate the palanquin and capture their intended target. However, their advance was abruptly halted as a swarm of zerglings burst forth from the ground, impeding their progress with their relentless assault. From the surrounding buildings and alleys, mysterious silhouettes emerged, their presence shrouded in darkness. These hidden figures cast intricate ninjutsu, some with skills surpassing even the renowned Anbu. Not only that, the Anbu found themselves outnumbered and encircled, trapped in a meticulously laid trap they had failed to anticipate. It's a trap. Disperse. Realizing the dire situation, the remaining Anbu desperately sought an escape, but it was too late. Their hidden adversaries were more skilled and cunning than they had anticipated. Their net spread wide and throughout the city, resulting in the lifeless bodies of fallen ninjas littering the ground. Even the hidden ninjas observing from a distance met a similar fate, swiftly eradicated by the unknown forces at play. It was as if there were omniscient eyes, locking their positions and an unseen hand sending chess pieces to dispose of them. As the dust settled and the battle drew to a close, a few of the hidden guards approached the palanquin, their forms seamlessly transforming into the puppet-like guards who had fallen earlier. The rest of them melted back into the shadows, retreating into the anonymity of the night. When the sound died down, the city's night patrol, who finally arrived on the scene, found their faces dripping with sweat as they surveyed the carnage before them. When the squad leader saw the sight of lifeless ninja corpses, he knew there was trouble, big trouble. Yet, he still asked in feigned ignorance, as if he were blind to the corpses, "And my lord, what happened here?" From the confines of the palanquin, the puppet noble's voice resonated, laced with both anger and authority. "I am a great noble, the finance minister and loyal advisor of the daimyo, and tonight, I have been ruthlessly assassinated by Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. These are the evidence for my grim testament to the undue violence. I demand a thorough explanation for this transgression and the dereliction of duty of our patrol division." The color drained from the squad leader's face, his body shuddering with a mixture of fear and anticipation, acutely aware that a tempest had descended upon the very heart of the capital, heralding a cataclysmic upheaval. Perched upon the couch in the lounge, a sly smile adorned Shino's face, his satisfaction evident as he observed the holographic monitors displaying the success of their carefully orchestrated events. The room was filled with a symphony of alluring slurps as Karina relayed her report, her voice dripping with satisfaction, exuding confidence in the flawless execution of their plans. Puppet Noble 1 had played his part flawlessly, diverting Hidden Leaf Village's attention just as intended. Even if he were to meet an untimely end, it would have little impact. We have already transferred his ill-gotten wealth into our secret base, ensuring no loss on our end. Besides, we've amassed a considerable wealth from the converted nobles within our ranks, and some of them have become fanatic believers of our fake god. Our secret cult will continue to flourish, even in the absence of Puppet Noble 1. Creating a replacement would be a trivial task. True, after all, the nobles are simply clowns. The true value of our endeavor lays in the masses, one which we will slowly grow, using incentives acquired from our noble banks. Shino chuckled, gently petting Karina's head as a sign of approval, prompting her to lower her head in submission. And soon we could take a more hands-off approach, removing our puppets from the equation, conserving our computational power and solely controlling the crucial process of holy grace. We will be the shopkeeper, and let the cult flourish on its own. And even if it were to wither, it would still sow chaos. Now, we only need to cultivate a ninja with formidable combat prowess to confront those overpowered individuals who could swiftly quell the chaos single-handedly. After a moment of swallowing to convey her excitement over Shino's plan, Karina raised her head, her mouth opened with confusion etched across her face and spilling forth from her tongue, receiving another gentle praise from Shino, an affirmation that allowed her to clear her confusion, an expression of understanding dawning upon her face. So, are we finally creating our second six paths? Who should we use as a base and which model shall we employ? Or is my dear already contemplating assimilating someone else? Tired of delving into Genjutsu discussions with your teacher already? Shino's gaze shifted towards his teacher, sprawled on the ground, her red eyes seemingly entranced, staring at him in a daze, certain parts of her body glistening with illusory sweat, a testament to the effort they had exerted during their Genjutsu lesson. A wild grin crept across Shino's face as he replied, "No, how could I be? There is still so much to learn from Kurenai-sensei. After all, she is the strongest Genjutsu master in Hidden Leaf Village." At the mention of her esteemed title, Kurenai appeared to snap out of her daze, her eyes slowly closing as if unable to confront her own reality. Karina cast a playful smile in her direction before addressing her in a gentle tone. "Kurenai-sensei, you should freshen up and rest for a while. There are still numerous duties awaiting your attention." With her eyes opening once more, Kurenai's gaze traversed over Shino and Karina before she mustered the strength to sit upright, her crimson eyes scrutinizing her drenched body and the disarrayed mess on the ground. Closing her eyes momentarily, a tremor ran through her body before she forcefully opened them, revealing a resolute determination, a clear display of her strong will. Rising to her feet, she gathered her clothes and proceeded toward the doorway, pausing briefly to utter in a calm tone, "Once you fulfill your promise, I will give you my everything." As Shino and Karina watched her depart, Karina couldn't help but pout, "Her everything already belongs to my dear. What is she being so arrogant about?" Shino chuckled, his voice laced with mirth. "There are certain things even absolute domination cannot control. However, in the vast river of time, everything will eventually smooth out. It's good that she understands this and takes the initiative." Karina blinked her eyes cutely before straddling Shino's lap, her arms coiling around his neck, her cheeks tinted with blush. "There's no need to wait so long because I can smooth out everything for my dear, including your frustrations right now, and I can do it for all of eternity." In the steam-filled shower, rivulets of water cascaded down Kurenai's mature form, tracing a tantalizing path across her supple curves. With an air of serene elegance, she stood beneath the downpour, allowing the water to intimately caress every inch of her body. Her face remained serene, untouched by the cascading droplets that rolled down her hair and caressed her flawless skin with a gentle touch. As her eyes fluttered open, she reached out with a graceful motion, turning off the water, her gaze fixated on the dwindling streams as they carried away the remnants of her shower. The room was filled with a subtle ambience, accentuated by the soft sound of droplets hitting the ground. Wrapped snugly in a bath towel that accentuated her every curve, Kurenai stepped into her small, personal space. The newness of the room was apparent, yet a sense of familiarity lingered. Her gaze swept across the belongings carefully arranged, remnants of her life back in Hidden Leaf Village. Each item, a fragment of nostalgia, whispered stories of her past. There was a sense of completion, but a missing piece still remained, the absence of photographs capturing precious moments, a void that yearned to be filled by his image. A contemplative sigh escaped her lips, followed by a flicker of longing that danced within her captivating red eyes, but in the end, she forcefully buried her memories. With a poised grace, she settled herself on the edge of her new bed, her fair, plump legs clasped together in a gesture of confident allure, accentuating her graceful curves. A notion flickered within her, and with a mere thought, Kurenai summoned the holographic system interface before her. With grace and precision, she navigated through the vast database, her mind sharp and undeterred even in the aftermath of her arduous activities. Her delicate fingertips danced upon the interface, searching through the vast reservoir of information. As an exemplary Jonin, her instincts never wavered, allowing her to absorb vital intelligence even in her moments of mental haze. Naturally, the details discussed earlier did not escape her notice. Soon, she discovered the information her student and his wife had spoken of. The details unfolded before her eyes, exposing the intricate background of the puppet noble and his far-reaching business endeavors, including his ownership of the capital's auction house. Then, the recording of the liberated children played, their innocent faces etching themselves into her memory. A subtle smile graced her lips as she reminisced about that fateful mission, where her path had intertwined with theirs. In the depths of her smoldering gaze, determination flickered like embers, casting a bewitching glow upon her captivating features. Her voice, barely above a whisper, reverberated within the confines of the room. "So, he's not as cold-hearted as he seems. This is something I can work with." Chapter 107, Unveiling Secrets. Tsunade stormed into her office, grumbling under her breath as frustration etched lines upon her forehead. "Why are those two old fools reprimanding me?" She mused aloud, her voice laced with an air of annoyance. They know very well who's truly pulling the strings behind the scenes. Sinking into her chair, Tsunade let out an exasperated sigh and rubbed her temples, the weight of numerous troubles weighing heavily upon her. It's one problem after another, she muttered to herself, weariness evident in her voice. When will I ever get a moment's rest? Standing beside her desk, Shizune sorted through a stack of documents, her gaze shifting between the papers and her troubled mentor. Sensing Tsunade's distress, she offered a reassuring voice. It's just words, Tsunade-sama. Don't let it get to you. They only needed a place to vent after the daimyo's anger was directed at them. Tsunade clicked her tongue in annoyance, leaning her head on her hand with a sideways pout. I suffered his anger as well, and for something as foolish as an action I didn't even take. She lamented. Honestly, why would anyone be so idiotic as to send the Anbu to attack the nobles of the Land of Fire? It's just asking for trouble, regardless of success or failure. I certainly would not make a blunder like this, especially since we are short-handed, and I'm starting to wonder if this is the daimyo's self-directed play to ask for more protection. Shizune let out a sigh, her voice tinged with concern. Could it be that man again? She mused quietly. But even he can't be this foolish, right? It's hard to say, Tsunade replied, frustration seeping into her voice. Who knows what goes on in that man's mind? She ruffled her own hair in frustration, her words dripping with disdain. Damn Danzō. That treacherous old man can never let me rest easy. Despite the restrictions Sarutobi-sensei placed on him and no evidence of root involvement, who else but him could secretly mobilize the Anbu? As Shizune sifted through a document, a frown creased her features. But Tsunade-sama, she began, her voice hesitant. Danzo's response was that the Anbu members provided as evidence had mysteriously gone missing during a mission. She paused briefly, a look of shock flickering across her face before she continued, the Kurosawa village mission, to be precise. Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she glanced down at the document, her expression turning grave. The Kurosawa village mission. She trailed off, her voice filled with somber realization. A shared glance between Tsunade and Shizune conveyed a mix of confusion and seriousness, the weight of the situation hanging heavy in the air. At the gate of Hidden Leaf Village, Shino, Hinata, and Kiba stood patiently, awaiting the arrival of their new temporary jonin in charge who would lead them on their mission. Shino, his dazed eyes hidden behind his glasses, appeared lost in thought, his mind seemingly elsewhere. As Kiba gently stroked Takamaru's head, he muttered to himself in a soft voice, finally, another real mission. He glanced up at the rising sun and added, but why is this new instructor so late? Hinata nodded silently in agreement, her head bowed as she nervously fidgeted with her fingers. She occasionally stole glances at the quiet and steady Shino, sensing the weight of his contemplation. Unbeknownst to the trio, a figure cloaked in the shadows observed them, jotting down notes on their personalities in a hidden notebook. Muttering to himself, the obscured man completed his observations, thinking, with this information and the past week of surveillance, handling them should not prove too challenging. Soon, a man with unkempt brown hair and a Hapuri-style forehead protector framing his stoic face emerged from the shadows. Dressed in the standard attire of a Hidden Leaf Village ninja, wearing a green flak jacket, he stepped forward to face Team 8. His piercing, almond-shaped black eyes swept over the trio, and in turn, their gazes met his. Hinata shifted uncomfortably under the weight of the man's wooden expression, feeling a sense of unease settle within her. Hello, the man introduced himself in a calm tone. My name is Tomato. I am your assigned jonin in charge, replacing your deceased mentor until I deem you three fit to take on missions independently. After his introduction, silence hung in the air. Kiba and Hinata were visibly unsettled by the mention of their deceased mentor. Shino, on the other hand, displayed confusion upon hearing Tomato's name. His mind pondered how the letter Y had transformed into a T. Was it a typographical error? Well, since there are no objections, Tomato continued, unfazed by the silence, I can proceed with briefing you on your mission. Wait. We can actually object? Kiba exclaimed, shock evident in his voice. Tomato responded calmly, his stoic eyes fixated on Kiba, sending shivers down his spine. Yes, he replied. But it won't change my assignment to oversee your progress. Gritting his teeth, Kiba muttered to himself, Che, then what's the difference? Tomato's gaze shifted to the silent Shino, pausing momentarily, before he resumed speaking. So, your mission this time is? He handed Shino a sheet of paper containing details about their task, a simple escort mission. I assume there will be no issues with your team's handling of this mission, Tomato stated with an air of confidence. We have an additional covert objective, which I will disclose once we approach our destination to avoid any leaks. I will be present to ensure there are no accidents and to assess your performance. I trust you will all conduct yourselves maturely. As Kiba grumbled unhappily, muttering a sarcastic remark, That's what she said. Tomato maintained his unwavering expression, seemingly unaffected. The client is already waiting for us, he declared. Let us set off. As the group embarked on their mission, Tomato discreetly observed the team from behind, his gaze focused, particularly on Shino, for reasons yet unknown. Simultaneously, Shino's perceptive eyes subtly surveyed Tomato, their paths crossing as he observed this intriguing original anime character who had now assumed a new code name. A hint of greed flickered within Shino's deep gaze as his mind sifted through the plans he had set in motion. Yet, despite his calculated demeanor, he couldn't shake off a sense of vigilance, as Karina had detected Tomato's peculiar attention directed toward him. Is this Danzō targeting him once more? Or did Hidden Leaf Village discover something? Meanwhile, in the land of wind. Whoosh! A storm of wind unfurled over the scorching desert, causing the sand to roll and dance in the air, forming a small sandstorm that swirled and settled upon a new location. The desert's unforgiving heat seemed to intensify as the sand resettled, creating an eerie atmosphere in the barren landscape. As her fan folded, a blonde lady with pigtails, dressed in a long-sleeved purple blouse under a gray top, a dark blue skirt, and a longer sash arranged in a bow, squatted on the sand. Her hands brushed the grains of sand, her brows furrowed as her sharp eyes swept the messy terrain that betrayed no clues. We've tracked them for weeks, and if our conjectures are correct, it should be here. How come there's not even a single trail? Kankuro, his gaze fixed on the uneven sand dunes caused by his sister's earlier outburst, pondered her question. Perhaps we didn't dig deep enough? He suggested, uncertainty lacing his voice. Temari nodded thoughtfully, her gaze shifting to their formidable brother. She called out in a soft, yet firm tone, Gara. Gara, who stood nearby with his arms crossed, turned his gaze towards his siblings, causing both Temari and Kankuro to swiftly retreat behind him. The power radiating from Gara was palpable as he raised his hands, an enormous amount of chakra draining from his body. The sand in front of them began to rumble, splitting apart like a sea, as if an unseen hand was digging into the sand, pushing it aside to form two towering sand dunes. The ground trembled under the force of Gar's manipulation. Soon, Gar's actions came to a halt, his breathing slightly labored, a clear sign of the immense amount of chakra he had exerted and the strain it had put on his body. However, it didn't take long for him to recover, as if his chakra and stamina were being replenished by a larger source, his inner beast, Shukaku. The sound of flowing sand whispered into the trio's ears as they glanced down at the deep abyss that had been opened up by Gar's extraordinary power. Temari exchanged a glance with Kankuro, silently communicating their next move. Let me, she declared with determination. Hopping forward, Temari opened her fan with a graceful sweep, settling herself upon it. With expert control, she guided the fan to dive down into the gaping trench, her eyes scanning the sides of the trench as the sand cascaded down into the dark abyss below. Deeper and deeper Temari descended, reaching a point where the sand had partially hardened into sandstone, but Gara's fine manipulations had turned part of it back into fine grains of sand, which continuously trickled down into the abyss. She thrust her fan into the sturdy sandstone wall, using it as a foothold to stabilize herself. Standing on her fan, Temari peered down into the seemingly endless darkness below. In her hand, she ignited a flare, its radiant glow illuminating the surroundings. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the flare into the abyss, allowing its faint light to reveal the abomination hidden in the depths. As the flare descended, its glow unveiled a grotesque sight, an abomination that defied description. It was a fleshy violet sphere, its exterior squirming and pulsating like a living creature. Strange insects crawled upon its surface, their movements adding to the creature's repulsive nature. Temari's eyes narrowed in horror, her voice barely audible against the backdrop of the haunting darkness. What in the comma is that? Chapter 108, Coincidences. Deep within their hidden base, concealed from prying eyes, Shino and Karina stood in their lab, their attention focused on their respective holographic screen before them. Karina's voice broke the silence, urgency laced within her words, as she alerted Shino, "My dear, our biosphere in the Land of Wind have been discovered. It seems that Team Garda has luckily stumbled upon it after searching for weeks. Since it has been discovered, should we detonate it?" Shino's eyes, usually hidden behind his glasses, betrayed a flicker of interest. His movements, which had been filled with purpose, came to a halt as he pondered the situation. "I've expected them to be discovered sooner or later," he mused aloud, his voice calm and analytical, "but to be discovered now, and even by some of the main supporting casts. How come I have a strange feeling?" Karina rolled her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the captive victim trapped within a Ganjutsu. A pout of jealousy formed on her lips as she retorted, "Of course you have a strange feeling, Shino-sama. How can you not when you are practicing your Ganjutsu in that way?" Shino's playful smile emerged behind his glasses as he turned his gaze, staring at the strange spectacle before him, a manifestation of his modified tree-binding death genjutsu. It took the form of a weeping willow tree, its smooth white bark contrasting with the elegant thin black branches that hung down loosely, swaying gently as if caressed by an ethereal breeze. Two thicker white branches extended like wings, adding to the tree's enchanting beauty, and the white expanse awakened Shino's deep-rooted love for nature. Feeling the subtle softness of the thick white trunk in his hand, Shino's eyes ignited with a hint of excitement. The strange feeling within him continued to brew, as if his instincts were warning him of an impending conspiracy. With his other hand, he reached out, determined to take matters into his own hands. He attempted to mold the abnormal lumps on the tree to his will, and continued to delve further into the mystery. Drilling into the hollow hole of the tree, his actions guided by a mixture of curiosity and a growing sense of foreboding, he desired to dig out the hidden secrets and critters within. It was unknown when his attempts would bear fruit to results, but he knew that sooner or later the clues of the conspiracy would be released, allowing him to understand its secrets. As he continued his exploration, the tree's hanging wavy black branches swayed in response to his movements, as if whispering winds brushed against them, carrying soft, muffled cries of the name Asuma. Strangely, this illusory call only fueled Shino's determination, especially with the hollow hole of the tree seemingly coming alive with a mystical power, tightening around the drill, as if impeding him from drilling faster and digging into the secrets within. But Shino could feel his goal within reach, the clues were falling into place, and the conspiracy was on the verge of being unraveled. Karina's question hung in the air once more, "So, what is your command, Shino-sama?" Finally, with a final groan, Shino gave his answer, his voice resolute. "Detonate." "All right. On it, Shino-sama," Karina responded, her head turning away with an unhappy pout. She busied herself with the necessary preparations to carry out Shino's command. Soon, a holographic screen displayed the remnants of his detonation. Shino let out a satisfied sigh as he stepped back, his eyes gleaming with a sense of accomplishment. Glancing down, he noticed the sap seeping out from the tree, a testament to the tree's final budding after spring. Once again, the whispers of a man's name reached Shino's ears, a chilling reminder of the dark path he had embarked upon. An evil grin etched itself onto his face as he released the genjutsu he had cast, liberating Kurenai from its invisible grip. She collapsed into a sitting position on the ground, gasps of surprise filling the air. After a moment of daze, Kurenai slowly lifted her lowered head, her dull red eyes peering through her black hair draping over her hidden leaf village forehead guard. The fog of confusion began to lift as her gaze fixed upon Shino, gradually regaining clarity. Her eyes dimmed in realization, and she bit her lip, bowing her head in disappointment. A dark smile played on Shino's lips as he approached the captivating figure before him, gently brushing aside Kurenai's draping black hair to reveal her entrancing face. He tugged lightly at her hair, compelling her attention to meet his gaze. Kurenai's red eyes locked onto the familiar detective tool, comprehending the implications of Shino's actions. She bit her lip, a hint of bitterness lingering in her expression, before finally parting her red lips to articulate her thoughts on the clues that were presented on the detective tool within her vision. Karina gracefully positioned herself at Shino's side, her lithe form wrapping around his arm, seeking to capture his attention with her own delicate touch. Her voice carried a hint of concern as she questioned, "Shino, is it truly wise to squander her time like this? We still have numerous genjutsu experiments awaiting her completion." Shino's eyes radiated a profound depth as he reached out to ruffle Karina's hair, assuring her, "Of course. We possess an abundance of time, an eternity even." Karina's worried expression persisted, and she couldn't resist reminding him, "But, Shino, our time may not be as plentiful as we estimate. The discovery of our biosphere by the ninja of one of the 5 great ninja villages has already come to pass. Furthermore, outside of the enemy in the dark, Hidden Leaf Village also appears to have uncovered some clues and is turning their attention towards us." As he felt the accommodating warm plug recharging his electricity, Shino's subtle movements betrayed his curiosity as he asked, "Didn't we use the nobles to attract their attention? Why are they still fixated on us?" Karina responded with a wry smile, "That was indeed our anticipated outcome after many calculations and optimizations. However, a few inconsistent incidents had shifted the focus onto you, Shino." Shino's movements faltered, his mind momentarily distracted from Kurenai's lecture. "Coincidences?" he inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of uncertainty, while a subtle fog seemed to obscure certain important memories within his mind. Karina continued her explanation, her words laden with an ominous undertone. "Indeed, coincidences. Although they should not be cause for great concern, it's a fact that you have unwittingly become the target." As Karina's report continued, Shino experienced an inexplicable sense of foreboding, his mind clouded by a swirling mist that obscured fragments of crucial memories. Suddenly, The warm sensation slid away from him, interrupting Shino's train of thought, as a calm voice resonated through the air. It's clean. What's clean? The perpetrator, of course. Clearly, it isn't the perpetrator's first crime, and the perpetrator's methods were clean. This is the reason why Shino was baffled at the moment. Shino's penetrating gaze locked onto Kurenai, her charming red eyes engaged in a silent battle with him, clearly a sign of provocation, revealing her desire to leave him hanging, akin to an author who relishes leaving chapters on cliffhangers. However, Shino had no time to entertain Kurenai's willfulness, for he could feel the weight of the assembled clues within him, as if on the verge of brushing away the lingering fog to reveal the elusive truth. Like an eager reader craving resolution, he demanded, continue. Kurenai hesitated, biting her lip as she averted her gaze, her head turning to the side in a defiant manner. But Shino, driven by an unrelenting determination, reached out and redirected her focus, his movements devoid of gentleness. The suddenness of his actions caused Kurenai's eyes to widen in shock as he silenced any possible protests coming from her open mouth. Shino closed his eyes, delving into the depths of contemplation, attuning himself to the feedback from the creatures under his control. When he opened his eyes, he released his grip, allowing Kurenai to pull back slightly with intentions of escape, gasping for breath. However, the intensity of his heated stare served as an unspoken threat, prompting Kurenai to stare at him with pleading eyes, before obediently resuming her role as his teacher. Karina, unable to bear watching Kurenai shoulder the burden alone, joined in, offering her assistance to lighten the load, displaying her work ethics that may even exceed those of his teacher. The two beauties engaged in a dance of words, their thoughts flowing seamlessly as they unraveled the tapestry of clues before them, their tongues dancing as their mouth alternatively spoke of their conjectures. Meanwhile, Shino delved deeper into the fog that obscured his mind, alternating between various tactics and strategies in an unyielding pursuit of the answer. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly, moments blending into an eternal continuum. Yet, at last, Shino sensed a breakthrough. The fog lifted, dissipating like the fading mist before a radiant sunrise. An incredible revelation dawned upon him. He was enlightened. Gazing down at the multitude of clues displayed before him, Shino's eyes flickered with newfound understanding as his senses returned to normal. The chain of discoveries, occurring in rapid succession, hinted at an unseen hand pulling back the curtain to reveal his existence. His recent methods, straying from his customary steadfastness. And even the breadcrumbs scattered throughout his journey of growth, some skillfully concealed while others revealed with brazen audacity, so much so that even the readers would be disgruntled over them. He didn't see the problem before, but now they bore deeper significance. Coincidences? Shino should have known better. As an individual who indulged in light novels during his past life, immersing himself in different worlds, filled with a variety of tales including those of counterattack protagonists, he understood that coincidences were rarely mere insignificant events, particularly for villains. They were part of the plot, and were used to conveniently deal with the problems of the protagonist, usually by debuffing the villain or unveiling deeply hidden ones through seemingly unconnected events. Any villain would find themselves helpless against this power. Unfortunately, in this life, he was a villain. And even if he doesn't want to be a villain, he now found himself cast into the role of a villain, whether he desired it or not. A grim realization settled within him, overshadowing his thoughts. Shino couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn. It seems I've been targeted by the world. Chapter 109, Targeted by the World? Gulp. Karina's loud swallow echoed in the room, mirrored by Kurenai in silence, evidence of their shock over Shino's revelation. The air was heavy with tension as the weight of his words settled in their minds, a clear contrast to their previous situation, which would definitely not be considered a filler chapter in a novel, one only understandable by men of culture. After cleaning up the remnants of their previous task, Karina stood up, stretching and accentuating her curves as her eyes filled with curiosity and concern. She couldn't help but voice her questions, hoping to understand the gravity of the situation. My dear, she began, her voice laced with concern, what do you mean by being targeted by the world? Shino, now seated on a chair molded from biomass, leaned forward, his eyes fixed on some distant point. His mind was in turmoil, a tempest of thoughts raging within. He took a deep breath, seeking a moment of calm before explaining the intricacies of his revelation. Literally, he started, his brows furrowed, his expression troubled as he tried to gather his thoughts, yet his voice was measured and calm. The world is aiming to either eliminate or expel me for some reason. Perhaps, it may not be the world itself, but existence is at a similar level, beings with power beyond our grasp. Karina, unable to fully comprehend the magnitude of what Shino was saying, walked over and sat on his lap. Her arm wrapped around his neck, a gesture of both comfort and support. She gazed at him with a perplexed expression, doubting his claim. It can't be, right? She murmured, her voice filled with uncertainty. Is my dear just overthinking? I mean, isn't his a bit exaggerated? Can the world be alive? Even in the samples recorded in the database, this is a rare phenomenon. And, although the database has notes about high-end combat powers such as the Six Paths Sage, they wouldn't just target us for no reason, right? Shino's frown deepened as he listened to Karina's doubts, knowing it was difficult for those who hasn't experienced the prosperous age of light novels to comprehend his worries, unless he provides clear evidence. His hand instinctively waved, summoning a holographic interface that projected the database before him. He began searching through the records, his eyes scanning the wealth of information at his disposal. Karina, he commanded, his voice determined, bring up all the recent events of us being mentioned, including Kurenai, teammate itself, and our recent missions. With a swift gesture from Karina, a stack of holographic interfaces continuously materialized in front of Shino. The events played out like a matrix of intrigue and danger. Shino swept through them, his eyes narrowing as seemingly trivial events took on a new significance, his hands fluidly organizing them, visually reconstructing the evidence of his investigation. First, he noticed Shikamaru's suspicion after the Kurosawa mission. It should have raised a red flag, but he had somehow overlooked it in the chaos of their endeavor. It was a critical oversight. Then there was Tsunade, the Hokage, with her strange behavior in her office, recently recorded on multiple occasions. She hid parts of her speech, her words laced with an undertone when mentioning teammate. Since she can become Hokage, her mind definitely wasn't simple. Clearly, her mind was aware of something, perhaps through a report of Shikamaru, but she hasn't taken action because she hasn't confirmed it. The true red flag was her assignment of their new team leader. An important personnel such as Yamato would definitely not be wasted on unnecessary missions, such as leading a regular Genin team. It was clear that she had sent Yamato to monitor him, to keep a close eye on his actions, and maybe even to find a method to deal with him. Next, his own bounty became a stark reminder of the danger that lurked within the shadows. The village had done nothing to address it, a silence that spoke volumes. The discovery of the biosphere in the Land of Wind was another puzzle piece that fell into place, but the timing was too perfect, like a coincidence or a forced plot of a story, a sign of a bad author attempting to push a story towards an unclear direction. According to Karina's calculations, his original estimate had suggested it would take months to uncover, yet the Sand Ninjas had unearthed it sooner, and by one of the main supporting casts. Not long ago, this fact didn't even alert Shino, but now after revisiting it, Shino certainly couldn't rule out the possibility of external factors at play. And if these signs weren't clear enough, there were more obscured hints that eluded him at first. Danzo, with his relentless targeting, was pushing him away from Hidden Leaf Village, casting him as a potential rebel seeking revenge under the guise of justice. But this was abnormal. The events leading to the bad old man biting onto him like a rabid dog seemed reasonable at first. However, Shino was the heir to the Aburame clan. Would the forbearing scheming man really be foolish enough to assault the heir of a clan, especially since it's not the Uchiha or Senju clan? The answer is probably no, unless he had inadvertently discovered something of interest. And this intriguing revelation was probably fed to Danzo through an unknown manner. Shino was cautious, but the world seemed intent on molding him into a villain. Then there was Zetsu, the mysterious black hand behind the scenes who had taken an interest in him. And his Tobi clone, despite his murky background, had been accepted into the ranks of Akatsuki. These were undeniable signs that the world was nudging him toward the role of a villain. And if that wasn't enough, there was the perplexing matter of his constant interruptions. Shino vividly remembered that the original Shino had never been interrupted as much as he had been since his transmigration. At first, he dismissed it as mere coincidences, his own indulgence to complete his act, or the butterfly effects of his arrival. And when finally suspicions arose later on, he coincidentally discovered that Kiba, his teammate, intentionally played up his antics to lower Shino's presence in order to divert Hinata's attention. This discovery became a veil, suppressing his suspicious and lowering his vigilance, shielding him from the reality that his enemies and opponents continued to disrupt him. Frustration filled Shino's veins as he realized how easily he had accepted these interruptions, attributing them to his own persona, his act as a pushover just to bide his time. He had even kept a record of the events, intending to seek revenge in the future. However, his innate personality didn't allow him to stay as unaffected as he believed. The frustrations brought to him by the interruptions had unknowingly distorted his personality, causing him to harshly vent on his enemies in a cruel manner. It was a clear sign of his growing villainy, and he had failed to recognize it. The gravity of the situation settled upon Shino's shoulders like a crushing weight. It was clear, there was a problem here, a big problem. Why was he being interrupted so incessantly? Was it all just for a gag? Or was it because some bad author somewhere had failed at writing his character's dialogue? As he delved deeper into his thoughts, Shino's realization expanded. This was the world's deliberate attempt to undermine him, diminishing his presence, a passive response mechanism to erase foreign intruders, like the body's immune system fighting against bacteria and virus. The world had rejected him from the very beginning, pushing him toward an inevitable fate, but he hadn't paid attention. Even his system itself was cautious and cautioned him early on. Its early warning, about collecting sufficient genes to avoid rejection, had hinted at the existence of a world consciousness capable of rejecting others. Unfortunately, he had nonchalantly dismissed it as a concern for his Zergs alone, simply warning himself to stay cautious and steady, foolishly believing that as long as he remained cautious, he would remain unaffected. But now, he understood that he, too, was a target, perhaps from the very beginning. And this rejection seemed to brew over time, eventually resulting in the world's rejection methods ascending to a new level, even discreetly affecting his thoughts and memories, preventing him from noticing the problem. Even now, he was unsure if he was still under the influence. After all, the reasons behind his targeting were still shrouded in uncertainty. Was it because he was a transmigrator, an outsider in this world? Or perhaps it was his Zerg system, a dangerous existence that threatened to bring chaos and destruction? The possibilities were numerous, but the true fear lay in being a villain under circumstances beyond his control. Being a villain wasn't scary. It was his original intentions. However, if his villainous path was built upon factors beyond his control, that is true horror. After all, if he became a villain recognized by the world, his death could be arranged to conform to the general trend, and he wouldn't even be aware of it. Truly, I hope I'm just overthinking, but I've read too many novels to know to leave my fate to chance. Fortunately, now that I am aware, there's still a chance to turn things around. Despite the dark cloud looming over him, Shino felt a glimmer of gratitude. It was unknown if there was external interference, but he knew he had temporarily awakened to the truth, a moment of clarity that offered a chance to alter his path. Otherwise, he might have continued blindly, following a predetermined course, only to meet his end without comprehending why. Still, the events were spiraling toward a grim conclusion, a bad ending, and Shino knew he had to act swiftly to secure any advantages he could before the storm arrived. The world, once a sanctuary for his growth, now became a battlefield where their survival and redemption hung in the balance. His mind churned with plans, re-evaluating strategies, seeking loopholes in the fabric of destiny. For he was no longer a pawn in this game, he was determined to become the master of his own fate. Even if it meant he had to go against the world. And if he fails, perhaps it would be a bad author's method to transition into a new world? Haha, there's no way my life is a story in the infinite flow type of novel, right? Yeah. Definitely. Not possible. Chapter 110, IQ Nerfed? Kurenai, having slowly dressed herself, a captivating event that failed to distract the ever-focused Shino this time, approached the duo and positioned herself behind them. Her intense red eyes scanned the holographic interfaces that Shino had carefully selected, emanating a sense of self-assuredness as she spoke with a hint of gloating in her calm voice. Retribution, she uttered, relishing the weight of the word. Shino's gaze briefly shifted to Kurenai, taking in her presence, before he responded in a resigned tone, "We're in the same boat now. Plus, if we're gone, he probably won't fare well either when the time comes." The helplessness in his voice conveyed the weight of their predicament, the realization that they were entangled in a web of intertwined destinies. Kurenai, biting her lips in contemplation, fell into a momentary silence. Her crimson eyes continued to scan the holographic displays, her mind delving into deep thought. Although she hadn't fully comprehended the extent of the danger they faced, she knew that the depths of this world surpassed her expectations. When she discovered that her own world was merely a fragment of a grander narrative, where legendary powerhouses such as the Sage of Six Paths existed, the fact had left her grappling with a profound sense of awe and uncertainty. She was in disbelief at first, but as she sifted through the database and absorbed information, including glimpses of the past and future, like prophecies of an almighty being, the truth became clear to her, dispelling any doubts that lingered. While a fleeting thought of disclosing these newfound truths to Hidden Leaf Village, the village she had always been loyal to, crossed her mind, it quickly dissipated as if suppressed by an unknown will. Or perhaps it was her own will that had changed. It was a helpless reminder that her allegiance in this tumultuous realm now lay elsewhere. So, she could only devote herself to assist him, trusting in his promise, because she knew, without his command, she can't even save the one in her obsessions. Yet, she could also feel this obsession gradually fade, slowly being replaced by a new one. Perhaps the moment of his redemption will be the end of their fate. Perhaps, it may be even earlier. As Kurenai delved deeper into her thoughts, Karina's focus remained unwavering as she meticulously sifted through the vast database. With every passing moment, she unearthed more incongruities based on the existing data chosen by Shino, all pointing to Shino's peculiar actions, seemingly carried out under the influence of an IQ nerf. One particular maneuver stood out as utterly foolish, the fabrication of a ridiculous life story for their close Toby, employed to deceive Pain. It may have succeeded in the moment, but the lingering question hung heavy in the air: what dangers lurked on the horizon? There was a risk of Itachi's Tsukuyomi affecting his main body through his clone, a perilous vulnerability that should have set off alarm bells from the very beginning, especially when Itachi used Genjutsu on Toby for the first time. Yet, he disregarded the warning signs, allowing his clone to join their ranks. In Shino's mind, there may have been perceived benefits to this risky tactic, but in the present, it posed a greater risk than reward. Another example of his flawed decision-making surfaced when contemplating the installation of his chakra networks. Starting from the bottom, subtly manipulating the slums and gradually amassing power, would have gone unnoticed, allowing his power to quickly snowball until it was too late for anyone to intervene. Yet, he opted for the brazen control of nobles, fully aware that such actions would undoubtedly attract the attention of Hidden Leaf Village. And still, he considered himself clever. The truth, he was a fool. Then, his recent choice to detonate the biosphere also bore a critical flaw. Shino's ninja trap training should have ingrained a knowledge of optimal timing. Either detonate the biosphere before it was discovered, eliminating any evidence, or wait until investigators had entered the trap for maximum destructive effectiveness, just like he did for Zetsu. However, he opted to detonate it while Temari was outside, ensuring she would only be injured rather than killed. It was a puzzling move, allowing her to return and report the matter, establishing grudges and grievances between the two parties. Was this not merely drawing unnecessary aggro? What level of intelligence compelled him to make such a foolish decision? Furthermore, Shino's selection to bring Kurenai back to their base raised eyebrows. The original plan dictated that she remain as teammate's instructor, a move that would grant Shino significant freedom in his missions and aid in the concealment of his secrets. Additionally, it would have allowed Kurenai to act as a cupid, fostering a connection between Shino and Hinata, subtly strengthening their bonds. Even according to Shino's original plan, Kurenai's demise was to occur only after her usefulness had been drained, ensuring a silent departure devoid of drama and the prying eyes of geniuses like Shikamaru. Yet, that plan was discarded, replaced by a sudden and ill-conceived idea. He seemed to suffer a lapse in judgment, his sudden brain fart causing him to disregard the dire consequences that would follow his decision to end Kurenai's life prematurely. It was a grievous error, one born out of succumbing to the impulses of the wrong part of his body rather than contemplating the potential fallout. Shino's frustration spilled out in a mutter, his words heavy with exasperation. Hyuga. No wonder the absolute rulers of Zerg are depicted as female. They would definitely not have this problem. Absolute control in the hands of men really causes a lot of problems, especially for men who like to think with their lower bodies because they tend to have lowered IQ, and this loophole was exploited by the existence targeting me in an unknown manner. His weariness was palpable as he rested his head on Karina's shoulder, seeking solace in her presence. The weight of his mistakes threatened to suffocate him, revealing the vulnerabilities and flaws in his plans. Karina, ever understanding and compassionate, gently stroked Shino's head, offering him comfort. "My dear, everyone makes mistakes," she reassured him, her voice soothing and tender. "We aren't perfect? But the important thing is that we have recognized our mistakes. We still have time to rectify them, to save ourselves." Her touch and her words provided a balm for Shino's troubled mind, allowing the remaining haze in his mind to dissipate. As the haze lifted from his mind, Shino's eyes were open to a multitude of problems, including his own treatment of those closest to him, the ones who would share an eternity by his side. Shino lifted his head from Karina's shoulder, his gaze meeting hers with renewed determination. He let out a sigh, embracing Karina tightly as he spoke in a soft, remorseful voice. "Sorry, Karina, for making you unhappy due to my recent decisions without considering your emotions." Karina's gentle petting motions halted, and for a moment, she seemed lost in a daze before comprehending Shino's words. Her body trembled slightly, a mix of emotions coursing through her. She wrapped her hands around Shino's neck, burying her face against his chest, her voice laced with a hint of anger. "You've already done it, as if an apology can change anything. You good for nothing." She paused, her grip tightening before relenting. "But I forgive you, my dearest." Looking up, Karina's gaze ascended, her eyes tracing a path upward, drawn to the presence of her silent sister. "And I think someone else deserves an apology as much as I do." Shino sighed, turning his attention towards his teacher, feeling a pang of regret for the way he had treated her. "Sorry, Kurenai-sensei, for the way I've treated you." Kurenai's red eyes flickered slightly, but her calm demeanor remained unchanged as she responded. "Let's not dwell on the past. As long as you fulfill your promise in the future." Shino nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips as he declared with determination, "Of course. If I can't even keep a simple promise to those closest to me, How can I be worthy of becoming a Dominator? Kurenai nodded, her gaze sweeping over the holographic displays. You can prove your credibility to me in the future. But for now, you should focus on solving our problem. With a wry smile, Shino pushed aside his frustrations, his mind working tirelessly as he honed in on the problems that needed to be addressed. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and steeled his resolve. It seems my first task is to distance myself from Hinata. Perhaps she was the reason we were targeted. The female protagonist, how could she be easy to win? Despite all my knowledge from the counterattack novels I've read, Neji's fate was a clear indication, yet I still plunged headfirst into this bit like an idiot. Kurenai's red eyes flickered with a mix of relief for someone else and a touch of worry as she observed Shino, knowing that her fate was now intertwined with his, as was Asuma's. Unperturbed by Kurenai's glance, Shino directed his gaze towards the vast mind map he had pulled up. The false sense of security had lulled him into a complacency, making him believe he would be invincible as long as he remained hidden. But this was the real world, a world with powers beyond mortal comprehension, where anything could happen. He had thought himself clever, manipulating the fates of others, but now he realized that his own fate might also be unknowingly subjected to the control of others. The irony was not lost on him. With a renewed sense of purpose, Shino set about modifying his plans. He commanded with a calm face, but his voice betrayed a sense of urgency. Kurenai-sensei, I'll leave the Genjutsu research to you. Develop Genjutsu to confuse and defend against our enemies, incorporating it into our bugs, and if possible, develop the usage or new innate ability gained from the Jafuku flowers, extending its dissemination through bugs or other methods. Karina, temporarily halt the research and redirect our computational power towards establishing protocols that will awaken me if my actions or commands deviate from the established plans for unknown reasons. Also, implement methods to delay the investigations of the ninja, buying us more time. I'll plan additional escape routes and decoys to evade detection of our main base, and you will optimize them. Though we already have plans in place and the chances of this main base being discovered are slim, we need more contingencies. Who knows if there will be any more coincidences in our fateful life. Shino knew such a twist of fate would definitely befall them in the future. He can only hope that it won't be soon. Chapter 111, Doubts. The sun was beginning to set over the vast expanse of the Land of Fire as Team 8 made their way back to Hidden Leaf Village after completing a successful escort mission. Shino, Hinata, and Kiba moved with urgency, each of their determinations palpable in the air. Hinata, her heart pounding, mustered the courage to approach Shino, matching his swift stride. As they dashed side by side, Hinata's voice quivered with a mixture of shyness and anticipation. Shino-kun. I was wondering, once we return, would you like to? Maybe. Spend some time train together? Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink as she stumbled over her words. Shino, ever stoic and composed, turned his head slightly to glance at Hinata. His sunglasses hid his eyes, but his voice was clear and detached. Hinata, our mission is over. There are other things I need to do. Undeterred, Hinata tried again, hoping to find a way to bridge the gap between them. Well, we could eat together. Or perhaps train together? I think it would be a good opportunity for us to grow. Shino's voice remained cold, his rejection cutting through Hinata's hopeful demeanor. Hinata, I appreciate your intentions, but I prefer solitude. I find solace in the company of my insects. They understand me better than anyone. Hinata, her voice trembling, made one final attempt to understand Shino's sudden change of heart. Shino-kun. Did I do something wrong? Have I offended you in some way? Shino slowed his pace, finally turning to face Hinata fully. His voice remained impassive, but a flicker of something unspoken passed through his eyes. Hinata, it is not about you. My decision is based on personal preferences. I believe it is best if we maintain our professional relationship. Hinata's eyes welled up with unshed tears, her voice barely above a whisper. I understand, Shino-kun. I won't bother you anymore. With a small nod, Shino resumed his brisk pace, effectively shutting Hinata out. The once warm camaraderie they shared now felt like a distant memory, shattered by the cold wall Shino had erected between them recently. Hinata's heart sank, and a veil of sadness washed over her features. She cast her eyes downward, trying to hide the disappointment in her gaze. It was a bitter blow, to be rejected so bluntly by the person she had begun to admire so deeply. Unbeknownst to Hinata, Kiba observed the exchange with mounting anger and jealousy. Kiba's grip tightened on his fists, his resolve hardening. One day, she'll look at me. While the tension brewed between Team 8, a few meters away, Tomato, their temporary Hidden Leaf Village Jonin in charge, watched the interactions unfold with an unreadable expression. The wind whispered through the village of Hidden Leaf Village as Team 8 returned and disbanded, each member retreating to their respective paths. Tomato made his way towards the Hokage's office to report on his task. He entered the room to find Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, waiting for him behind her desk. Seeing Tomato enter, Tsunade looked up, her eyes piercing as she asked, "How are the things I asked you to pay attention to, Danzō?" Tomato, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, "It's clear that Team 8 has a lot of problems, go dame." The Inuzuka boy seems to harbor one-sided affections for the Hyuga princess. However, she appears to have developed an interest in the Aburame boy. Unfortunately, the Aburame boy treats her with coldness. Tsunade's frustration grew evident as she patted her desk in annoyance, cutting off Tomato's report. "I didn't ask for gossip, Danzō. I want a proper assessment of their situation, the situation you understand?" Ahem. Clearing his throat, Tomato regained his composure and continued, "Apologies, go dame. Team 8 is fully ready to take on missions as a three-man team. Their previous Jonin in charge trained them well. However, their success largely hinges on one person, Shino Aburame. The Aburame boy possesses exceptional combat prowess and a stable analytical mind, surpassing that of a typical Genin, and perhaps even Chunin. He acts as the crucial link, like an all-rounder, capable of handling head-on combat, assassination, intelligence gathering, commanding, defense, and support. It appears that his body might be a clone, although confirmation is difficult. It could potentially be a special ninjutsu developed by him." Tsunade raised her eyebrows in surprise. "So, a hidden genius?" Nodding affirmatively, Tomato replied, "Indeed, go dame. Perhaps not inferior to the likes of Kakashi-senpai." Tsunade's expression shifted, her brows furrowing as she muttered to herself, "Could it really be?" Tomato and Tsunade locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between them. Breaking the silence, Tomato's neutral voice cut through the tension. "The weather is starting to get cold, but this year there still seems to be a lot of bugs outside." Frowning imperceptibly, Tsunade's gaze shifted towards the window, but she saw nothing out of the ordinary. She refocused her attention on Tomato and asked in a seemingly calm tone, resting her chin on her clasped hands, "So, how about the other two?" Tomato's voice grew firm as he replied, "They present their own problems. The Inuzuka boy tends to disregard orders and takes the lead, making him difficult to control. However, the Aburame boy has found effective methods to manage him. The Hyuga princess, on the other hand, shows decisiveness during battle but exhibits indecisiveness outside of it. She seeks to avoid confrontations and prefers plans that are not excessively cruel towards enemies." Tsunade let out a frustrated sound and remarked, "The Hyuga princess's personality doesn't seem suitable for a ninja, does it?" Kurenai also mentioned this in her report. Tomato continued his report, stating, "However, the Hyuga princess shows remarkable determination in one particular situation. She willingly abides by plans, even if they are cruel, as long as they are devised by the Aburame boy." Tsunade's brow furrowed further as she realized the unexpected influence the Aburame boy held over Team 8. This wasn't mentioned in Kurenai's report. As they fell into a contemplative silence, a knock on the door disrupted their thoughts. "Come in." Tsunade called for the person to enter, and Sakura, the pink-haired Kunoichi, stepped into the room. Her eyes swept over Tomato briefly before she bowed respectfully to Tsunade, addressing her, "Shizu? I've completed the training." Nodding towards Sakura and Tomato, Tsunade acknowledged their presence. Tomato, still maintaining his neutral expression, took the hint and announced, "I still have other duties to attend to, so I will take my leave first, go dame." With a seamless motion, Tomato's body seemed to melt and sink into the ground, disappearing from the room. Sakura, puzzled, whispered softly, "Shizu, who was that?" Tsunade replied, her voice calm yet cryptic, "He is the new Jonin in charge of Team 8. You don't have to worry about it." Sakura sighed softly, her voice filled with disbelief. "I can't believe Kurenai-sensei." Tsunade walked over to Sakura, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. She spoke with understanding, "This is the life of a ninja, Sakura. You never know when the unexpected will happen. Don't dwell on it too much. Let's head to the training grounds. I want to see your progress on what I've taught you." Confidence radiating from her, Tsunade confidently strode out of the room. Sakura nodded eagerly, her excitement palpable. "Yes, Shizu." As they exited the office, Sakura's gaze briefly swept over the stacks of documents cluttering the Hokage's desk and the floor around the desk. She looked away, murmuring, "Sorry, Shizune-san." In the depths of his secret base, Shino set down his weights with care, his face glistening with sweat, evidence of a rigorous workout. His gaze shifted towards the holographic screen, his brow furrowed with perplexity. "It seems they have truly noticed something," he murmured, his voice filled with uncertainty. "But it has been like this for a while. Could it be that they don't intend to take action? Or have they genuinely failed to uncover anything substantial? Perhaps my reaction to those events is nothing more than an overreaction. After all, the notion of the world conspiring against me is still too far-fetched. Suddenly, a system chime echoed in Shino's mind, jolting him from his thoughts. A holographic red flag materialized before him, gradually fading away as Shino's eyes flickered, his mouth twitching with a mix of annoyance and concern. He stared down at his spotter, Karina, her vibrant red hair adorned with purple streaks, swaying as she tidied up his weights. Damn, I allowed myself to be affected again, he admitted, frustration lacing his words. Karina, that's enough. Karina's movements gradually ceased, her seductive gaze fixed upon Shino as she sensually slid to the end of the weight, the resounding pop of its release reverberating in the air. Shino felt a throb of temptation but resisted, instead giving her a gentle pat on the head as he commanded, "Back to work, Karina." The IQ reduction buff nearly caught us off guard. Again. Pouting playfully, Karina stood up, her lab coat materializing over her flawless curves as she made her way back to her station. There, bugs underwent mutations, a testament to her experiment of blending Kurenai's blood and pollen with the insects, an attempt to breed a variety of Ganjutsu-capable insects according to Kurenai's guidance. Meanwhile, Kurenai's crimson eyes swept over the scene, a subtle shake of her head indicating her disapproval. Returning to her research, she delved into the holographic interfaces floating around her, skillfully manipulating a variety of bugs contained in petri dishes. Her goal was to control them, using them as mediums for her own Ganjutsu. Pushing aside the discomfort lingering within him, Shino took a seat, summoning his system interface. He muttered to himself, "Fortunately, we have established protocols to awaken me. But I can't keep succumbing to these influences. Despite completing preparations for our escape plans, it would all be for naught if I drop the chain at the critical moments due to a weak will. Now that the storm is still brewing and I still have some time, I should enhance my personal combat abilities. After all, it is never wrong to always be more prepared." As Shino browsed through the database, his hands abruptly halted, freezing before a growth plan he had previously shelved due to its inherent risks. His gaze fixated on the plan, contemplation furrowing his brow. Previously, the plan was too risky to implement, but now, he had acquired the necessary chess piece to facilitate the process. Unable to suppress his thoughts any longer, he murmured, "It seems some plans need to be expedited, this particular plan must be set in motion soon. Through it, my spiritual power may grow, granting me a higher chance of resisting external influences. The combat power it offers will also diminish the risks associated with our escape should my main body be discovered." Karina and Kurenai, sensing a shift in Shino's demeanor, glanced over, a copy of the plan appearing before their eyes. The detailed scheme flowed off the screen and a photograph of a young girl adorned the top of the document. The girl possessed light brown eyes, long brown hair, one side straight and the other braided. Dressed in a pink robe over red mesh armor, she stood serenely on the rooftop deck of a villa, her gaze fixed in the distance. Karina, observing the youthful beauty on the screen, couldn't help but pout as she muttered, "And Shino-sama still insists he is unaffected." On the other hand, as Kurenai's gaze fell upon the photo of the young lady, her actions froze. Her body trembled ever so slightly, her hands clenching into fists. Her red eyes widened with shock as she whispered, "Yakumo." Chapter 112, Invasion. On the forest clearing near the green grassy meadows of Satami Hill, a villa sat nestled amidst a dense forest of towering trees. The stillness of the surroundings was broken only by the soft chiming of bells hanging from strings adorning the trees, serving as warning signals. However, on this particular day, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by an unknown disturbance that set the bells trembling and ringing out. Whoosh! Suddenly, an Anbu operative clad in a fox mask emerged from the shadows, his sharp eyes scanning the forest vigilantly, observing the bells and searching for the cause of the disturbance, but to no avail. "Must have been the wind," he muttered to himself, dismissing the disturbance as a mere product of nature's whims. Unbeknownst to this cringe side character, speaking the iconic lines akin to a blind NPC in video games, there were faint distortions traversing through the air, penetrating into the very heart of the villa. These subtle signs marked the infiltration of countless tiny, invisible entities. If any Ibrahim clan were here, they would probably recognize them to be the new variant of bugs of their clan. Alas, this Anbu was not insect of bugs. So, he wasn't able to spot the bugs in his patrol program. Inside the villa, the hidden bugs dispersed, silently scouting every corridor and room, their objective clear: locate the target of their mission. It wasn't long before they discovered two men, dressed in full-wrap protective lab coats, engrossed in their research and the preparation of meals for their captive. In a dimly lit circular room adorned with eerie paintings, a young lady with long brown hair and dressed in a pink robe sat on a stool. Holding a paintbrush, her deft hand moved with grace as she skillfully painted a scene on the canvas before her. If one were to observe the painting closely, they would notice the uncanny resemblance it bore to the very room itself, bearing the fine details of the other paintings and even the painter herself. However, there was a stark difference. The painting depicted strange insect-like creatures emerging from the ground and a black mass floating in the air, akin to a misty fog. As the painter finished her masterpiece, her dull eyes calmly surveyed the room before lowering to her palette. Her brush dipped into the vibrant red paint, and with newfound focus, her dull eyes sharpened as she aimed it at the insects on the canvas. Suddenly, as if the boundaries between reality and art blurred, dog-sized insects erupted from the ground of the villa. Their jaws opened wide, and swarms of insects poured forth, transforming into a thick black fog that enveloped the room entirely, sealing all exits. And at that very moment, the brush, guided by the painter's grasp, drew a disoriented smudge of red upon the canvas, leaving a red streak across the bugs in the artwork. With her action, in an instant, a large portion of the bugs erupted into flames, as if ignited by an unseen force. A smirk tugged at the young lady's lips as she observed her success with a calm gaze, her hand gracefully sweeping across the canvas as she prepared to vanquish the remaining bugs. However, her expression shifted from confidence to sheer disbelief as the swarm continued to rush towards her, undeterred by the flames. In fact, it seems her flames didn't even harm the bugs at all. No. How come they aren't affected? What are they? She exclaimed with a mix of shock and terror. Her brush danced across the canvas, attempting to repel the relentless swarm. Yet, the flames that alighted on the bugs seemed to pose no threat to them. In mere moments, the swarm closed in around her, their presence overwhelming, their creeping touch all over her body crawling and sinister. A desperate scream of panic pierced the air, echoing through the villa, alerting the two researchers and the Anbu operative. Their footsteps echoed with urgency as they raced towards the source of the disturbance. However, it was then that they realized their bodies weakened with each step, succumbing to a mysterious force. It was unknown when tiny entities had infiltrated their bodies and injected them with an unknown drug. Their hazard protective suit proved ineffective, and soon, the researchers helplessly crumpled to the ground, slipping into a deep slumber, with not an inkling of clue regarding the cause of their downfall. On the other hand, the Anbu operative fought against the encroaching weakness, staying awake as he was aware of the impending danger despite not discovering the cause. The villa is under attack. I need to call for support. The Anbu operative thought, his voice resolute. He altered his path, abandoning his protection target and sprinting towards the exit, determined to escape and seek reinforcements. His decision was a sound one, but his opponent seemed to have anticipated it. The earth rumbled, vibrations shaking the ground surrounding the villa as an army of zergs, resembling a horde of monstrous insects, erupted from beneath the soil. The sight overwhelmed the Anbu operative, and he questioned reality. So many strange creatures. Impossible. Ganjutsu? When did this happen? He muttered in disbelief. While retreating, he aimed at dispelling illusions as he swiftly performed a sealing technique, Kai. Alas, his attempt proved futile, revealing the harsh reality before him. But, the Anbu seemed to have expected the situation, but his utterance betrayed the wrong conclusion he drew, revealing his lack of knowledge regarding the events in reality. Damn. Did the monster inside her wake up? He pondered, his mind racing for answers. Firm in his resolve, the Anbu operative knew he had to fight his way out and send a distress signal. With a flicker of movement, he vanished from his previous position, slicing through the relentless waves of zergs with his swift and precise swordplay. Behind him, the dismembered limbs dancing through the air and vivid colored blood of the zergs staining the ground, painted a gruesome scene as they fell in his wake. However, any semblance of triumph was short-lived as the Anbu operative realized that he wasn't trapped in a Ganjutsu. This was still reality. His enemies were real, and so were the seemingly endless numbers of his foes. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained amidst the desperate situation. Since it's still reality, that means I can send a signal, he thought, clutching a flare tightly in his hand. Evading the relentless assault of insects, the Anbu operative raised his hand and ignited the flare, releasing it into the night sky. His heart soared momentarily as the signal blazed with fiery determination. The signal was released. Now he just needs to, but his elation turned to despair as a mass of invisible entities swiftly snuffed out the flare, rendering his distress call futile. Cough cough, no way. Along with his weak coughs, the Anbu's hoarse holler of despair echoed in the forest. As realization dawned upon him, he came to the harrowing understanding that an invisible veil, akin to a dome prison, stretched above and around the forest surrounding the villa, confining them within like a heavenly net. His escape was doomed from the beginning. With his last shred of hope extinguished, the Anbu operative felt his strength wane, his body growing weaker by the second. It wasn't long before he was drowned by the overwhelming swarm of zergs, disappearing into their monstrous embrace. The unfolding events, though described in countless words, transpired with alarming speed, ending in the very moment the young lady's scream ceased, for her silence marked the beginning of a new phase. Oum! A surge of unfathomable energy erupted from within the villa, emanating specifically from the painting room, and swiftly expanded, drawing all nearby conscious beings into an unknown realm. Yet, to their dismay, the invaders seemed to remain unaffected, their steps unwavering as they meticulously carried out their designated tasks to clean their own traces under the control of their elusive mastermind. Meanwhile, within the art room, a profound metamorphosis had taken place. The space expanded limitlessly, transforming into an expanse reminiscent of a mystic sky. Once eerie paintings now floated in a circular formation, suspended in midair, while the artist herself sat upon an invisible cushion, her eyes dulled by the sheer shock of the transpired events. Gone were the swarms of insects that had surrounded her. Instead, a viscous black sludge enveloped the area, fiercely battling against the onslaught of bugs while protecting her. Despite the ceaseless arrival of reinforcements for the insect horde, the sludge seemed to materialize from the very fabric of space itself, relentlessly combating its adversaries. Adjacent to the young lady, a blank canvas materialized, hanging weightlessly in the air. In a mesmerizing display, the pristine white surface gradually surrendered to a creeping darkness, tainting black before a black sludge trickled down the canvas, revealing a haunting depiction of a burning house. As the sludge pooled on the ground, an entity emerged, rising from its depths and swiftly taking the form of the young lady herself, albeit distorted in a gloomy manner, donning a sinister demonic visage adorned with two sharp fangs and elongated horns extending out horizontally on each side, emanating an aura of ominous gloom. Yet, the young lady remained seemingly oblivious to these developments, her consciousness ensnared in a state of unconscious awareness, her vacant gaze fixed on the empty void surrounding her, yet her slightly trembling body betrayed her instinctive fear. The demoness's head creaked, twisting unnaturally as its gaze locked upon the dazed young lady. Her pale face due to the earlier fright fueled its fury and ignited its eyes with a fiery crimson glow. With an unwavering determination, the demoness's gaze shifted, targeting the true source of the young lady's plight, the relentless horde of bugs that betrayed no hint of cowardice in the face of its own unfathomable existence. Die, it hissed, its voice a chilling whisper that resonated through the transformed space. Chapter 113, Yakumo. The demonic visage on the mask contorted with clenched jaws, poised to face the incoming swarm of bugs that coalesced into a suffocating shroud of impenetrable darkness. In a sudden eruption, vibrant blue flames erupted from the demoness's mouth, surging forth with an otherworldly intensity, engulfing the invading insects. Unlike the illusory flames before, this time the blaze proved effective, even against the bugs that were immune to illusions. Yet, despite the demoness's valiant efforts to annihilate the horde, it became apparent that the enemy numbers were unyielding. The demoness, while fiercely protecting the young lady, revealed a subtle lack of combat experience in the reckless use of its flames. As the battle waged on, the mastermind orchestrating the bugs seemed to discern an optimal strategy to counter the flames. The swarming mass of insects deftly maneuvered, forming peculiar undulating patterns, evading the flames with uncanny agility, minimizing their losses, and gradually encroaching upon the young lady. Black sludge surged forth from every corner of the transformed space, while additional tendrils of the viscous substance coalesced around the young lady, attempting to erect a protective barrier. However, the bugs defied the feeble defense, devouring the black sludge as if it were their sustenance, draining the very energy that powered it. Their existence proved to be the ultimate antithesis to the demoness's power. Helplessness crept over the demoness as its powers waned. Although its abilities were formidable, they were still bound by the laws of energy conservation. The energy required to sustain its might was derived from the young lady, and it became clear that her reservoir of energy was finite. Eventually, it was clear the demoness could not outlast the swarm. With one final breath of flame, the demoness began to fade away, and the starry expanse that had engulfed the room dissipated. The paintings, once suspended in midair, descended to the ground with solemn clacks, signifying the end of the battle. Following suit, the young lady's unconscious form slowly slumped from her seat. Alas, the ominous swarm of invaders remained, but they no longer harbored ill intentions towards the young lady. In a surreal display of compassion, they swarmed around her, gently cradling her fragile form in their embrace. Suddenly, from beneath the ground, a massive Zerg transport emerged, its gaping maw devouring both bugs and young lady before swiftly retreating into the depths from whence it came. Following its departure, swarms of Zergs and bugs appeared, meticulously cleansing the battlefield of any remnants of their intrusion. Orderly and methodical, the bugs obediently returned to the mouths of the Zergs, which soon vanished into the earth. A deathly silence then descended upon the once vibrant villa, its secrets shrouded in stillness. The truth of the harrowing events that unfolded there remained veiled, their revelation unknown to Hidden Leaf Village, awaiting the day when the depths of this eerie tale would be unveiled. In the depths of an underground biosphere, an intricate network of sealing symbols adorned every inch of its spherical interior, while a myriad of obedient bugs clung to its walls with eerie precision. Standing in solemn silence upon the fleshy ground, the main body of Shino, dressed in his distinctive Aburame clan outfit, observed as the transport drone entered the biosphere. Beside him, Kurenai stood, her crimson eyes fixated on the drone's gaping maw, through which the bugs emerged, carrying the unconscious victim within. Her clenched fists trembled ever so slightly, revealing her inner turmoil and a hint of helplessness. Her voice, soft and filled with concern, broke the silence. Yakumo. As Yakumo Kurama was carefully placed at the center of the intricate ceiling formation, Shino cast a glance at Kurenai, adjusting his glasses. He observed her kneeling before him, her head bowed, as she wrestled with something she desperately wished to ask. Sighing softly, Shino inquired, "What is it?" Kurenai raised her head, her red eyes locked onto his before sweeping towards the motionless form of Yakumo. Her voice trembled as she struggled to find the words, her plea hanging in the air unspoken, as if unsure how to sway Shino to her cause. For she had no power to resist, no bargaining chip to offer. However, Shino seemed to grasp her unspoken thoughts. With a hint of disappointment in his voice, he remarked, "And here I thought you had finally come to terms with our plan. It seems your heart remained soft in the end." Kurenai lowered her head, her soft voice resonating within the biosphere, filled with a pleading tone, "If I have done something to upset you, please come to me." "Yakumo. She is innocent." Shaking his head solemnly, Shino spoke in a grave tone, "It is not your fault, Kurenai-sensei. You have studied the plan, and you understand that I have long planned for Yakumo. She possesses an abnormally potent Genjutsu bloodline limit, making her a dangerously powerful presence, one that I cannot afford to let slip away. This is reality, and I cannot allow such a perilous existence to go untapped, especially considering the potential enhancement it could bring to my own abilities." Kurenai's lips quivered as she bit them, her head bowing even lower as she implored, "Yakumo does not deserve this. She. Please. I will do anything. Kurenai, you know I will not allow anyone to impede my growth." Shino sighed, reaching out to delicately lift Kurenai's chin, his hidden eyes peering through the lenses of his glasses into her mesmerizing crimson gaze. "But if you execute your part flawlessly, if no accidents occur, perhaps there may be a glimmer of hope." In a rare twist of events, Shino could only comfort Kurenai, acutely aware that the success of their intricate plans relied heavily upon her. He couldn't afford any missteps or unexpected occurrences, for Kurenai held a pivotal role in their endeavors. As Yakumo's personal tutor, she possessed an intimate understanding of the young woman, and the monster born from her deepest fears and vulnerabilities. But it wasn't just her profound knowledge of Yakumo that made Kurenai indispensable. She possessed a rare and powerful sealing technique, one that held tremendous significance when dealing with Yakumo's bloodline limit. This was one of the main reasons Shino had to include Kurenai to his harem, subjected to his absolute domination. Without her presence, acquiring Yakumo would have unpredictable risks, if not impossible. Shino didn't want to risk being erased by Yakumo when he clearly had better options. Kurenai's lips remained pressed together as her eyes closed, revealing faint shadows of purple beneath her eyelids. With a tremor in her voice, she opened her eyes and responded softly, "I understand." "Good." Shino released her chin and spoke with unwavering resolve. "Karina has already prepared the life-sustaining equipment. Do not underestimate the healing capabilities of our Zergs. Furthermore, we have delved into the field of medicine for research purposes, mastering various medical ninjutsu. If not for your involvement, the process would be far less complicated. But now, we can only say we'll do our best." Slowly rising to her feet, Kurenai fixed her gaze upon the undressed Yakumo, tendrils of fleshly appendages attached to her body. She turned towards Shino and spoke in a soft, grateful tone, "Thank you, Shino." Shino's nod signaled the commencement of their risky endeavor. "Let's begin," he commanded, his voice laced with a mix of determination and an acceptance of the uncertain fate that awaited them. "As for her life and death, it's up to her luck and fate." In response, Kurenai nodded briskly, her hands swiftly moving in intricate seals. Within moments, the once dormant sealing symbols that adorned the ground seemed to come alive, pulsating with an otherworldly energy as they swam through the ground and converged towards Yakumo, who remained fixed at the heart of the formation. As if sensing the impending sealing, the malevolent entity lurking within Yakumo stirred, awakening with a sudden surge of defiance. An intangible force emanated from Yakumo's body, as if the monstrous presence within sought to break free once more, to manifest itself outside its host. Shino could feel his senses being assaulted, his surroundings distorting and warping under the influence of the entity's illusionary powers. Fortunately, the illusionary powers seemed to be suppressed and couldn't completely pull him into the abyss, its effect only partially affecting his senses. This was his intentions, a chance to lure out his target without fully losing control over his body. Soon, his senses were sealed as a holographic overlay emerged before his eyes, replacing his vision with a clear and unadulterated view of reality. It was a benefit bestowed upon him by his bugs scattered within the biosphere, unaffected by the manipulative Genjutsu tricks, and facilitated by Karina, who controlled them from their main base far away. Karina's voice resonated within his mind, conveying urgent information. Shino, the entity known as Ito, is attempting to escape the ceiling and has activated its illusion domain. The sealing process is at risk of failure due to its resistance. My dear, you will need to provide additional support. Nodding with composed composure, Shino advanced steadily towards Yakumo. As he drew closer, something remarkable occurred. With the exception of the characteristic purple strands of his hair, the rest of his black locks gradually transformed, acquiring a vibrant shade of red, the unmistakable hue of the Uzumaki clan. And as he approached, witnessing the ethereal form of the demoness materializing before him, a multitude of radiant chains erupted from Shino's back. These were his adamantine sealing chains, an active ability bestowed upon him through the merging of Karina's Uzumaki bloodline. With an elegant dance through the air, the chains darted forward, swiftly encircling and binding the nascent ghostly entity of Ito, barely solidified in its form. These chains possessed the power to seal even chakra entities like the tailed beasts, rendering poor Ito utterly powerless. Struggling relentlessly, Ito strained to break free from its chains, its desperate attempts to unleash Genjutsu or unleash flames of Shino proving futile as if its illusion power had been sealed. Even the illusionary domain it had erected rapidly withered and diminished. The pace of sealing symbols entering Yakumo's body also increased. Clearly, Ito's strength had evidently grown to the point where Kurenai's seal alone was insufficient to contain it. However, under the weight of Shino's adamantine chains, Kurenai's meticulously prepared seal, his illusion-immune bugs, and Karina's unwavering support, which granted true vision, impervious to Genjutsu's deceptive allure, Ito had no chance of making waves. Not content with subduing Ito alone, another set of chains shot forth, ensnaring Yakumo herself, applying an additional layer of sealing power to her vulnerable form, preventing her from spawning another Ito, allowing Kurenai to complete her seal. As the last of Kurenai's sealing symbols flowed onto Yakumo's flesh, intertwining with her pristine white skin in wriggling black patterns, the struggling presence of Ito gradually faded away, seemingly suppressed and subdued back into its dormant state within Yakumo. Relief washed over Kurenai, evident in the sigh that escaped her lips, as beads of sweat rolled down her fatigued face. Her voice, marked by exhaustion, resonated within the confines of the biosphere. It has grown stronger over the years, and my seal won't hold for much longer. It's enough, Shino's voice resonated, firm and commanding, as he maintained his hold on Yakumo, his chains coiling around her form. Drawing her closer, he brought her petite body into intimate proximity, his eyes darting over her slim yet matured physique, lingering on her captivating face. His heightened senses detected the delicate scent that emanated from her, heightening the allure of the moment. With a deliberate motion, his hand extended, enveloping her in a possessive embrace, pressing her back against his sturdy chest. One hand gripped her from below, offering support, while the other hand cupped her softness, playfully molding it, eliciting a subtle shudder that rippled through the young lady's frame, hinting at a mix of discomfort and vulnerability. Karina's mischievous voice reverberated in Shino's mind once again, its playful tone filling the space. Shino, are you truly certain you don't want to add her to your harem? You seem quite intrigued by her. A soft chuckle escaped Shino's lips as he shook his head, his Mendel response laced with a hint of amusement. No. Beyond her bloodline limit, her personality and combat prowess do not warrant a place under my command. As for her physical appearance, at most, I might play with her a few times, but it's not a top beauty that I will indulge in forever. Karina's voice carried a subtle grumble as she responded. Humphrey. My dear's insatiable desires are unchangeable. Pity she won't become yet another eternal sister. Now, Shino, let us proceed. A wicked grin played across Shino's lips as he positioned his mouth against Yakumo's exposed neck, his words dripping with anticipation. Yes. It is time to savor the feast. With that, his chakra surged, activating his second active Uzumaki ability, a unique mutation born from the merging of his own Zerg Dominator bloodline and Karina's innate healing powers. Chapter 114, New Powers. As Shino's teeth sank into Yakumo's tender neck, an unknown essence surged into his mouth, enveloping his senses in a cool wave that cascaded down his throat, permeating every fiber of his being, even reaching the depths of his soul. This soothing, icy sensation ignited an unprecedented surge of adrenaline, flooding Shino's body with a euphoria he had never before experienced. It was as though an insatiable hunger that had long yearned for sustenance had finally found its satiation. Lost in this intoxicating pleasure, Shino slipped into a trance-like state, his bites growing more fervent upon the young woman's neck, while his hands wandered instinctively, surrendering to the ecstasy of the moment. Meanwhile, Yakumo, ensnared within Shino's malevolent grasp, suffered a far graver fate. As Shino feasted upon her neck, her body trembled due to the pain while faint echoes of agonized screams reverberated within Shino's mind, as if the dormant monster imprisoned within her was pleading for mercy. Not only that, Yakumo's youthful form slowly withered, visible to the naked eyes, a terrifying transformation visible to all. Her once supple features sagged and sunk, an undeniable testament to the draining of her blood and essence, voraciously devoured by the insatiably greedy Shino. Has Shino finally fallen so low to engage in cannibalism? Oh, but this was no act of cannibalism. It was one of the newly acquired abilities bestowed upon Shino after merging with Karina's bloodline. Karina possessed a unique gift, a restorative ability that facilitated the recovery of others through the biting of her flesh. Her talent transcended mere healing, encompassing the restoration of stamina, physical wounds, and even spiritual power. However, the fusion of Shino's Zerg lineage with the Uzumaki bloodline birthed a mutation. Instead of bestowing it upon others, his ability veered towards the opposite end of the spectrum, depriving others. The once vibrant healing force has transformed into a malevolent force capable of sapping the stamina, blood, spiritual power, and even genetic material of those he touched. Moreover, the drained essence seamlessly fused with Shino's own, theoretically granting him the abilities of his victims, provided he consumed them entirely. Of course, this power was not an instant and overwhelming deprivation. Otherwise, it would be an overpowered cheat and Shino would have emerged as an unstoppable force, wreaking havoc upon the world, becoming an overpowered protagonist of a pure face-slap story. Instead, his ability had restrictions. First, it required chakra to activate and physical contact to initiate. Plus, the deprivation process was slow through mere touch alone, rendering it ineffective unless the contact was prolonged. However, biting intensified the rate of deprivation, akin to devouring his prey. It was unknown why, but biting proved more potent than mere touch, perhaps influenced by Karen's original experience of being bitten relentlessly. Shino had now become the opposite, sinking his teeth into others instead. This alignment with the Zerg nature of devouring, rather than healing, was fitting, because his Zerg lineage undeniably dominated this mutation. Naturally, this ability was confined solely to Shino's main body and it presented inherent risks should he seek to attain further power through it. After all, the limits of the bloodlines his body could merge still remain shrouded in uncertainty, with the potential to cause his genetic structure to collapse. So, he must choose his bloodlines with caution. Moreover, there existed the ever-looming peril of backlash from his victims, should they retaliate during the deprivation process. Naturally, there must be methods to suppress them before the devouring process. But now, with meticulous preparations in place, Shino could finally savor his inaugural feast, an initial test of this newfound power. And inevitably, the victims of his ability would find themselves facing an inexorable descent into darkness, their fate sealed with a grim certainty. Shino, wake up. Yakumo needs medical support or her life may end before you can completely deprive her bloodline limit. Karina's urgent but timely reminder shattered the veil of euphoria surrounding Shino, jolting him back to reality. His grip tightened on Yakumo, whose once youthful visage had transformed into that of a frail, emaciated patient. Thankfully, Yakumo's life still clung on, sustained by the appendages affixed to her body and head, injecting vital nourishment to stave off her imminent demise. Yet, the ultimate outcome remained uncertain, as her body continued its inexorable descent, gradually morphing into a desiccated shell, drained dry by Shino's insatiable appetite. Shino's eyes narrowed with determination. He couldn't afford to falter at this critical juncture. Failure to consume enough of Yakumo's essence before her demise would mean losing out on acquiring her precious bloodline limit. Harnessing his chakra with meticulous precision, a vibrant green aura enveloped the hand pressed against Yakumo's chest. Unbeknownst to others, Shino had naturally mastered the art of medical ninjutsu. After all, his relentless pursuit of knowledge spanned across all disciplines, a means to augment his research. As long as his insect companions weren't involved, precise chakra manipulation posed no significant challenge to Shino, especially with Karina's invaluable aid. The only hurdle lay in matching the specific chakra type. Yet, the evolutionary capacities of the Zerg were no mere jest, and Shino had acquired considerable talent in each elemental aspect, as well as yin and yang release, albeit not reaching its pinnacle grade. Nonetheless, with his basic talent and mastery over his own chakra, he possessed sufficient expertise in basic medical ninjutsu, an ever-improving skill set bolstered by his constant assimilation of genetic material. Through his mastery of this healing art, Shino kept Yakumo's flickering heart beating, even as he continued to drain her essence, his teeth clamped resolutely onto her neck, relishing the surge of power coursing from her body into his. Simultaneously, Zerg drones emerged from the earth, their mandibles releasing swarms of insects that affixed themselves to Shino's form, acting as living conduits, transferring their chakra to sustain his endeavors. In the vicinity, Kurenai observed the scene, concealed trepidation clouding her gaze. Yet, she soon bowed her head, resuming her meticulous etching of ceiling symbols upon the floor of the biosphere, a vital preparation for the subsequent stages of their plan. As for Yakumo, she understood that her survival hinged on Shino and Kurina. She can only place her trust in them and hope Yakumo was strong enough to survive. The length of Shino's indulgence remained a mystery, as all feasts eventually meet their end. As he consumed yet another surge of essence, a mysterious sensation permeated his pulsating body and soul. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, signaling the fulfillment of his insatiable hunger and impending evolution. My dear, it appears that the deprivation process is complete. Phase 2 of the upgrade plan is now underway. Kurina's voice resonated in Shino's mind, carrying a tone of anticipation. Releasing the desiccated, corpse-like figure from his grasp, Shino gently lowered her to the ground. In close proximity, a grotesque larva emerged, its shell cracking open to reveal an abyssal darkness, eagerly awaiting his embrace. This chamber wasn't an upgrade chamber, it only served as his protective shell, modified with appendages to provide him with the necessary biomass during his slumber. Casting one final glance at the young lady who had lost all semblance of beauty, Shino stepped into the awaiting larva. As the shell sealed around him, he issued his parting command, I'll leave things here to both of you, Kurina, Kurenai. Affirmative, Shino. Take care and see you in a while, my dear, Kurina responded, her voice filled with unwavering loyalty. With Shino's departure, Kurenai's anxieties came rushing to the forefront as she hastened to the frail form lying on the ground. Yakumo! She exclaimed, her voice filled with concern. Gently touching Yakumo, Kurenai's red eyes trembled as she cautiously searched for signs of life. Upon confirming that the young woman still breathed, Kurenai breathed a sigh of relief. However, her worries were etched on her face as she observed the drained figure before her. Meanwhile, a transport drone emerged from the earth nearby, its gaping maw opened, allowing Kurina's main body to step into the biosphere. With measured steps, Kurina approached and knelt beside Kurenai, producing medical supplies to assess Yakumo's condition. How is she? Kurenai inquired calmly, though her underlying apprehension was palpable. Physically, she's depleted of nutrients and blood. At this stage, even a skilled ninja would perish. However, thanks to our Zerg biotech, her life is preserved. If there are no accidents, her physical body can be restored without issue, and perhaps even her physical deficiencies may also be resolved. The spiritual aspect, on the other hand, is another issue and she will have to recover on her own, Kurina replied, her hands emitting a soothing green glow as she skillfully attended to Yakumo's well-being. Kurenai nodded silently, her gaze fixed upon Yakumo, her fists clenched. Observing Kurenai's silent demeanor, Kurina clicked her tongue disapprovingly before adopting a solemn tone. Sister Kurenai, don't linger here. Your assistance would be of limited use here. Instead, go complete your assigned task and set up the necessary seals to prevent any untoward incidents. Hearing Kurina's words, Kurenai sighed, her voice filled with concern. Please take care of her. Rest assured, you can trust me. My talent in medical ninjutsu surpasses even Shino's, Kurina declared with unwavering confidence. Oh, but don't tell my dear I said that. Let's keep that little secret between us. Kurenai nodded, casting one final glance at Yakumo before calmly departing, resuming her mission of inscribing seals. Time elapsed in silence as the two striking women fulfilled their respective duties. One diligently completed the seal inscriptions within the biosphere for a second time, while the other guided the mummified figure back to her beautiful youthful appearance. With the fulfillment of their tasks, the larva within the biosphere quivered ever so slightly, signaling their master's awakening. Simultaneously, both beauties became vigilant as an air of horror emanated from the larva, as if a powerful and terrifying entity stirred alongside their master. Was this a birth of new powers? Or was it the birth of a disaster? Chapter 115, Kurama Bloodline. A resounding oem reverberated through the air, an intangible wave erupting from the larvae, distorting the surroundings and rapidly spreading outward. However, its advance was abruptly halted by an invisible barrier. Unbeknownst to many, 4 Kurina clones had previously erected the Four Flames barrier, ensnaring the larvae within its confines. Not stopping there, adamantine chains extended from Kurina herself, encircling the biosphere like a tightly woven net, forming an additional barrier that thwarted the Genjutsu's influence. Simultaneously, the bugs diligently replenished Kurina's chakra, while a holographic display enveloped both Kurina and Kurenai, granting them true sight of their increasingly distorted surroundings. It was as if they stood within a vast expanse of creep, an alternate world brimming with biomass, an ideal haven for the Zerg. Yet, all of this was merely an illusion, a Genjutsu instinctively released to deceive the senses. In reality, the biosphere remained unaltered, and the larvae continued to pulsate until... Puff! A hand burst through the eggshell, firmly grasping and tearing it open, revealing a now unclothed Shino emerging from within. His overall appearance remained largely unchanged, though his hair had undergone a transformation, transitioning from black to a rich, deep brown hue, still with the striking strands of purple intermingling among the mahogany locks. Gazing down at his exposed form, Shino sighed in mild exasperation. And I had just purchased a new set of clothes. With a mere thought, a fresh Iborame outfit materialized around his body, a temporary garb fashioned from biomass. His trusty glasses once again obscured his eyes, completing the familiar look. Shino then lifted his gaze, sweeping his eyes across the vast expanse of creeping distortion that extended into the unknown. A sense of closeness stirred within his heart, mingled with curiosity. My dear? His attention was drawn to Karina, whose voice quivered with hesitation, her gaze fixed upon Shino. I'm fine, Karina, Shino assured her, his eyes lingering on the boundless expanse of creep. A glimmer of intrigue danced within his gaze. Yes, naturally my dear is fine. After all, Shino is Shino. Karina murmured, her voice filled with a mixture of relief and concern. However, according to the plan, that entity should have also been born. Has it not? Shino paused, a moment of contemplation passing over him before he nodded, his attention shifting towards the larvae behind him. It should have. In the wake of Shino's calm mutter, the two other beauties tensed, their gaze following his fixed stare upon the larvae. Their vision shifted from the bug's perception of reality to the illusory world of Genjutsu, where they beheld the wriggling black sludge within the depths of the larvae, as if it were searching for its own form. Gradually, the wriggling ceased, giving way to the ascent of the black sludge, taking on a humanoid shape. Shino observed with keen interest, a tinge of anticipation pulsating in his heart. This process, unlike the others, lay beyond his control, a mystery yet to be unraveled. And it remains to be seen if the resulting demon would submit to his command. As the humanoid figure gradually materialized, the black sludge shifted and molded, completing its form. Initially, the three onlookers maintained a semblance of composure, their vigilance undiminished. However, as the demon's form grew more distinct, their expressions transformed, betraying a mix of disbelief and confusion, followed by a strange expression. In accordance with their initial expectations, the demon's ultimate shape should have mirrored Shino's own, but adorned with an additional demonic features such as elongated horn and fangs. While some mutations due to his Zerg factor were foreseeable, it should have remained unmistakably Shino. But now, Kurenai's perplexed yet intrigued voice cut through the air as her crimson gaze swept over the demon's face, a mahogany wooden visage resembling a demon, with two stark white fangs protruding, and flowing mahogany locks cascading over two long horns, the ends of her hair tinged with a violet hue. This is Shino? No. This is. Wearing a peculiar expression, Karina cast her eyes upon the demon's body, encased in a gloomy gray kimono with violet trims, hanging loosely open to reveal the interior, a violet mesh carapace armor wrapping her petite round chest, a clear testament to the Zerg factor's influence. Soon, her voice escaped her lips, but it was tinged with exasperation and a hint of jealousy over an unrelated matter. As expected of my dear, even his inner demon has been distorted by his powerful desires. Shino's lips twitched, his gaze locked onto the final form of his demon. Or rather, his demoness. Adorned with long, flowing hair, straight on one side and braided on the other, and clad in the revealing attire of a Zerg queen's bikini armor that wrapped her slender assets, the demoness stood silently at Shino's side. Though her stature fell shorter than his, she exuded an air of obedient elegance, akin to a dutiful noble young lady, yet the loose kimono, draped around her form, imbued her presence with the seductive mystique of a geisha captivating her lord. Amidst the demonic features adorning her face, Shino discerned a glimpse of the pale white skin beneath, a striking contrast that revealed the mask-like nature of her demonic facade, a distinction different from the original Ito. The same held true for her body, where hints of her pale complexion peeked through the attire that enveloped her youthful curves, accentuating her gloomy corpse-like allure. Engrossed in observation, Shino noticed an uncanny resemblance between her concealed countenance and the original bearer of the Kurama bloodline, Yakumo. Yet, uncertainty gnawed at him. Determined to uncover the truth, he extended his hand, intending to remove her mask and catch a glimpse of the beauty concealed beneath. A chill caressed his skin as his hand neared her face, but the demoness stood obediently, devoid of any evasion. His fingers grazed her mask, only to realize that it clung to her face, refusing to yield. It seemed as though the mask were a part of her, emanating an eerie, frigid aura. Withdrawing his hand, Shino gazed at the Yakumo before him, his thoughts swirling as he murmured, "So, is this Yakumo? Or is this me?" Then, his eyes sharpened, and a command slipped from his lips, laced with a chilling tone. "Kneel." At the sound of his command, the motionless demoness finally stirred, tilting her head slightly as she locked her gaze onto Shino. After a brief moment, she obediently sank to one knee, her movements possessing a faint rigidity akin to that of a doll or puppet. Shino's eyes grew deep as he surveyed the demoness before him. It appears to possess some level of intelligence, comprehending my orders. Yet, I cannot directly control it, for it seems to exist as a separate entity, detached from my consciousness. Upon hearing his words, Kurenai's hands flew swiftly, weaving intricate seals, while chains emerged from Karina's back, both prepared to lend support if needed. Fixing his gaze upon the kneeling demoness, a sly smile curled upon Shino's lips, betraying his intrigue. He turned to Karina and inquired, "Karina, is she connected to our system?" The biosphere descended into a brief silence as the four individuals stood motionless, their presence enveloped by stillness. After a minute passed, Karina's sigh of relief reverberated through the air before she responded, "Yes, Shino, she exists within the system's scans, and her computational power can be utilized. However, I lack the authority to access it, only you possess that privilege, my dear, as she appears to be a part of you." Raising an eyebrow, Shino extended his senses, tuning into his connection with the demoness before him. With a mere thought, he activated the system protocol, retrieving the computational units from the demoness. In that moment, the demoness quivered, her form shuddering before dissolving into black sludge. A surge of power coursed through Shino's being, greatly enhancing his senses, as if they had been bolstered by the source he had tapped into. He felt the ability to split his consciousness, using his newfound spiritual power to generate up to 3 more clones if he desires. Karina's timely report resonated within the biosphere, breaking the silence. After a swift comparison and calculation, the retrieved power grants a total of 3 computation units. Congratulations, my dear. It seems this upgrade has surpassed our initial expectations, extending beyond the initial estimate. Besides gaining a new Genjutsu ability, even your spiritual power has received a significant boost. Shino's smile widened, his gaze never leaving the pool of wriggling black sludge before him, a clear indication of the life form hidden within, yet its life and death was now under his control. With a single thought, he released his grip on 1 unit of his computation power, and within moments, the trembling in the black sludge intensified. After a minute had passed, the demoness slowly emerged from the black sludge once again, her appearance unchanged. However, it was evident that her abilities had weakened due to the lack of spiritual power, evident from her slower respawn time. Still, Shino couldn't contain his happiness. The fact that he now had control over her was reason enough to celebrate, even if it meant the sealing preparations for the final phase of the plan had gone to waste. The initial predicted risk was the possibility of an uncontrollable dark version of himself emerging, but now, Shino had no concerns of betrayal. Instead, he had gained a formidable bloodline limit, granting him control over the very essence of life and death. Well, assuming the bloodline is as powerful as depicted in the anime. Extending his hand, Shino gently ran his fingers through the demoness's soft brown hair. She responded by rubbing her mask against his hand, akin to a loyal pet, eliciting a warm smile from Shino. He spoke in a soft voice, "From now on, you shall be my Yakumo." Observing this exchange, Kurenai's face betrayed a mix of complex emotions. Her red eyes shifted from the Yakumo demoness to the slumbering form of Yakumo, tucked away in a corner of the biosphere. On the other hand, Karina pouted and muttered under her breath, "TSK, another thieving cat." Hearing her remark, Shino chuckled and, with a sweep of his hand, he turned and appeared beside Karina. He wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into a comforting embrace. And as his mahogany hair transformed back to its original black hue, the creep-infested world surrounding them gradually faded away, taking the demoness Yakumo along with it. Karina's gaze remained fixed on Shino, scanning him as her mind processed the information. After a brief pause, she began to relay her findings. The upgrade did not result in any physical enhancements for my dear, but the new Kurama bloodline has granted a passive upgrade in the form of an additional 3 units of computation power and a fundamental talent in Genjutsu. Furthermore, when the bloodline is active, it magnifies the Genjutsu talent, allowing my dear to ensnare all those nearby in a realistic and lethal Genjutsu, or as my dear would call it, a Genjutsu domain. Within this domain, my dear can summon the little demoness, whose capabilities are yet to be determined. Kurenai's eyes flickered with a hint of worry upon hearing this. Her concern wasn't directed towards Shino himself, but rather towards the potential implications for Hidden Leaf Village. However, she quickly shook her head, realizing that mere thoughts would accomplish nothing. All she could do was hope that Hidden Leaf Village would not become Shino's enemy in the future, or that she could somehow convince him otherwise when the time comes. Her gaze then shifted towards the unconscious figure of Yakumo, a trace of worry still lingering in her eyes. She posed a question, her voice laced with a tinge of hope. Will she ever wake up? Karina turned her attention towards Yakumo as well, a playful smile gracing her lips. It is uncertain how long her recovery will take, If she recovers at all. Her tone grew mischievous as she responded, and even if her spirit does recover, there is no guarantee that she will awaken. Perhaps she will grow old and pass away before regaining consciousness, unless... Kurenai inquired, a glimmer of worry and anticipation in her voice. Shino also directed his gaze towards Karina, intrigued by her words. Karina's voice grew mysterious as she continued, unless she receives some stimulation and a special spiritual recovery medicine. This particular injection is typically used for a different purpose and is usually preserved in our special biotank until needed in larger quantities. However, what you don't know is that when administered in fresh and limited amounts, it can also serve as a spiritual and vitality recovery medicine instead of its original intended use. She licked her lips seductively, maintaining an air of mystery. Kurenai, I'm sure you understand the implications, but will you agree? As he heard this, Shino's brows twitched imperceptibly. What nonsense is Karina making up now? A prolonged silence hung in the air as Kurenai's eyes hardened, indicating that she had made a decision. She locked her resolute gaze on Shino, her face composed but her voice betraying her anxiousness. Please, Shino. Help her awaken. Oh, no. Someone believed the nonsense. Chapter 116, Controlling New Power. No. Kurenai-sensei, save me. Nu. Sitting up from her bed, the young lady's chest heaved with exertion as she struggled to catch her breath, her body still trembling from the lingering fear of her nightmare. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead as she sat on her bed, her eyes wide with terror. For a brief moment, she questioned the reality of her surroundings, muttering to herself, "So, a nightmare?" In response to her distressing cries, the heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a masked Anbu operative who stepped into the room. Another Anbu followed closely behind, their presence exuding an air of authority. One of them spoke up, his voice carrying a somber tone as he addressed the young lady. "Yakumo, it's fortunate that you've awakened. We have some questions for you." The room filled with a tense atmosphere as the Anbu proceeded to interrogate the young lady. They probed for information, seeking any shred of insight or clues that might aid their investigation. After a thorough but brief questioning, the Anbu exchanged glances and shook their heads in disappointment. One of them spoke, his voice tinged with a touch of regret. "If you remember anything or come across any leads, please do not hesitate to inform us." With those words, the Anbu turned and left the room, leaving the young lady sitting alone on her bed, enveloped in silence. As for why they didn't bring her back for a real Hidden Leaf Village interrogation, who knows? Time seemed to stand still as Yakumo contemplated the recent events. After a moment of introspection, she mustered the strength to rise from her bed, intending to continue with her day. However, as she shifted to the edge of the mattress, a sharp pang of pain shot through her body, causing her to crumple to the ground in weakness. Clutching the source of the discomfort, she peered down at her lower body, her confusion evident in her voice as she whispered, "Why is it so uncomfortable here?" In the confines of a modern hotel room, the events of the villa unfolded on a television screen, filling the room with a palpable tension. Shino could feel the weight of the situation pressing down on him, the sensation coiling around him like a cold, suffocating noose. Despite his quickening actions and calculated moves, the friction caused by his efforts seemed unable to loosen the icy grip on his sensational plans. It was as if his actions were futile, and his impending doom loomed inevitable. Ha. So, how does it feel, Shino-sama? Karina's voice broke the silence, revealing a mixture of jealousy and frustration in her tone. "It's a strange feeling," Shino replied, his hand skillfully shaping two small components of his plan, fitting perfectly in his hands. "But it's tight. Very tight. Can't get enough, can you?" Karina huffed, her face flushed with a mixture of envy and longing, her gaze sweeping past the grey kimono laying aside before shifting towards the masked creature without its protective carapace armor, her pale skin fully revealed as she laid stiffly like a corpse. "Yes." Shino's groan resonated in the room as his movements momentarily stuttered to a halt, forcefully concealing the subtle clues of his plan within the tight confines of his newly established domain. "You know what I meant, after all, time is tight. We never know when the world will throw us a curveball." "Humphrey," Karina muttered, turning her face away and crossing her arms in a display of jealousy, her body trembling slightly as she caught familiar noises in the background. Observing her reaction, a mischievous grin played on Shino's lips as he gently lifted her chin, guiding her gaze back to his own. He leaned in, their lips meeting briefly before parting, and he locked eyes with Karina, declaring, "But, of course, my Karina is and will always be the best." Karina's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned in, resting her head against Shino's shoulder, and softly murmured her acknowledgement. "Then, why don't you take it out?" "Stuck again," Shino replied, feeling the newfound power embrace him, the cold sensation causing his senses to be heightened. "Sophistry," Karina pouted, her seductive tongue grazing her lips. Just dispel the Genjutsu. Let me take care of the rest. Karina can't contain herself any longer after being burned. Surveying the compliant demoness silently gazing back at him, Shino's deep gaze then focused on Karina before he relented, his mahogany locks fading back into their natural black hue. As the illusion of the hotel room wavered and dissipated, Shino found himself in his base's lounge, and it wasn't long before a sense of warmth replaced the cold tightness he had dispelled. It was a contrast that heightened his senses, allowing him to comprehend his control over the newly unleashed Genjutsu domain. When the Kurama bloodline limit was first acquired, he unleashed his Genjutsu domain instinctively, revealing an image that resonated with his very essence, a creep-infested world filled with biomass. Yet, this manifestation remained beyond his complete control, a manifestation of his core that defied his mastery. After returning to his base, through relentless dedication and tireless effort, he delved into the depths of his newfound bloodline limit, determined to unlock the secrets of controlling his Genjutsu domain. With the aid of both Karina and Kurenai, he discovered the means to harness its power, a medium that would serve as the conduit for his transformative abilities. Enter the system's holographic display, an innovative canvas that replaced the outdated medium of old-fashioned strokes on a painting. With the Karina's assistance through the system, he could visualize and generate intricate 3D scenes within the hidden recesses of his vision, manipulating his Genjutsu domain with unparalleled ease. The scope of his creation surpassed the boundaries of imagination, capable of spanning a vast expanse that dwarfed even the mighty village of Hidden Leaf Village. The implications of this newfound power were staggering, its potential for domination undeniable. If anything, it was overpowered. Alas! The Genjutsu world he could conjure was an unstoppable force, but it was still limited by the range in which he could pull others within his world's illusory grasp. The actual area of effect in reality wasn't as large as he expected, at least, not as large as the generated Genjutsu world itself. Also, the Genjutsu world itself was restricted by his computation power. Despite calling it a world, it could at most be considered a city. He was still far from achieving a full Genjutsu world. After all, the larger and more complex the environment, the higher the requirement of spiritual power. Yet, with the growth of his spiritual or computation power, both of these range would inevitably expand. Beyond his exploration of the intricacies of his Genjutsu domain, he also delved into the mysterious depths of his summoned demoness, investing countless hours in unraveling the hidden possibilities concealed within her maturing form. And when his thoughts turned to this peculiar realm, a strange expression crossed Shino's face. His Yakumo possessed the ability to breathe fire, reminiscent of the original Ito. However, the flames she produced were now of a vibrant pink hue and devoid of the destructive capabilities of their fiery counterparts. Instead, these pink flames defied conventional understanding as they ignited a unique heat within their victims, a sensation that stirred their senses when contact is made. Karina, now lost in the heat before him, was a living testament to the effects of this captivating flame, her existence temporarily affected by its influence. As Shino reveled in the results of his experiments with his newfound powers, a nagging sense of unease clawed at the edges of his consciousness. Something felt off, as if a misstep had occurred along the way. Did something go wrong somewhere? Why were his abilities taking on a twisted quality, growing increasingly crooked? Well, it shouldn't matter, I suppose, he mused aloud, contemplating the state of his crooked existence. After all, my life has already taken a crooked path. Perhaps those lurking in the shadows, watching and reading from behind the scenes, stayed to relish my crooked nature. Karina, with her seductive lips parted as she gasped for breath, chimed in, her voice laced with mischief. Ha! Ha! It's not just your abilities that have become crooked, my dear. Even your plans are veering down a crooked path. You even had Kurenai seal her memories after the deed. Ha ha. Crooked, shameless, bad. Shino raised an eyebrow, teasing the beauty before him as he countered, oh? Would you no longer love me if I become so irredeemably bad? Karina's seductive laughter filled the room for a while, resonating with a mix of content and affection, before she finally responded. Ha. Ha. No matter how bad you become, my dearest, Karina will always love you just the same. With her arms encircling his neck and her face drawing near, Karina sealed any chance for Shino to respond. Their discussion regarding their future plans continued, and as they neared the completion of their current scheme, Shino found himself resisting the urge to implement it, burdened by some worries that weighed heavily on his mind. Separating from Shino, Karina, now catching her breath, locked her gaze on Shino, her eyes silently questioning his sudden hesitation. With a mere thought, Shino's hair returned to its deep brown shade, and his Genjutsu domain expanded to encompass the biosphere once more. Within moments, Yakumo emerged from the shadows, standing before him in the same state she had been left before. A sticky note hung down from the spot where Shino had stashed his clues, reminding him of their previous activities. Witnessing Yakumo's reappearance, Karina's once rosy face dimmed, and a trace of dissatisfaction seeped into her tone as she voiced her concerns. Shino, why her? Am I not enough? Shaking his head, Shino pulled Karina into a tender embrace, allowing her to find solace sitting by his side. He proceeded to explain, this time utilizing the system to convey his thoughts, their dialogue taking on a mysterious and cryptic quality. I do not like to leave risks unattended, factors outside of my control, no matter how small. She is not under your control, and may even have authority right below mine. Due to her being a separate entity, it is also unknown if she is actually truly under my control. To ensure your safety, I must feed her enough to completely assimilate her. This will ensure that she won't be able to escape my control and make any waves. Even if you can't control her, I won't have to worry about her betraying the hive. While Shino sent his comforting thoughts to Karina, he made sure to reinforce his affectionate words in reality, seeking to soothe his lover's concerns. You know the reason, Karina. You should understand that your place in my heart is unique and irreplaceable. So, there's no need for jealousy towards others. Karina pouted momentarily, her gaze sweeping over the silent doll standing before her. Eventually, she nodded, burying her face against Shino's chest, relishing in his scent. With Karina's accents, a smile tugged at the corners of Shino's lips as he focused his gaze on the motionless Yakumo. His voice carried a husky tone as he issued his command, do as we taught you before. Upon hearing his instructions, Yakumo tilted her head slightly as if processing his command before slowly lowering herself to a kneeling position. Then, with a distinct clack, the mouth on her demonic mask opened, a clear indication of the fire she was prepared to unleash. Resembling a rigid doll, her head bowed lower, the opening in the mask inviting the entry of the unknown, bringing a chilling sensation to Shino as his deep eyes fixated on her mechanically bobbing head. Despite her simplistic and unemotional movements, the cold simplicity of her task evoked a unique sensation within Shino, one that swiftly propelled him to unleash his lingering worries regarding their plan. Yakumo silently absorbed his concerns, yet her actions remained steadfast and unchanged, akin to a doll with no emotions. Only the silent swallowing motions of her throat indicated the fact that she was accepting all his worries, yet she swallowed even her own response, her mechanical actions continuing, a hint of variation mixed in her movements. On the other hand, Karina seemed attuned to Shino's anxieties, purposefully diverting his attention as she informed him, Shino, your clone has just accepted a new mission, but this time, it's not with Team 8. You might find this upcoming assignment intriguing. Curiosity sparked within Shino as he inquired, oh? What mission? Displaying the mission details on a holographic screen that appeared in Shino's vision, Karina elaborated, it's an escort mission to the land of the sea. This appears to be the Kma capture mission, and you marked it as an interesting mission in the database. Indeed, it does sound intriguing, Shino mused, a sense of anticipation rekindling within him. After all, there was a possibility of gathering valuable research data from one of Uncle Snake's hidden experimental labs. Furthermore, two notable characters were participating in this mission, Anko Mitarashi and Ino Yamanaka. Who will Shino's sinister machinations ensnare next? Who will Shino's evil hands stretch out to next? The possibilities were tantalizingly ripe, isn't it? Chapter 117, Arrival to Ocean. Stepping out from the dense forest, Shino came to a stop at the edge, his piercing gaze fixated on the vast expanse of the ocean before him. The salty wind carried the scent of adventure, and beyond the shimmering waves lay the distant islands, the starting destination of their current mission, escorting government funds to the land of water. However, a sea demon haunted the treacherous ocean routes, and they were also tasked with finding and defeating it. But as always, when the protagonist is around, the mission always held an added twist. A simple journey would be filled with unexpected turns and revelations. The wind is so salty. Naruto's groan resonated through the air, his blonde hair ruffling in the breeze. Indeed, Anko replied calmly, her eyes scanning the horizon. We've come far enough to catch a glimpse of the land of the sea. Ino, standing beside Shino, looked at the distant islands with wide-eyed curiosity. Is that the mother island? She innocently questioned, pointing towards the largest landmass. Anko's calm demeanor suddenly shattered, replaced by a look of terror. Her face contorted in fear, and she clutched her hand over her mouth, as if trying to suppress an overwhelming urge to vomit. The unexpected reaction didn't seem to be noticed by the others, but Shino subtly shook his head in disbelief. For goodness sake, how could someone of her caliber, a seasoned Jonin, display such a severe, unstable reaction? Honestly, in this mission, Anko seemed more like a liability than an asset, always conveniently incapacitated during critical moments, as if the only reason for her presence was to set a backstory for the upcoming filler. Shino couldn't help but ponder the nature of this filler mission, filled with exaggerated loopholes and a narrative that seemed to highlight Anko's incompetence, her uselessness, which was emphasized in a weighty manner in Boruto, where Anko indulged in food and became a background character. Almost at the same level as the original Shino. As Anko recovered from her shock, she muttered an excuse and hastily issued an order for them to find a boat ride. In a flash, she vanished, leaving behind a team of genin who had just come together for the first time on this mission. Shino couldn't help but feel a mix of frustration and amusement towards his absent-minded sensei. Though she could puff up her chest and boast of being reliable, if luck wasn't only their side, perhaps the original group may have capsized in the gutter during this mission. Naturally, this unreliable jonin was certainly not Shino's target. Instead, his layout on this trip this time was for him to forge good feelings with someone else, a character seemingly useless in the original Naruto and Shippuden series but with astounding achievements in Boruto, where her inventions played a vital role in Hidden Leaf Village's future defense. Ino's dissatisfied voice broke the silence, calling out in shock when she saw Anko vanishing. "Oh? Sensei? Come on. Guess it can't be helped." Naruto hollered, already forging ahead with his boundless enthusiasm, clearly not caring too much. "What are you doing, Shino?" Ino playfully teased, "We'll leave you behind, Shino." Before joining Naruto's stride. Shino's impassive gaze followed Naruto and Ino as they walked away, his steps following their lead as their figures gradually disappearing into the distance. His body moved with mechanical precision, his mind preoccupied with the multiple holographic feeds that flickered before his eyes. Shino's eyes flickered across the screens, each displaying a different scene unfolding in real time. It was as if he existed in two worlds simultaneously, one of physical presence, and the other of unseen surveillance. The bugs he had dispatched earlier scoured the area, their tiny forms blending seamlessly with the surroundings as they secured the perimeter, ensuring there was no presence of Uncle Snake. Another feed trailed after Anko, capturing her hastened departure as she went to recall her sealed affections she carried for her former teacher. Another screen showcased an aerial view of the ocean, the camera slowly advancing towards the cluster of islands in the distance. 4 islands stood before him: Mother, Taro, Jiro, and Demon. Their client was on Mother Island, but that wasn't Shino's goal. Shino's target was the island which hides the research lab, and it was evident which island bore the ominous presence, its very name a cliché testament to the malevolence it held. If anyone isn't able to guess, it's naturally the Demon Island. Clearly, its name screams there is something wrong with me. Of course, Shino didn't draw a conclusion based on something as unreliable as a name. He possessed knowledge of the original anime, and he naturally locked on to this island based on his memories. Despite its episodes akin to fillers, often underestimated and dismissed as inconsequential, Shino still did his best to recall the details of these side characters because hidden within these narratives were dormant powers, waiting to be harnessed. Just like Ikumo and her unique Kurama bloodline. Despite not being the strongest Genjutsu master, Ikumo's ability was still deemed the strongest Genjutsu in this world. If her bloodline was in the hands of a genius like Itachi, perhaps the Uchiha would have become Hokage. Yet confined to the realm of filler, her ability was simply wasted potential, something that could have been used in the series of Naruto Shippuden, but was completely forgotten by the author. Did anyone really believe that Ikumo's bloodline limit would disappear simply from stabbing her own inner demon? If she still had the ability, where was she during the war? On another note, the research conducted on Demon Island also intrigued Shino. The technique to transform humans into fishmen held untapped power, underestimated by those who witnessed its weak manifestation in the anime. Fishmen, as proven in other worlds like One Piece, were a strong race. If Shino could acquire this method, he could forge an aquatic Zerg race, dominating the oceans and securing a new territory where he could conceal his true self. Despite his secret plans, Shino knew the plot had to proceed, not solely out of necessity, but also due to Shino's fear of tampering too much in the presence of the protagonist. This mission was part of Naruto's trajectory that was carefully curated, leading him towards a potential female lead, even if their connection ended without a spark. Shino understood that the plot served as a delicate balance, one he dared not disrupt with his own ambitions. He could manipulate, scheme, and seize opportunities behind the scenes, but he had to ensure the overall narrative remained intact. Deviating too far from the predetermined path risked a formidable backlash he wasn't prepared to face. Shino knew the butterfly effects of his actions reverberated through this world, drawing suspicion from even Hidden Leaf Village. Many minor details had changed in many events, including the current one. Before the mission began, Anko was discreetly tasked with monitoring him on this mission, an event observed by the vigilant eyes of Karina's monitors scattered throughout the village, and this was different from the original. This reminded Shino that his actions had profound consequences, altering the very fabric of this world. Yet, despite these alterations, the Kuma capture mission unfolded eerily similar to the original storyline: same team, same task. Shino had been able to avoid the Baikashu mission with his efforts, but the timeline still somehow fell back into place. Something was amiss, as if an unseen hand guided the events surrounding the protagonist toward an inevitable outcome. The farther Shino distanced himself from Naruto, the more malleable the events became, but certain aspects remained immutable, etched in the annals of destiny. Perhaps he could have avoided the mission through some drastic means, but Shino was worried that if he didn't play by the book, the hidden existence may take drastic actions to remove the variable. Perhaps, his drastic alterations to the Baikashu mission may have been the reason a target was placed on his back. Now, Shino had awakened and returned to his steady, stable outlook, but the disconcerting feeling of being a mere pawn, with the trigger of fate held by another existence, still unsettled Shino. Worse of all, he was acutely aware that at any moment, that trigger could be pulled, aimed directly at him, rendering him powerless. And he lacked the strength to identify and counterattack the wielder of this weapon, leaving him in a state of vulnerability, passively awaiting for the opponent to make a move. And Shino didn't like this feeling. Alas, he could only helplessly wait for the outcome. But Shino vowed to rise above these uncertainties, to grow to a point where such worries held no sway over him. One day, he would no longer have these worries. Assuming nothing goes wrong with his survival plans. As the trio strolled through the bustling town, their steps unhurried, they took a moment to unwind and gather information before making their way to the docks. Naruto, being Naruto, couldn't help but steer the conversation toward a familiar name, Sasuke. But, Naruto's voice trailed off as he noticed Ino's displeasure at the mention of their former classmate. He fell silent, glancing at Shino, who walked by his side. Seizing the opportunity to shift the topic, Ino turned her attention to Shino, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Her words carried a hint of gossip. So, Shino, what are your thoughts on Hinata? Naruto tilted his head, confusion etching his features as he squinted his eyes and crossed his hands behind his head. Shino and Hinata? Shino raised an eyebrow, his attention piqued. What do you mean? Ino persisted, her words cloaked in mystery, yet Shino could decipher their implications. I mean, you know. I remember you two used to get along well. But after that mission, there was a change in your attitude. Shino maintained his composure, his voice steady. Nothing has changed. Ino's eyes darted towards Shino, searching for a response. Really? I beg to differ. Lately, Hinata has been, well, sad. And when asked, she refused to talk about it. But Kiba mentioned it had something to do with you. Silent for a moment, Shino's gaze lingered on the Kiba interruption variable in the database, incrementing its weight. Finally, he replied to Ino in his usual calm tone. Perhaps. Ah. Shino. Did you bully Hinata? Naruto's exclamation pierced the air as he pointed an accusing finger at Shino. Naruto. I'm sure Shino didn't mean that. You don't understand, so just be quiet and let him explain. Ino's glare bore into Naruto as she growled, her fist raised in defiance. She then turned her attention back to Shino, awaiting an explanation. Adjusting his glasses, Shino prepared his response. I regarded Hinata as a trusted companion, and she viewed me the same way. However, recently, her thoughts have become tangled. Ino chimed in, a sly smile playing on her lips. Isn't that normal when you spend so much time on a team together? Shino's calm voice cut through the conversation. You, Shikamaru, and Choji. Ino stumbled for a moment, catching herself before regaining her composure. There's nothing going on between us. It's impossible with those two. But our clans wait, we're talking about you, Shino. Don't change the subject. Shino calmly continued, you understand Hinata's personality, especially her reactions when with Naruto. If those emotions were to manifest toward me while we're on a mission, it could have consequences, as proven on our previous mission. Naruto, wearing an innocent expression, interjected. Me? What does this have to do with me? In unison, Ino and Shino glanced at Naruto before they turned their gazes away from him, avoiding eye contact. Oi? Oi? Don't just look away. Explain. Explain. Naruto's voice rang out, filled with genuine confusion and curiosity. Ino disregarded Naruto's confusion, her gaze fixed on Shino as she pressed further. Really? Nothing at all? Shino maintained his composed demeanor as he nodded. Hinata is a good friend. Understanding the implications behind Shino's words, Ino let out a frustrated sigh. Well, I had my hopes up for nothing. I thought there might be something more. But for the important part, it's best if you address it with her directly. I'll talk to her about her attitude during missions so that she doesn't continue to be moody. Please, Shino replied, his head bowing slightly in gratitude. Meanwhile, Naruto watched the interaction between his two teammates, his confusion still evident on his face as he absent-mindedly scratched his head. Are you guys not going to explain? However, Their attention was suddenly diverted to a nearby shop where a young girl, slightly older than them, stood in front of it. Her body and half of her face were wrapped in bandages, as if she had endured a severe injury. Normally, this sight may not have piqued Naruto's interest, but it was the unfair treatment the girl received from the shop owner that triggered Ino's sympathy. As a woman with a strong personality, both in the present and the future, Ino couldn't stand to see another girl being taken advantage of. It was this seemingly insignificant incident that captured Naruto's attention, setting up a link for the nosy protagonist and a seemingly random side character, who turns out to be caught in the whirlpool of events that would soon unfold. Chapter 118, Kuma capture begins as fate would have it. Their time spent idling in the village to accommodate the protagonist's role in triggering the plot with the female supporting character had resulted in a missed opportunity. They had arrived too late to secure a boatman, for none were willing to venture out past early evening due to the recent sea demon incidents. Consequently, Shino and Ino found themselves left with no choice but to embark on their own adventure, obtaining a boat to paddle across the darkening waters. The evening wore on, and as the moon rose, they patiently waited for Naruto, who had disappeared in pursuit of the damsel in distress, and Anko, who seemingly found solace in indulging in dango at a local shop. Anko's behavior was hardly surprising. There was no way she would spend the entire day recalling her missing memories about her past with her teacher. Naturally, her true calling lay in gathering valuable intelligence. At the dango shop. So there they were, Shino and Ino, left alone in the fading light, a setting that could easily be mistaken for a romantic date. However, the original Shino was known for his stoicism, rarely taking any effective actions during missions, even with Anko's assistance in pairing the two. But the transmigrated Shino was different. Equipped with the knowledge gathered by months of monitoring, he skillfully played his part. Treating the mission as if it were a dating sim, he carefully selected optimized dialogue choices to win Ino's favor. Yet, even as Shino engaged in conversation, he didn't waste a moment. Behind the scenes, secret preparations were underway. His zergs and bugs had infiltrated the research base, discreetly gathering valuable data and arranging ambushes to facilitate his future actions. Water-oriented bugs had been deployed, their presence disseminated in the nearby ocean, while the bugs within Shino's own body were replaced with those optimized for ocean combat and travel. "Oh, Shino, I never knew you were so talkative and funny," Ino remarked, her voice filled with genuine surprise and amusement. Unlike those other boys, one after another, causing more trouble than they're worth. And seriously, where did he go, that Naruto? And Sensei too? Ino's words, a mixture of compliments and complaints, resonated beside Shino as they waited patiently at the docks. Night had fallen, casting a blanket of darkness over the surrounding waters. Shino had made significant strides in bonding with Ino, but he knew he couldn't rush the process. There were still more events to come, opportunities to deepen their connection throughout the mission. As Naruto and Anko finally arrived, the group boarded their small wooden boat, with Naruto eagerly volunteering to take up the task of paddling, probably to serve as an apology for his prolonged absence. As the boat glided across the water, Shino's gaze shifted towards a distant rooftop, where two silhouettes observed them from afar. They were Kabuto's former teammates from the Chunin exams, the hidden sound spies, one who had suffered defeat at the hands of the plagiarizer and the other who lost to an opponent, who had been smashed by Shino himself. Twice. Though they held no particular significance, Shino was still interested in their dead bodies. So, Shino didn't make an effort to alter the course of events. Soon, the beautiful, serene night sea extended in every direction. Sailing on the dark ocean was inherently risky, but at least their boat wasn't named the Titanic. Still, it didn't spare them from the assault by Yoro and Miss Yumi, the hidden sound duo. Miss Yumi's elastic arms emerged from the depths, latching onto the oar and effectively immobilizing the boat, while Yoro conjured a swirling vortex, intending to engulf them. In a display of low IQ, Naruto mistakenly believed they had hit a rock, while Anko instructed the group to steer the boat away from the whirlpool. Despite knowing the boat was trapped, it was clear their situation was dire. Unlike in the original scenario, Shino refrained from rushing to Naruto's aid. He knew it would be futile, especially since his clone possessed considerably less strength than his main body. Instead, his focus shifted to Ino, his vision scanning the holographic displays as his underwater radars detected the indistinct outlines of their hidden enemies in the ocean depths. Observing Shino's inaction, Ino grew puzzled, but she still rose to her feet, offering her assistance. It was at that very moment that Shino sensed a disturbance in the water currents below, an unmistakable sign of an impending ambush. Swish! A long arm shot forth from the depths, wrapping around Ino like a tentacle, clearly favoring her over Shino in its choice of target. Yet Shino was prepared. With a firm grip on Ino's arm, he allowed himself to be pulled along. Ino screamed as she was hoisted into the air, while Shino maintained a calm gaze as they were drawn into the treacherous ocean. The force of the currents buffeted against Shino's transformed body, with his water-resistant bugs forming a protective layer to shield his non-water-oriented bugs from harm. Breathing was a non-issue for Shino's clone, as it did not require air because he had bugs that could produce air. Thus, the rapid descent into the depths presented no obstacle. Sadly, Ino was not as fortunate. Her mouth opened in shock, unwittingly ingesting water as her eyes remained fixed on Shino. Desperate for air, she tightly clung to his wrist, an instinctive action of a drowning person. However, the enemy had no intention of drowning them. Their goal was to render them unconscious by slamming them against the jagged rocks on the ocean floor. As the arm forcefully drove them downward, Shino strongly pulled Ino into his embrace, allowing his own body to absorb the impact. Naturally, he did not lose consciousness. Even if his head had been crushed, he would not succumb to unconsciousness, let alone a mere bump. Realizing its failure, the arm released its grip. It seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern its favored opponents, intentionally ignoring Shino. Meanwhile, in Shino's protective embrace, Ino gazed at him with concern, her eyes widening as she struggled to catch her breath. Suddenly, she saw Shino's face draw nearer, and a soft sensation locked her lips, her eyes widening in shock after realizing their situation. But, her initial shock soon gave way to relaxation as her eyes fluttered closed, her mouth responding, greedily devouring the precious air provided by Shino. With a soft puff, two heads emerged from the surface of the ocean. Shino clambered out, finding his footing on the water's surface, controlling his chakra to let him stand firmly upon the ocean surface. Then, Shino extended a hand towards Ino, who hesitated for a moment as her gaze lingered on his face, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Eventually, she reached out and grasped his hand, allowing him to pull her up. That. Shino. That was. Ino's voice faltered as she attempted to address the situation, her face still flushed with embarrassment. Shino met her gaze calmly and spoke in a composed tone. It was urgent. Saving you was my top priority. You. How could you, Amo? Ino shot him a glare, clearly dissatisfied with his response. However, when her eyes shifted to the ongoing battle, her concern overshadowed any lingering embarrassment from their exchange. On the other hand, Shino displayed no discernible emotional fluctuations. To him, it was merely a kiss, neither his first nor his main body. If Ino were to discover that she had been kissing a swarm of bugs, she would certainly not harbor any special feelings. Oh, but she would never know, not until it was too late. Hey! Surveying the scene, Shino observed Naruto engaging in playful antics with two small toads instead of summoning his shadow clones as distractions. Meanwhile, Anko showcased her formidable prowess worthy of a jonin, accentuating her ample assets as she unleashed the fire-style, Dragon Flame Jutsu, unleashing a wide-range stream of fire that cooked the ocean's surface and incinerated a water clone. But then, Anko was caught off guard from behind by Misumi, only to be swiftly kicked from behind by Naruto, who was subsequently dragged underwater from beneath by Yoro. Shino could have intervened, continuing the ambush chain and launching a surprise attack on Yoro from behind with his bugs, but he refrained. After all, the next chapter of the unfolding narrative was the love story scripted for Naruto. And so, the unconscious form of Naruto drifted in a whirlpool spawned by the enemy, a deliberate method to delay their investigation, transforming the protagonist into Naruto of the whirlpool. In truth, the original Shino could have rescued Naruto with his bugs, even while carrying Ino. However, he chose not to. Now, the transmigrated Shino still took no actions. Not only that, he even restrained Ino when she attempted to employ the mind destruction jutsu against their foes. After all, the ones standing in plain sight were mere clones, the true adversaries lurked hidden beneath the water's surface. Anko made no move to save Naruto either. As a jonin, she possessed the strength to shield Ino from an explosion, yet she appeared apprehensive about rescuing Naruto from a whirlpool that hadn't even drawn Naruto's blood. Such glaring loopholes, a characteristic of fillers. And thus, Naruto drifted unconscious at the ocean's depths, his head lightly tapping against a rock, jolting him awake. In his hazy state, he vaguely savored the memory of his kiss with Izarabi, the diver girl they had encountered earlier in the village. As Shino watched the unfolding events from his hidden base, a sense of excitement stirred within him. He commanded Karina, his queen performing cleaning duties, "Karina, make sure to record all of this. Ensure that it is captured in high definition. It will serve as perfect blackmail material in the future." "As you wish, Shino-sama," Karina responded dutifully. A chuckle escaped Shino's lips as he affectionately petted Karina's head. Her face puffed with jealousy due to his interactions with Ino. "Good girl," he remarked, seeking to reassure her. "Don't be jealous. I have no interest in her young self. There's still plenty of time before I bring her in." With a soft pop, Karina lifted her head, her tongue gliding over her lips to remove any lingering residue. She retorted, but she will be brought in eventually. Humphrey. Shino-sama's greed and lust are insatiable. Drawing Karina closer, Shino enveloped her in his embrace. Resting his chin on her shoulder, he whispered into her ear, I know I can be bad, but no matter how bad I become, you will always be my queen. The tickling sensation of his breath against her ear caused a faint blush to grace Karina's cheeks. She relaxed, leaning against Shino's chest, her voice reflecting a mixture of helplessness and exasperation as she replied, It's unfair when my dear speaks like this. It's unfair. Shino lingered over Karina's lips for a moment, his voice coaxing, So, my queen, will you forgive me? Filled with affection, Karina gazed into Shino's eyes, closing her own as she accepted his embrace. As the two lovers bonded in their secret base, within the walls of a small, dilapidated wooden house, Naruto also experienced the protagonist's special treatment. Like an immortal fallen from grace in a cliché Chinese novel, Naruto was taken in by a village girl who tended to his injuries with meticulous care. Soon, he regained consciousness, nurtured and fed by the village girl and drawn into her tragic backstory, which bore striking similarities to his own. From rescuing the village girl to sharing a kiss to their similar backstories, they embodied the essence of a cliché couple. Unfortunately for Naruto, his true love was the one who had stolen his first kiss. Despite all that the village girl had done for him, he could only give his Arabi the good person card. And thus, their brief romance ended before it could truly blossom. It was the end. The end of this story. Chapter 119, Into the enemy lair. As Anko departed, once again leaving Shino and Ino alone on the boat sailing under the rising sun, an intriguing atmosphere settled between them. If one were to judge solely based on appearances, it would seem as though the author of Naruto had paired Ino and Shino together after all. Although the original pairing never came to fruition, Shino was determined to change that outcome this time around. According to the plan, this was the moment for Shino to engage Ino in comforting dialogue. However, their current situation felt peculiar. Ino's worry for Naruto seemed overshadowed by her constant glances in Shino's direction, her eyes betraying unspoken thoughts and concealed questions. What's wrong? Shino inquired, his understanding evident in his tone. Ino turned her head away, her blonde bangs swaying as she responded with a grumpy tone, nothing. Closing the distance between them with a few steps, Shino sat beside Ino, causing her to shift uncomfortably. He cast a sidelong glance, his deep eyes concealed behind his glasses as he pressed further, still thinking about it. Ino huffed in annoyance, glaring back at Shino, her fist clenched as she grumbled, How can I not? That was supposed to be my first. I wanted to save that for Sasuke-kun. In a cute display of frustration, Ino waved her fists threateningly in Shino's face, as if she desired to strike him. However, her trembling ceased when Shino's warm hand gently clasped her fist. Ino, you're gorgeous, Shino declared, his tone serious as his gaze bore into her. Ino froze in shock, her body tensing, a faint blush creeping onto her face. Her mind raced, contemplating the possibilities of the situation before screaming inwardly, No way, is this a confession? But Shino's subsequent words extinguished her hopes like a bucket of cold ocean water. You're beautiful, and there will be many guys pursuing you in the future. You're still young, so there's no need to think too much regarding romantic affairs right now. A metaphorical string snapped within Ino's mind. Fury surged through her, causing her face to redden, her other fist crashing down onto Shino's chest. Punch after angry punch followed as she vented her frustration, all the while ranting, You! Shino! I never knew you were so irresponsible. With a slight tilt of his head, Shino played the role of the clueless recipient. This response perfectly aligned with the path of conquering Ino's heart. After releasing her pent-up anger through a barrage of punches, Ino eventually came to a halt, huffing as she turned her face away in indignation. The tension between them remained, thick with unspoken words and unresolved emotions. As their boat reached the intended destination, Anko emerged, her eyes sweeping over the duo of an angry Ino and a silent Shino. A mischievous glint danced in her eyes as she donned a gossipy expression, questioning, Oh? What's the matter with you two? Ino marched forward, her voice curt, nothing in particular. Shino adjusted his glasses and shrugged, but Anko swiftly wrapped her arm around his shoulder, her face sporting a sly smile as she licked her lips, encouraging him, Go for it. You can do it. Shino wanted to retort, It's not what you think, but before he could explain, Anko interrupted with a knowing tone, There's no need to deny it. I understand, I completely understand. Ah, it's good to be young. No, I'm still young. Why did I say that line? Well, whatever. Let's get going, let's get going. Our client is waiting. Anko waved her hand animatedly, taking the lead. Soon, they met their client, hitted, and finalized the plan for tomorrow's escort. Once again, the group split up to resume their search for Naruto, and Anko orchestrated the perfect setting for Shino and Ino to remain together. Silently trailing beside Ino, Shino observed her expressions, noting how she sneakily glanced at him from time to time, only to avert her gaze in anger. However, as they spent the day searching side by side, her anger gradually subsided, replaced by growing concern as Naruto remained elusive. Unable to bear the silence any longer, the tension overwhelmed Ino, and she huffed out her frustration. "Why have you been so quiet all day, Shino? At least use your bugs to help find Naruto." Shino glanced over, adjusting his glasses as he calmly replied, "I have." Rolling her eyes, Ino pressed further, "Well, did you find him then?" Shino nodded, his response simple and concise, "Yeah." "Ah." Ino's voice escalated in exasperation, her raised fist aimed at Shino's chest. "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Shino's calm demeanor remained as he responded, "So I could spend more time with you." Ino froze, a faint blush tinting her cheeks before swiftly fading, as if a realization washed over her. Her clenched fist made contact with Shino's chest, expressing her frustration. "She doesn't know. Don't say misleading things." After venting her pent-up emotions, Ino glared at Shino, her gaze lingering on his face before averting her eyes as she muttered, "Humphrey. It's not bad, but not as good-looking as Sasuke-kun." Shino tilted his head, a hint of confusion in his expression. Ino replied dismissively, swiftly turning around, "Never mind. Hurry up, Shino, lead us to Naruto." Shino adjusted his glasses, his voice steady as he responded, "Yeah." On their way over, they encountered Anko, who couldn't contain her curiosity and questioned Shino about how he managed to find Naruto. Shino spun a tale, recounting the clues involving the sea demon he learned about from the villagers and Izarabi, who had returned from being spirited away. He explained how he sent his bugs on a search mission based on this crucial information. In reality, Shino was well aware of these details from the anime, and he had meticulously orchestrated everything, carefully laying out the pieces of his plan over the course of several days. His control over the unfolding events was absolute. Naturally, Shino led the group to witness Izarabi moving stealthily along the beach, heading toward a secret opening in the rocky walls. The gap revealed a hidden cove, where they watched Izarabi transform into a half-fish humanoid. However, she was not the enchanting mermaid they had imagined. Instead, she resembled a true fish monster with green scales and fins. Ino, quick on her feet, rushed after Izarabi, using her instincts and tactics influenced by Shikamaru to block her escape. With a well-placed explosive tag, she sealed off the exit of the cove. Meanwhile, Shino effortlessly employed his shuriken technique, ensnaring Izarabi with his wires. It required minimal effort, as he had no intention of holding her captive. If Shino had truly desired to trap her, he possessed far superior methods in his arsenal, but it wasn't necessary to reveal them. As if on cue, Naruto arrived right on time, and Izarabi seized the opportunity to escape. Yaro, making a timely appearance, took Izarabi away, while Anko conveniently passed out, effectively preventing them from pursuing the enemy. The timing of these events seemed too perfect, raising suspicions of manipulation. The others didn't seem to notice, but so many coincidences aligned flawlessly, prompting doubts to creep into Shino's mind. Of course, all of this was done under the condition that Shino did not wish to make drastic alterations just yet, as he wanted to avoid direct conflict with the other forces at play. He was buying himself more time for thorough preparation. If Shino had truly desired to reshape the course of events, he could have easily ensured that this mission never existed in the first place, just like the Baikashu mission. But, doing so had consequences, and Shino knew the backlash would come sooner or later. As for this mission, there were beneficial points of interest for both parties involved. So, Shino did not intervene too much, allowing the plot to progress smoothly without any hitches. Soon, Anko regained consciousness and provided them with an exposition about Demon Island. Conveniently, she remembered and shared vital details that propelled the plot forward, including mentions of Orochimaru to capture Naruto's attention. It remained unknown whether this was intentional. After all, by now, everyone was well aware of Naruto's unwavering determination when it came to his true love, Sasuke. He would never let any clues slip by unnoticed, and mentioning Orochimaru was the perfect method to herd him towards confronting the enemy. Undeterred by the mysteries surrounding their journey, the group pressed on, guided by Anko's newfound memories and aided by Shino's vigilant bugs serving as scouts. Their path led them to a secret entrance in the forest, with stairs leading down to a corridor. Soon, the group found themselves in a small chamber, and unlike the original anime scene, it was mostly empty except for a single illuminated experimental chamber. Standing before it, Shino, Naruto, and Ino observed the strange creature suspended within, its existence shrouded in intrigue. Unexpectedly, a clunk echoed through the chamber, and a trapdoor beneath them opened wide, plunging them into a dizzying free fall towards the expansive stone chamber below. Even in the midst of the fall, Shino calmly adjusted his glasses, his satisfaction evident in successfully fixing a loophole. In the original cultivation lab, there were numerous chambers housing experimental subjects. However, in this modified scenario, only one chamber remained, conveniently positioned next to the trapdoor. Where did the rest go? Shino had secretly plundered the rest, leaving behind this strategic arrangement. After all, Shino had always wondered, how had the original trio unfortunately stand above the trapdoor in the original anime? Clearly, trapdoors did not sprawl across the entire room. The primary defense consisted of the chimeras that Anko had to confront after the trio left. Yet, somehow, the trio had found themselves standing precisely above the trapdoor, ensuring their descent into the clutches of their primary adversary, as if guided by an invisible hand. Regardless, their encounter with Yoro unfolded as expected. In a confident tone, Shino urged the fiery Naruto, "Go ahead. It appears I am the perfect opponent for him." With Naruto and Ino departing to find their way up, Shino was left to confront Yoro. Wait, although Yoro sought to stop the other two from leaving, his face suddenly drained of color, frozen in a state of terror as his body stiffened, his entire body trembling, visibly struggling against an unseen assailant. Tap. 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 The fading echoes of Naruto and Ino's footsteps resonated in the distance as Yoro fixated his gaze on Shino. His voice quavered as he inquired, "When did you put them inside me?" Shino turned his gaze towards Yoro, his voice steady as he replied, "The dead doesn't need to know." Then, a relentless swarm of bugs erupted from within Yoro's body, clogging his throat and muffling his cries as they enveloped his entire body. A torrent of chittering insects coiled around him, soon vanishing into the gaping maw of a grotesque creature, a merciless Zerg transport drone, devouring its living prey. Yoro, the willing pawn who had played his role, was swiftly eliminated, leaving only the living victim for interrogation. Unfurling a scroll, Shino summoned forth a cloud of smoke that coalesced into a mass of bugs, rapidly coalescing into a perfect clone of himself. After a series of swift hand signs, the clone transformed into a flawless replica of Yoro, nodding to Shino before setting off to rendezvous with Ameki. Meanwhile, the remaining Shino surged forward, his purpose clear as he hastened to rejoin the team, prepared to execute the next phase of his intricate layout. Chapter 120, End of Commission. Silently reuniting with the group, Shino observed the unfolding drama between Naruto and Izarabi. Amongst them, only Anko's keen eyes acknowledged his presence, her gaze briefly lingering on him, recognizing his return. However, Anko's senses soon prickled with danger, prompting her instinct to protect Ino. But before she could react, Shino was already in motion. "Be careful." Anko and Shino's voice sliced through the chaos in unison as Shino enveloped Ino in a protective embrace, leaving her shocked and unable to resist his hold. Boom. A thunderous explosion shattered the rocky walls and ceiling, hurling colossal chunks of debris towards the group. Shino shielded Ino with his body, absorbing the brunt of the blast, his transformation wavering on the edge of dissolution. Thankfully, he had prepared a legion of bugs to mitigate the damage, sacrificing them to ensure his physical integrity remained intact. "Shino?" Ino's concerned voice resonated from beneath him, her eyes brimming with worry. "Ino, are you alright?" Puff. Blood spewed from Shino's mouth, staining the ground before Ino, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Shino. Seriously, don't scare me." Struggling to rise, Shino asserted, "I'm alright." "You don't look alright, no matter how I look at it." Ino growled angrily, supporting Shino. "Idiot. Why would you do that?" Shino remained silent, his gaze boring into Ino until her eyes shifted away uneasily before shifting his gaze towards the unconscious form of Anko, who had shielded Naruto from harm but had collapsed atop him, preventing his pursuit of the enemy. Seriously? Even with his intervention, Anko still laid flat. And now, Ameki and Izarabi left on schedule, heading off to set the stage for the next part of the play. "Damn it." Naruto growled, his battered body struggling to dislodge the weight of Anko and her assets. That Yoro, always so unreliable, managing to escape so swiftly. "Missouri, the knockoff Mr. Fantastic," proclaimed with confidence, his gaze sweeping over the trio as he cracked his knuckles. "But I'm different. And I will take care of this right away." Flip. Missouri's arm elongated, hurtling towards Ino, who was supporting Shino. In an instant, Shino pushed Ino out of harm's way, allowing Missouri's arms to ensnare him instead. "Shino." Ino's voice echoed with shock and worry, simultaneously overlapping Naruto's voice. This deviation was unexpected. Shino didn't expect Missouri to change his target. It seemed he had avoided targeting Naruto due to the limitations imposed by Anko's weighty presence. But this didn't affect his plans much. As the constricting force tightened around him, Shino maintained his composure. He possessed the means to let his bugs disperse, allowing Missouri's arms to pass through his incorporeal form, enabling his escape. Yet, he refrained from doing so because he knew. Mind destruction jutsu. Ino's voice reverberated within the confines of the chamber. Soon, the sinuous arms entangling Shino loosened their grip, allowing him to crumple to the ground, one knee bearing his weight. Looking up, Missouri's limbs had lost control, stretching out and tying themselves to the pillars conveniently located nearby. His own stretchy appendages now bound him, rendering him helpless, a courtesy of Ino's ninjutsu. Witnessing this turn of events, Shino couldn't help but wonder. Well, why didn't anyone try this method on Luffy in One Piece? Oops. Wrong topic. There isn't time for his thoughts to stray at the moment. Ignoring Missouri's feeble third-rate villain final words, Ino hurried over to Shino, offering her support while a mixture of guilt and concern permeated her voice. Shino, are you okay? No problem, Shino assured her, standing on his own to demonstrate his well-being. Oi? Shino may be fine, but I could use some help here. Naruto's voice interjected, persistently struggling to extricate himself from underneath Anko's weight. Sensei is, really heavy. A swift smack landed on Naruto's head, a kunai placed menacingly close to his face as Anko weakly lifted her head. Her tongue darted across her lips as she uttered, "What did you say?" "Ah, sorry." Naruto's apology hung in the air as he lay sprawled on the ground, his gaze vacant and fixed ahead, a clear manifestation of fear. The building trembled suddenly, accompanied by cascades of rocks and debris descending from above. The base is collapsing. We need to get out of here, Ino declared, rushing to assist Anko. The quartet swiftly dashed towards the exit, leaving Missouri behind, his frantic screams for help gradually transforming into horrified shrieks that reverberated through the crumbling corridors. Though the group cast a fleeting glance back, they did not turn back to witness the fate befalling their vanquished adversary. Only Shino comprehended the true misery Missouri had met. Guided by Shino's bugs, the group successfully navigated their escape from the collapsing base, arriving at the exit, where Anko's snake summoning technique carried them out. With a note of concern in his voice, Naruto hurried towards the conveniently floating boat near the exit, eager to catch up with the transport ships. Ino followed suit, offering her assistance. Shino was about to join them when a sudden arm wrapped around his shoulder, halting his steps. Well, not bad, brat. You played your part quite well, Anko remarked, her gaze fixed on Ino, her tongue flicking across her lips. But did you really have to play so big? You shouldn't have needlessly injured yourself on a mission. That is not what a responsible ninja should do. Adjusting his glasses, Shino met Anko's gaze with a calm demeanor. Tomato juice. Anko's eyes narrowed as she stared at Shino, rolling her eyes before releasing her hold on him, allowing him to proceed. Observing Shino as he joined Naruto and Ino, a sly smile played upon Anko's lips. Retrieving a handkerchief from her pocket, she unfurled it, revealing a faint stain of red. Bringing it to her nose, Anko inhaled the scent, a dark smile forming on her face. Brat, do you really think I can't tell the difference between tomato juice and the smell of blood? Ah. Such a good boy. It's such a pity, someone is willing to pay handsomely to get his hands on your blood. Don't blame me, Sensei has been a bit strapped for cash lately. Effortlessly concealing the handkerchief within a scroll, Anko resumed her usual expression, rejoining the group, ready to embark on the escort mission for their client. Of course, Shino hadn't missed Anko's covert actions. His bugs had detected her discreetly collecting the blood he had spat out. However, Shino harbored no concerns. After all, he wasn't foolish enough to carry his own blood on his clone. Such an act would defeat the purpose of employing clones in the first place, introducing unnecessary risks, particularly if he were to encounter adversaries like Hidan. He would never jeopardize his main body's safety for the sake of leaving behind a trail of blood. Nevertheless, just because he couldn't carry his own blood didn't mean he couldn't carry the blood of others. A mischievous thought crossed Shino's mind, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. Hey, I wonder who will end up being pitted by my blood, he mused, a sense of satisfaction enveloping him as the boat rowed off towards the nearby mother island. As the group reached the port, a disheartening sight awaited them. The transport ships were nowhere to be seen. It was expected that someone entrusted with the responsibility of overseeing such crucial government funds transportation, like it did, would possess at least a modicum of intelligence. Yet, he had succumbed to a simple ruse, believing a report from the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas that lacked any form of legitimate signatures. The consequence of his gullibility soon unfolded before their eyes. The ships were left capsized in the mire, victims of the assault orchestrated by Azarabi and the imposter Yoro, who had acquired new techniques from the real Yoro and was putting them to the test, beginning with the insidious demonic illusion, descending Hell-jutsu. An illusionary inferno engulfed the vessels, coercing their occupants to leap into the tumultuous waters, only to be met by an even graver peril, an overwhelming whirlpool conjured by the formidable water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. With impeccable timing, Anko's team arrived on the scene, ready to take action. Shino, driven by a relentless determination, honed in on his designated adversary, the counterfeit Yoro. It was a destined battle between his worst enemy, himself. Ahem. Inside Shino's secluded base, Kurenai relinquished her control over the Yoro clone, granting control to Karina. A subtle blush graced Kurenai's features as she stole glances at the enchanting figure of Karina, whose body swayed and danced with an alluring grace. You two can continue with the charade. I shall retreat to the laboratory to develop my Genjutsu, Kurenai spoke, her voice carrying a hint of shyness. As Kurenai swiftly departed the room, Shino remained behind, his gaze fixed on the provocative display Karina had orchestrated, driven by her irrational jealousy over his manly treatment towards Ino. It was merely a performance, a play they had both agreed upon, yet Karina's inner imagination had run rampant, igniting feelings of envy within her, resulting in her active methods to regain his attention. However, Shino found this cute, a captivating aspect of their shared existence that injected vivacity into their lives. Though tempted by Karina's seductively twisting lithe form, her touches, and teasing licks that persistently tested his resolve, Shino resisted, maintaining his unwavering focus. After all, he knew that this was a catalyst for her persistence, a means to encourage her to work harder. On the other end's battlefield, a whirlwind of clashes and confrontations unfolded. Shino's clone engaged in a mesmerizing display of chakra absorption with the Yoro clone, their energies intertwining and circulating like a mystical dance of Daiki, each draining the other's chakra in a flashy spectacle. Barely noticed in the background in the original anime. Simultaneously, Ino sprang into action, swiftly rescuing the imperiled sailors, while Naruto confronted Izaribi, ready to confront her with his persuasive art of negotiation. Anko, driven by her unwavering confidence, pursued Amaki, boldly labeling him a pervert, but alas, her resilience was short-lived. In a disheartening recurrence, she succumbed to unconsciousness yet again, courtesy of a single jar of powder that released a potent sleeping smoke. How many times had Anko passed out during critical moments on this mission? Nevertheless, her delay allowed Naruto to unleash the power of his art of negotiation upon Izaribi. Playing his role as the supporting villain, Amaki willingly added fuel to Naruto's persuasive flames, blatantly exposing his own sinister plans and revealing the harsh truth to Izaribi, as if his intellect had been degenerated to a staggering degree. His actions unwittingly drove his valuable combat unit into the hands of the enemy, as if guided by an external force. Not only that, oddly enough, Amaki made a critical error in judgment. Despite defeating Naruto, he opted to summon a colossal waterborne sea monster to drown the young protagonist, seemingly disregarding the numerous alternative methods at his disposal. He could have incapacitated Naruto with another jar of chemicals, killed him with a swift kunai strike, or simply forced him to drown in the vast ocean that surrounded them. The sheer number of viable options available were uncountable, yet he didn't use any of them. Honestly, Amaki's actions was simply another source of evidence that an unseen puppeteer manipulated the villains in this realm like mere pawns. After all, Amaki, though a third-rate villain, possessed the cunning of an exemplary evil scientist. He had successfully reverse-engineered one of Orochimaru's failed experiments, a feat that showcased his intelligence. His original intelligence wasn't low at all, yet, in this pivotal moment, he made an inexplicably foolish choice. Either he was secretly a good guy playing the villain, wanting to save Izaribi because he watched her grow up and treated her as his daughter. Or, his IQ got a debuff, a result of encountering and standing on the opposite side of the protagonist. The former seemed far less plausible than the latter in Shino's discerning eyes. The battlefield erupted with a climactic turn of events as Naruto unleashed his formidable Nine-Tails mode, a power that manifested as a devastating area of effect attack. Unfortunately, this attack inflicted more damage upon his own team than their intended enemies. In the face of this peril, fortune smiled upon them. Ino swiftly came to the rescue, saving the Shino from Yoro, while Shino, in turn, safeguarded Ino. It was a synchronized display of heroism, carefully choreographed by Shino to raise his affection with Ino and provide the perfect excuse for his Yoro clone to vanish from the battlefield. You saved me. Breathing a sigh of relief, Ino's light blue eyes fixated on Shino as she murmured her gratitude, her voice laced with a mixture of unknown emotion and relief. As the final battle commenced, Naruto summoned the colossal toad, Gamabunta, whose colossal leaps and splashes drenched the surrounding area, including their own team. Wait. Don't come over here, Naruto. Ino frantically warned Naruto to steer clear, but her words fell on deaf ears. Shino, completing his role, stepped forward, shielding Ino from most of the water with his body, creating an impromptu umbrella with the aid of his water-repellent bugs to shield her from the rest. Ino's gaze lingered on the soaked Shino, a faint blush arising upon her face. But soon, Embarrassment gripped Shino as she noticed the curious gazes of the soaked individuals surrounding them. Her initial blush fading, replaced by a simmering anger directed towards the oblivious Naruto. Her anger reached its boiling point, her clenched fists swinging through the air as she vowed, "Damn Naruto. I'm going to rip you apart when the mission is over. Remember that." Her words resonated with determination, leaving no doubt about her intent, diverting everyone's attention from her true thoughts. The ensuing fight lacked any real suspense, merely serving as filler to prolong the narrative. The only truly suspenseful aspect was the covert capture of the sea monster's spiritual core before its eventual unsummoning. Shino, aided by Kurina's discreet assistance, flawlessly executed this pivotal task, evading detection from their oblivious companions. With the mission successfully completed, the group took a well-deserved rest before embarking on their journey back to the mainland. A sense of accomplishment and contentment pervaded the air, promising a harmonious conclusion to their endeavor. A happy ending seemed within grasp for all. But as always, coincidences loomed on the horizon, ready to disrupt the peace for the unfortunate. In the subterranean layer of the Land of Fire, a peculiar sight unfolded. A humanoid figure, ghostly white in complexion, swam effortlessly beneath the Earth's surface, stealthily navigating its way in search of valuable intelligence. This mysterious entity, a sentinel of secrecy, possessed a grotesque countenance that sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld it. Unexpectedly, during its journey, the creature suddenly encountered an obstacle, colliding against a surface it couldn't burrow through with its mayfly technique. Its yellow eye narrowed, fixating on the barrier before it, plain dirt akin to the ground around him, but the exemplary spy could notice something was amiss. A wicked grin slowly crept across its distorted visage as certain parts of its form transformed into wood, seamlessly melding with the hidden structure before it. Like a drill, the creature burrowed into the solid edifice, defying the limitations of conventional intrusion. Sensing the foreign presence, the insects that encased the structure and the very walls themselves surged with apprehension, detecting the invasive entity's presence. However, their efforts proved futile, for the seasoned infiltrator had already gained entry. With its all-seeing eye surveying the concealed base, a malevolent grin etched itself upon the creature's face. It disregarded the agony inflicted upon its own form, as if unaffected by the flesh-rending appendages and the ravenous swarm of insects consuming its being. With a hiss that sent shivers down the spine, the creature addressed the man, clad in the distinctive attire of the Aburame clan, who appeared before it, its words laced with an eerie blend of triumph and menace. "Found you." Chapter 121. The trigger. Shino stood in silence, his gaze fixed upon the lifeless body of the white Zetsu sprawled upon the cold dissection table. A deep frown etched itself onto his face as the weight of reality crashed down upon him. He had thought he was worrying too much, his reactions over-exaggerated. But now, reality slapped him on the face. What is a coincidence? This is. To make it worse, the events unfolding around him seemed more than mere coincidences because they bore the mark of a grand design of some unknown existence. What is an abhorrent plot device to push the story forward? This nonsense. Suppressing his anger and inner turmoil, Shino swiftly regained his composure, aware that the trigger had been pulled and time was now running out. As he carefully sealed the corpse of the white Zetsu within a scroll, his voice resonated with solemnity as he addressed Kurina. "Kurina, is everything prepared?" Reflecting the urgency of their situation, Shino briskly headed towards the entrance of their now relatively empty base. "Yes, Shino. I've absorbed our lair, leaving only the interior structures which can't be moved. We are ready to depart at any moment," Kurina responded, her gaze momentarily shifting towards Kurenai. "However, our insect monitors have detected an approaching force, intent on intercepting us." "Hidden Leaf Village?" Shino inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "Yes," Kurina confirmed. "It appears that news of our location has reached Root. Not long ago, Danzō stormed into Tsunoda's office, armed with compelling evidence regarding our involvement with the nobles in the capital city and linking us to the activities of the corpse stealers during critical events such as the Hidden Leaf Village crush, the Sasuke retrieval mission, and the cemetery theft incidents around the world. How he acquired this evidence remains a mystery, but it has pushed Tsunoda to take action. Hidden Leaf Village ninjas have been dispatched and are rapidly closing in on our location." Shino's fist clenched, his frustration simmering within. The inevitable had come to pass. Damn Danzō. He had the evidence all along but chose to strike at the opportune moment to push me out completely. As expected of that old thing. Well played, indeed. Turning his gaze towards Kurenai, Shino sought reassurance as he asked, "Are you clear on the anti-Hidden Leaf Village plan and your role within it?" Kurenai's eyes delved into the depths of the intel on Hidden Leaf Village Jonins displayed before her. Her fist clenched tightly as she bowed her head slightly, a hopeless resignation emanating from her. "Yes, I am fully aware of my responsibilities and will fulfill my part." "Good," Shino nodded approvingly. "Prepare yourself and get dressed. Time is of the essence. Hearing his command, Kurenai's gaze lingered on a particular display, one that showcased Asuma's portrait with his vulnerabilities explicitly outlined. The critical link in the anti-Asuma plan was highlighted in bold. Kurenai herself. Closing her eyes to regain her emotional equilibrium, she swiftly adorned the mask and hooded Akatsuki cloak, both formed from living biomass. Following suit, Kurina also adorned a similar attire, while Shino saw no need to change his own appearance. After all, his true identity had already been exposed. However, he utilized the transformation technique to assume the guise of his younger self once more. It's best to not disclose any semblance of his aging self, lest it draws those lunatics to stalk him for research purposes. Arriving at the entrance, a transport drone emerged from the ground, its wide maw agape, ready to receive its occupants. Surveying the base he had called home for an extended period, Shino snuffed out the lingering attachments and issued the command with unwavering determination. "All right, let's go." Turning on his heels, Shino strode purposefully towards the awaiting transport, with Kurina and Kurenai by his side. The jaws of the drone sealed shut, and the vehicle descended into the depths of the earth, seamlessly navigating through the earth, embarking on their daring escape, leaving behind their sanctuary. Not long after the transport drone had departed, a squad of stealthy root ninjas breached the outer walls of the hidden base. They fanned out, their senses heightened as they searched for their elusive targets. However, their eyes widened in sheer disbelief as the walls, ceiling, and ground around them ignited with flickering explosive tags. "No! It's a trap!" one of the root ninjas cried out in alarm, but before they could escape, boom! The deafening explosions reverberated through the air, shaking the very foundation of the base, incinerating all the infiltrators and wiping away the existence of the base itself. Afar, the escaping transport drone was momentarily rattled, but it pressed on undeterred. Shino adjusted his glasses calmly. "Hey, they entered the trap game, and we've hit the jackpot." Suddenly, thick wooden roots drilled forth from the surrounding ground like relentless tentacles, ensnaring the transport drone in their firm grip. With a vice-like squeeze, the roots tugged the drone upwards, dragging it towards the surface. As the transport Zerg breached the subterranean realm, its cavernous maw opened wide, allowing Shino, Kurina, and Kurenai to gracefully leap out from within. Behind them, the wooden pillars wrapping the transport drone tightened, squeezing and crushing the transport drone into a mess of flesh and vibrant blood. Moments afterwards, the wooden pillars shot towards the trio, resembling living tendrils driven by sinister intent. Reacting swiftly, the three evaded the onslaught, their movements fluid and calculated. As he flickered backwards, Shino raised his hand. "Arise." A wave of Zerg drones erupted from the earth's depths, unleashing a torrent of insects from their gaping maws. The swarm surged forward akin to a crashing wave, converging upon the wielder of the wood style hidden within the surrounding forest. In a blur of motion, Yamato, the controller of the wood style, deftly dodged the assault. His hand transformed into a forest of wooden pillars, piercing forward to obstruct the advancing wave of insects. Yet, despite his efforts, the sheer number of insects overwhelmed him. Some of them latched onto his wood style, draining its chakra and gnawing through the wood, while others weaved through the pillars to assail Yamato's body directly. However, their momentary triumph was short-lived. Shino's brow furrowed as he soon detected an anomaly within Yamato's body. It was not flesh and blood but a firm and hard structure. It was a wood clone, cleverly deployed to deceive him. True to his suspicions, Yamato's wooden duplicate gradually reverted to its original form, transforming into a deformed wooden container and gobbling up the assaulting swarm of bugs, entrapping them within. And Yamato's assault did not cease there. In a flicker of movement, another Yamato appeared behind the trio, his voice resonating with an authoritative tone. Wood style, wood locking wall. With Yamato as the center, from left and right, towering pillars of wood emerged, interlocking with precision to form a dome-like structure, sealing off any possible escape route. The only exit was the very spot where Yamato stood. "Shino-kun, return to Hidden Lee Village with me. You cannot escape." Even as Yamato spoke, he prepared to unleash his next onslaught, his hands forming seals, but a familiar voice, filled with urgency, pierced through the air from nearby. "Captain Tomato." "Wait." The attention of the assembled group was abruptly diverted as a young girl swiftly approached, her Byakugan deactivating as she gracefully landed beside Yamato. The sight of her brought a surge of familiarity. The girl was none other than Hinata. Shortly after Hinata's arrival, Kiba and Akamaru landed nearby, their eyes fixated on Shino, their expressions a mixture of emotions difficult to discern. "Captain Tomato, let me talk to Shino-kun." I don't believe Shino-kun would do such a thing. Please, let me persuade him to return with us and clear everything up," Hinata pleaded earnestly, her gaze locked onto Shino. Her fingers trembled nervously, betraying her underlying anxiety. Yamato's gaze shifted from the composed Shino to the two masked figures by his side, lingering for a moment on the red pupils faintly visible through the eye hole of one of the masks. After a brief hesitation, he relented. Only this time. 5 minutes at most. Hearing Yamato's agreement, a hint of derision crossed Shino's thoughts. 5 minutes, the calculated time it would take for the rest of the Jonin to arrive and complete Hidden Leaf Village's encirclement. It was a flawlessly timed calculation. Uncertain about facing them alone, Yamato had reluctantly agreed to delay time, and Shino, fully aware of the game being played, decided to play his part as well. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, her hand pressed against her racing heart as she fixed her gaze on Shino, who remained stoic and composed. Taking hesitant steps forward, she called out, "Shino-kun?" "Yeah," Shino responded with unwavering composure. Hinata's lips curled into a slight smile upon hearing his voice, her tension easing as she quickened her pace to approach him. She stopped before him, her eyes darting uncertainly between Kurenai, and Shino, before she mustered the courage to ask, "Who are these two older sisters?" "Huh? Who is she calling old?" Kurena's body tensed and almost lost her composure, ready to deliver a stern reprimand, but Shino's calming touch on her shoulder quickly brought her back to composure. Turning to Hinata, Shino smiled softly as he replied, "They are my lovers." "LL lovers?" Hinata stammered, her shock evident on her face. Even Kiba and Akamaru stood wide-eyed, their gazes shifting between the two older sisters. Yamato's eyes also displayed a flicker of intrigue, sensing the air of gossip, although Shino knew he was discreetly preparing the methods that ensnared them in the background. After Hinata scanned the two sisters once more, her gaze fixed upon their chests for a moment before her self-confidence seemed to waver. Bowing slightly and recognizing her defeat, she mustered her courage before asking, "You Shino-kun, the Hokage and many other ninjas say that you were. You have." Observing her hesitance, Shino calmly finished her sentence, "Betrayed Hidden Leaf Village?" A tremor coursed through Hinata's body, her head bowing even lower as she nodded timidly. A brief silence hung between them before Shino inquired, "Hinata, do you believe them, or do you believe me?" Hesitation flickered across Hinata's white eyes as they met Shino's unwavering gaze. She whispered softly, I believe in Shino-kun. Shino-kun is not that type of person. Shino-kun would never betray Hidden Leaf Village. In my heart, Shino-kun is." Hinata's voice faltered as she felt Shino's hand gently petting her head, a comforting gesture that instinctively drew her closer, seeking solace in his touch. "Yeah, you're right, Hinata," Shino spoke in a tranquil tone, his voice carrying an air of composure as he pulled Hinata gently into his embrace. Her head found solace against his chest, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat a soothing lullaby. He whispered softly, his words caressing her ears, "Then, since Hinata believes in me, will Hinata leave Hidden Leaf Village with me?" "Eh?" Hinata's surprised squeak resonated through the air as she lifted her head, her gaze fixed upon Shino. Her response was riddled with stutters, her hesitation evident. I know. You don't want to?" Shino inquired, his voice remaining calm as his hand glided down Hinata's delicate face, gradually tracing the contours of her neck. Hinata's eyes seemed to widen momentarily, tears welling up as if she grasped the truth. With a trembling voice, she whispered her final plea, "See, can you not go, Shino-kun?" A gentle smile graced Shino's face, his tone betraying no hint of change as he replied, "Well, it's impossible. But just for you, Hinata, I have a way to stay in your heart forever." "Eh?" Hinata's confusion reverberated within the enclosed space, soon interrupted by Yamato's sudden exclamation, "Watch out!" Puff! In an instant, the sound of flesh being pierced rushed past, and Hinata felt a searing pain pierce through her chest. Slowly, she creaked her head, slowly looking down, her gaze fixated on the hand running through her own chest, blood spilling forth and staining her clothes crimson. An agonizing pain consumed her chest, but an even greater anguish seized her fragile heart. As the hand retracted, a cascade of blood danced in the air as the arm that once encircled her waist released its grip. Her vision began to fade, yet her gaze locked on Shino, who was growing more distant with each passing moment, while her life's essence dripped from his lowering hand. Thump! The sound of the body hitting the ground jolted the spectators from their stunned silence. Hinata. Chapter 122, Encirclement. A tempest of emotions stormed through Kiba's mind, his gaze locked on the unimaginable scene unfolding before him. Disbelief painted his fierce eyes as they settled upon his crush, lying motionless in a pool of crimson. An intangible thread snapped within him, and an ominous aura began to radiate from his very being. His body trembled, a transformation overtaking him that betrayed the torrent of emotions swirling beneath the surface. "You!" A low growl escaped his lips, a deceptively calm tone belying the true tumult within. A sinister atmosphere emanated from Kiba, his hands hanging loosely before him, swaying ever so slightly as his nails lengthened and sharpened, tinged black by the horror that consumed him. His teeth elongated like fangs, his hair hardened into sharp spikes, as if poised to pierce his enemies. Even Akamaru, by his side, underwent the fiery transformation, his fur turning a blazing red, his growls resonating with a menacing intensity throughout the forest. "You bastard!" Kiba's roar shattered the tranquility, his aura distorting the air and radiating an overwhelming presence. With a forceful stomp, his foot collided with the ground. Boom! Dust rose up beneath him, cracks forming at the point of impact as Kiba propelled himself forward. The cracks in the ground spread and followed his path as he spun through the air, drilling towards his enemy, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Passing Fang. Yamato reacted swiftly, extending his hand as his wood-style conjured wooden pillars, intent on halting the reckless onslaught of Kiba. Wait, Kiba Kanani? Yet, Yamato's motion froze as a binding sensation wrapped around his foot, rooting him in place. Unbeknownst to him, vines had sprouted from the ground and ensnared his foot. Now, it was swiftly entangling the rest of his body and limbs. As the vines bound him, they continued to grow, thickening from mere roots to formidable tree branches and trunks, ensnaring him completely. Wood style? No. Ganjutsu. Yamato's gaze shifted towards the masked female ninja within his sight, her red pupils piercing through the mask. It's you. I can't believe you would. While Yamato found himself entangled by Kurenai, Kiba's relentless assault remained unhindered. His spinning drill bore down upon Shino with unyielding force. Die, Shino Oa. Shino's unwavering gaze locked upon the swirling tornado, drawing closer with each passing moment. Slowly, he lifted his hand, his fingers curling around a scalpel, poised and ready. I've been holding back for such a long time, and finally. Whoosh! A rush of intangible force swept through the scene as time seemed to hang suspended. Countless after-images of Shino, like ethereal apparitions, danced around the incoming spinning tornado, cutting into it as though dissecting an object. In an instant, Shino re-emerged on the opposite side, seamlessly moving through the suspended tempest. As time seemingly resumed, the currents in the air shifted chaotically due to Shino's speed. Not only that. Puff! The once great tornado formed by Kiba now bore streaks of crimson, hurtling forward and bypassing Shino's previous position. It collided with the wooden dome behind, barely scratching it before its momentum dissipated entirely. Soon, the result of the impact revealed Kiba and Akamaru, bouncing off the wall and tumbling backward on the ground. Cough. Cough. Kiba, shock and disbelief etched across his face, expelled mouthfuls of blood. His trembling body lay prone on the ground, struggling to rise, yet realizing that his limbs refused to respond. No. Impossible. Get up. Get up, Kiba. Kiba growled, his struggle only exacerbating the blood seeping from the wounds that covered his body. Step. 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 Step by deliberate step, footsteps echoed from nearby, coming to a halt beside him, and Kiba's pallid countenance glared up at the silent figure of Shino. What did you do to me? A sly smirk played upon Shino's lips as he retorted, Are you certain you want me to explain? You won't interrupt me, will pay. Kiba spat a mouthful of blood onto Shino's shoe, a cheeky grin of satisfaction crossing his face. Got to thump. A foot made the connection, forcing Kiba's face to meet the unforgiving ground, cracks spider-webbing from the point of impact. His mouth expelled a final spray of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. Childish, lifting his foot, Shino muttered in disappointment, shaking his head. Truly unsuited to be a ninja. But I have remedied that for you. I'm sure you will thank me when you awaken, Kiba. With a decisive turn, Shino redirected his gaze towards Yamato, who stood motionless like an immovable pillar. Shaking his head, Shino's voice remained calm as he uttered, No need to keep up the act. We are aware it's merely a wooden clone. At his words, the Yamato ensnared within Kurenai's illusion began to warp and contort, gradually transforming into wood before crumbling to the ground. Simultaneously, a bulge swiftly manifested on the wooden dome's wall behind Shino, taking shape as the upper half-body of Yamato. Wooden pillars surged forth from both his hands, hurtling towards Shino. That's enough. Come back with Yamato's words were abruptly cut off as thick chains erupted from the ground, rapidly ensnaring his body and constricting around his wooden pillars. To his astonishment, he felt his chakra being sealed away, his wood style thwarted as the chains tightened their grip. His entire form was pulled from the wall, crashing forcefully onto the ground. Yamato's eyes followed the chain's path, tracing it back to the other masked female ninja he had previously disregarded. Uzumaki clan? Karina remained silent, her gaze shifting towards Shino. Taking her cue, Shino emitted a slight chuckle, his footsteps measured as he approached the restrained Yamato. A swarm of insects cascaded from his arms, descending toward Yamato's face. Puff. The sound of flesh being pierced reverberated within the dome, accompanied by a sizzling noise as if supernatural forces were searing the flesh. Shino's gaze shifted downward, fixating on the hand enveloped in blue lightning that impaled his chest. Slightly turning his head, Shino's eyes met the crimson Sharingan staring back at him, devoid of anger. Oh, such cruelty from the very beginning. As expected of Kakashi-sensei. It's no more cruel than abandoning your own comrades. And don't call me sensei. I don't recognize scum like you as my student, Kakashi retorted in a cold voice. The lightning around his hand dissipated as he withdrew it, splattering blood into the air. Yes. You're right. I am scum, Shino calmly replied, earning a frown from Kakashi. But scum tends to live longer, don't they? Then, a veil of smoke engulfed Shino's form, and as the smoke dissipated, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, witnessing a deforming mass of bugs standing before him. Insect clone? Kakashi's gaze shifted toward the two female ninjas adorned in Akatsuki attire nearby, observing them dissolve into swarms of insects as well. The encirclement was complete, trapping him in between, as walls of insects surged toward him from three directions. Amidst the swarm, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke, causing the bugs to collide with each other. On the ground nearby, Yamato, who gradually transformed into wood, spoke with a stoic expression. As expected, his combat abilities surpass what he revealed during our missions. It appears that dealing with him will prove more difficult than anticipated, Kakashi-senpai. Indeed, Kakashi's voice echoed from outside the wooden dome as he landed with his back to its only exit, facing the empty space, his Sharingan intently fixed ahead. Yamato stepped out from the dome, positioning himself beside Kakashi. Together, they stared into the void, and Yamato inquired, Ganjutsu? Moments dissolved into an ethereal haze as Shino soon materialized before them, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, his gaze fixated on them with an intrigued expression. It appears that Hidden Leaf Village's strongest Ganjutsu master is not as effective when confronted by the Sharingan. And I would like to know precisely what you mean by that, Shino, a familiar man's voice resonated from behind him. With a brief glance, Shino discovered Asuma standing there, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes searching around with a glimmer of hope, as if seeking someone. Standing beside him was a tall, muscular man with a prominent nose, thick eyebrows, and shiny bowl-cut black hair. Clad in a vibrant green jumpsuit and an unzipped Hidden Leaf Village flak jacket, he sported orange stripe warmers. Guy grinned and gave Kakashi a confident thumbs up, declaring in an assured tone, "That's it, Kakashi, let the power of youth explode. Want to compete on who can catch the Aburame Shonen first?" Kakashi let out a weary sigh, his voice tinged with exasperation, his face etched with seriousness. Guy, don't mess around. The intelligence report is incomplete, and it's unclear what other abilities he has. He may also have ties with the Akatsuki. He poses a greater threat than anticipated. Kakashi's gaze then shifted toward the forest, where Sakura had just arrived. Sakura, I entrust the two inside to you. Nodding, Sakura's eyes briefly flickered toward the silent figure of Shino before diverting her gaze. Her fists clenched tightly as she hastened toward the dome. Kakashi's gaze returned to Shino, his voice cold and composed as he inquired, "So, any final words?" Surveying the four Jonin surrounding him and sensing the presence of the Anbu operatives encircling the area through his bugs, Shino emitted a slight chuckle. "Does the village not send you single folks out on tasks? What a coincidence that you are all here. Well, since everyone is present, let the show begin." Chapter 123, Shocking Tactics. The four Jonin fixed their unwavering gazes on Shino, their positions forming a tight ring around him. The gentle breeze stirred the forest, causing the trees to sway and a cascade of leaves to descend gracefully. As the final leaf descended and settled upon the ground, Kakashi's voice cut through the stillness with an icy edge. "Do it." Whoosh. In a blur of motion, Guy was the first to strike, his speed surpassing ordinary ninja perception. He materialized in midair behind Shino, his leg extending with incredible force as he kicked towards Shino's head. Hidden Leaf Village, whirlwind. Shino barely reacted to Guy's astounding speed, but it didn't matter, for he had everything meticulously under control. "Nani?" Guy exclaimed in disbelief as he witnessed his leg pass through Shino, as if he were a spectral illusion. Refusing to accept defeat, Guy swiftly landed on the ground, borrowing the force from his previous kick, executing a twirling motion and launching his leg backward from the opposite direction. Hidden Leaf Village, strong whirlwind. Whoosh. Shino didn't even perceive the kick before it had already passed through him, smashing into a tree and chopping through it, causing it to slowly topple over. Crack. 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 The fallen tree shattered upon impact, and in an instant, wooden pillars erupted from the earth, ensnaring Shino within their confines. Sharp spikes of wood pierced Shino's body from all angles as Guy leapt back agilely, evading the deadly assault. Guy stood with one hand raised, a perplexed expression furrowing his prominent brow. Kakashi, I'm not hitting anything? Kakashi's Sharingan gleamed with intrigue, yet a frown creased his forehead as he surveyed the scene. An illusion? But it appears to be his real body. Could it be some special ability? Yamato opened his eyes and observed the spikes that failed to draw blood before shaking his head in frustration. I'm not detecting anything. He is the sole presence here. Even my wood style seems ineffective. Asuma's brows knitted together as he lowered his head, a sense of disappointment clouding his countenance when he heard there was no one else here. He gripped his trench knife tightly, as if reaching a resolute decision. Shino's chuckle filled the air, his gaze shifting towards the four-seasoned Jonin. Slowly, he formed the hand seals for a shadow clone technique, their eyes following his every move, wondering why he was sealing so slowly. Puff. 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 In billows of smoke, 3 additional Shino clones materialized around him. Shino parted his lips, preparing to speak, but once again, Guy's kick passed through the clones. A twitch played at the corner of Shino's mouth as he observed Guy's assault coming to a halt once again, wearing an expression of displeasure. Shino-kun, this method of fighting lacks the power of youth. Come, let your youth explode. Shino glanced at Guy, ignoring his remark. With a leap, the 4 Shino split up, gracefully landing on separate branches of the tree. In a flash, the 4 Jonin appeared next to the clones, each blocking one. Shino chuckled, and in a calm voice, he declared, there are 4 of you, and 4 of me. 1 of me is real. The other 3 will lead you to opponents I have prepared. Kakashi raised his voice, reminding the team, stay together. Don't let him separate us. Shino paused for a moment as his clone positioned in front of Asuma turned around, casting a suggestive glance back. Oh, and just a friendly reminder, your opponent may be someone you truly want to see. You may regret it if you don't follow. Asuma's grip tightened on his trench knife, his hand trembling. He watched the Shino clone nimbly leap from tree to tree, occasionally stealing glances that seemed to entice him to give chase. Asuma. Don't fall for it, Kakashi shouted, but he could only sigh helplessly as he witnessed Asuma succumb to the bait and rush after the clone. Fixing his Sharingan on the clone standing before him, Kakashi spoke in a cold tone, what kind of trick are you trying? The Shino clone facing Kakashi sported a sly smile. You'll find out once you follow me. With that, he darted away, and Kakashi had no choice but to give chase. He commanded, I'll leave things here to you, Danzō, Guy. Oh. No problem, my rival. Guy exclaimed, flashing a determined smile at Kakashi before redirecting his attention to Shino. So, Shino-kun, are you ready to witness the power of youth? If you can catch me, Shino retorted with a smile as he dashed across the treetops. Guy pursued him, shouting at the top of his lungs, you can't escape from the power of youth. Yamato stood silently, his countenance stoic as he stared at the clone before him. A sigh escaped his lips. In the end, I'm the only one left behind. Whoosh. 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 The forest was filled with the sound of Shino's rapid footsteps, his pace quickening as he navigated through the dense vegetation. Asuma trailed closely behind, his grip on his trench knife tight, a potent mix of anticipation and restraint coursing through his veins. Abruptly, Shino came to a halt on a tree, his head turning slightly to glimpse Asuma perched on a nearby branch. A mischievous chuckle escaped Shino's lips as he remarked, I've brought him. I'll leave him to you. Asuma's body tensed, his gaze fixed on the fading form of Shino before him, disappearing from his sight. However, his attention swiftly shifted as his eyes fell upon an unknown masked female ninja emerging from the shadows of a nearby tree in the forest below. With a decisive leap, Asuma landed in the forest clearing, his fiery eyes locked onto the masked figure. But soon, a frown creased his forehead as he realized that the figure bore no resemblance to the one he had envisioned. The faint glimpse of purple eyes peeking through the eye hole in the mask extinguished his flickering hopes. His voice trembled as he asked with hesitation, where is she? Asuma's question hung in the air, met with silence from his mysterious opponent. However, his words and thoughts seemed to trigger a hidden ability. Unbeknownst to him, imperceptible pollen in the air gathered, swiftly coalescing into a figure standing beside the silent masked ninja. Asuma's gaze fixated upon the familiar form adorned in mesh armor wrapped in bandages, yet her entire visage was tainted a sandy palette of colors, an image that ignited a seething anger within him. Did you believe a simple lie like this could satisfy me? He seethed. In the opposite direction of the forest, Kakashi effortlessly weaved through the dense forest, his hands moving with precision as he unleashed a flurry of shurikens and unleashed various ninjutsu techniques, all aimed at deciphering Shino's elusive abilities. Yet, all his attacks proved futile, as if the Shino before him were a mere illusion, a phantom. Despite his active Sharingan, Kakashi found it unfathomable that the figure before him could be an illusion. How could there be a Genjutsu potent enough to deceive his Sharingan? It seemed implausible. There had to be some hidden tricks at play. Suddenly, the Shino standing before Kakashi came to an abrupt halt, turning around with a cryptic smile. "Your opponent lies below, Kakashi Hatake," the figure declared. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, witnessing the Shino clone dissipate into smoke. A shadow clone, he surmised. His gaze descended, fixating upon a female masked ninja below. Cloaked in the ominous Akatsuki attire, a black hood obscured her features. With a flicker, Kakashi materialized on the forest floor. "And who might you be?" he inquired. The opponent remained silent, her left hand slowly drawing a kunai from its sheath. As her hand lifted into the air, the sleeve of her robe slipped back, revealing a red bracelet adorning her wrist. Briefly pausing on the bracelet, Kakashi shifted his gaze away, a silent intensity emanating from his stare as he remarked. "Even if you won't answer, there are countless ways to extract the truth from you." Swift as lightning, Kakashi's hand, wreathed in blue chakra, pierced through the female ninja's heart from behind. His voice turned cold and chilling as he declared, "After I kill you." With a poof, the Kakashi standing before the female ninja dissipated into smoke. Kakashi withdrew his hand, leaving a trail of blood suspended in the air. His Sharingan bore witness to the gaping hole in the ninja's back as she collapsed onto the ground, a pool of crimson spreading beneath her. Yet, Kakashi's satisfaction was short-lived. Furrowing his brow, he sensed that it had been too easy. Despite the sudden ambush, his opponent hadn't even attempted to evade the attack, as if she didn't care to dodge. The wind whispered against the dying ninja's slightly undulating form, indicating she still clung to life, an intended result of Kakashi's decision to slightly alter his strike at the critical moment. Uncertainty gripped Kakashi's thoughts. He couldn't discern why he had spared her, but his intuition warned him that something was wrong. He studied her for a moment, searching for any signs of a trap, yet his intuition remained silent, not warning him of any danger. Resolute, he took a step forward, gently turning the female ninja over, laying her flat on the ground. As the hood slipped off her head, Kakashi's gaze fell upon her chin-length bob, straight brown hair. He was certain he didn't know any living female ninjas with the same haircut, especially ones of the same age as the one before him. Yet, an eerie sense of familiarity washed over him. Unable to resist, Kakashi's steady hand reached for her mask. As he slowly lifted it, a chill coursed through his veins, hesitating for a fleeting moment as his hands trembled. A chilling sensation gripped his heart as his eyes landed on the rectangular purple markings on her face. Nevertheless, he pressed on, mustering his courage to reveal the face concealed beneath the mask, his hand lifting the rest of the mask. But as Kakashi beheld the subtly altered yet hauntingly familiar countenance before him, a surge of disbelief overwhelmed him. A shiver ran down his spine as his eyes narrowed, his heart lurching with a shocking revelation. This is impossible. Chapter 124, Confusion crashes and booms shook the earth, reverberating through the forest as mighty trees succumbed to the onslaught, casting clouds of dust and debris into the air as they toppled over. "Feel the youth burning inside me, Hidden Leaf Village whirlwind," roared Guy, his voice filled with determination. Boom. Yet another tree fell victim to the devastating force, its top half snapping off and sent soaring, cleaving through the air before colliding with another unfortunate tree. If there were radical environmentalists in this world, they would mob this guy even if he is part of Team Green. As Guy touched down on the ground, his gaze locked onto the retreating figure of Shino, a frown etching across his face. "Taijutsu doesn't seem to be effective, but I believe I can land a hit if I am faster." With a mischievous grin, Guy widened his stance, readying himself to unlock his gates. The warm-up is over, now it's time for youth to burn. However, before Guy could unleash his gates, another Shino appeared not far from him, rushing towards him and causing him to pause in confusion. Soon, he noticed Kakashi appearing in pursuit of the other Shino clone, both converging on his position. As the approaching Shino neared him, it vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving Guy staring blankly at Kakashi. "Kakashi? Guy, it seems we both chased after the shadow clone," Kakashi explained, his Sharingan fixed on the remaining Shino, who waved goodbye before dissipating into thin air. "We've been tricked." "Ah." I could feel the youth burning within me. "How could he just leave like that?" Guy complained, pointing an accusing finger at Kakashi. "Kakashi. Feel the intensity of my burning youth. I challenge you. Let's see who can locate the real Aburame Shonen first." Kakashi, his expression stoic and unimpressed, met Guy's fiery gaze with his own deadpan stare. "This is no time for games, Guy. We can't afford to underestimate his trick." Swoosh. Kakashi instinctively tilted his head, narrowly evading a kunai hurtling through the air. His Sharingan honed in on another Shino clone perched silently on a tree branch. Whoosh. Boom. With a powerful kick from Guy, the tree shattered, both Guy and the clone hurtling towards the ground. Kakashi swiftly positioned himself in front, Chidori crackling in his hand, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Yet, just as victory seemed within reach, with a puff of smoke, the Shino clone vanished into thin air in midair, leaving Kakashi bewildered as he stumbled to a halt. Landing on the ground, Guy pointed vehemently at the spot where the elusive Shino had disappeared. "Nani? Another fake?" Guy exclaimed through gritted teeth. Tap. At the sudden sound of footsteps on a nearby tree, both Guy and Kakashi turned their heads to find Asuma perched on a branch, a frown creasing his face as he gazed down at them. "He led me this way," he muttered, his voice filled with frustration. Kakashi's brow furrowed as his Sharingan scanned the forest, his gaze settling on another approaching figure in the distance. With a swift exchange of glances between Guy and Asuma, they dashed forward, only to witness the Shino clone vanish in a puff of smoke, revealing Yamato in its wake. "Yamato? Shouldn't you be guarding Sakura?" Kakashi inquired, a kunai discreetly clasped in his hand. "Kakashi-senpai. I thought Guy was looking after them." Yamato retorted, his usually stoic expression now tinged with concern. "Oh no. We've been had." The four of them exchanged glances, a sense of urgency propelling them back toward their starting point. Guy took the lead, his voice resolute as he bellowed, "Kakashi. I challenge you to a race. Let's see who puff." A sickening sound of flesh being punctured pierced the air, causing Guy's body to tense as he swiftly spun around, skidding across the ground with his hand poised for combat. To his astonishment, he beheld a baffling sight. Kakashi, who had been following closely behind, now impaled Yamato from behind. "Kakashi?" Guy's voice wavered with uncertainty. "Guy. He's a fake," Kakashi declared, leaping back with vigilance, his Sharingan never wavering from Yamato's transformed form. "Nani?" Guy's face contorted in shock as his eyes remained fixed on Yamato, who now wore a sinister grin upon a gradually shifting visage. Yamato's familiar form dissolved, replaced by a grotesque humanoid abomination, the unmistakable manifestation of White Zetsu. Whoosh! In an instant, Guy appeared beside the White Zetsu, his fist barreling forward with tremendous force, connecting solidly and blasting a gaping hole through its body. The White Zetsu crumpled to the ground, emitting a chilling chuckle before disintegrating and vanishing into the earth. Guy's brow furrowed deeply. "What is that thing?" But his focus was abruptly torn away as the clash of weapons resounded, drawing his attention to Kakashi and Asuma, who were locked in a fierce battle. "Kakashi! Asuma! What in the world are you doing?" Guy exclaimed in disbelief, swiftly positioning himself between the two combatants, intercepting their attacks with his bare hands. "Guy! Asuma is the fake. Help me apprehend him so we can bring him back to Hidden Leaf Village," Kakashi implored, his voice laced with urgency. "Don't listen to him, Guy. I'm the real one," Asuma retorted, spitting out his cigarette as he tightened his grip on his trench knife, his eyes fixed on Kakashi. "Instead, shouldn't you be curious about how Kakashi sensed that Yamato was a fake when the rest of us detected nothing amiss?" Kakashi remained silent, his Sharingan glinting ominously, a testament to his heightened perception. Seeds of doubt were planted, leaving Guy caught in the crossfire, a drop of sweat rolling down his visage, torn between two sides, uncertain of whom to aid. Back at the initial battlefield, Yamato and the Shino clone faced off in a tense silence, the weight of their conflicting loyalties palpable in the air. Yamato, ever resolute, attempted to persuade once more. "Shino-kun, return to Hidden Leaf Village with me." "No," came Shino's cold and concise response. Yamato's expression remained stoic as he persisted in his efforts. "I don't know who or what has led you down this path, but Hidden Leaf Village is your home. It hasn't harmed you, hasn't harmed me?" Shino's voice dripped with disdain as he tilted his head ever so slightly. "Didn't you know what Danzo did?" Yamato fell silent, his realization evident in his somber sigh. "Even so, there must be a way to rectify this situation." Shino sneered, a hint of bitterness tainting his voice as he waved his hand dismissively toward the dome where Hinata and Kiba laid, life and death unknown. "Do you honestly think we can undo the damage I've caused?" Yamato's silence spoke volumes, acknowledging the harsh truth that lingered between them. If Shino were to return, his fate was all but sealed. Yet, it was Yamato's duty to bring him back, dead or alive. A mirthless chuckle escaped Shino's lips, his tone growing mysterious. "But I can tell you what I'm doing right now." Yamato narrowed his eyes, playing along as he asked, "And what might that be, Shino-kun?" A cryptic smile graced Shino's face as he gestured toward the forest. "Despite our conflicts, I struck a deal with someone. He promised to help me leave Hidden Leaf Village safely, as long as I lured you here alone." Yamato's gaze followed Shino's gesture, only to catch sight of an elderly man approaching with calm, steady steps, An old man with bandages wrapped around his forehead and one eye, his walking stick tapping the forest floor with unwavering determination. Though not everyone may recognize him, Yamato knew all too well who he was. Danzo. Oh? After Hiruzen took you away from me, have you already forgotten all the training I imparted to you? Where has your respect gone, Kino? Danzo's voice slithered into Yamato's ears, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Well, I won't disturb you two any longer. Don't forget our deal, Danzo, Shino said before vanishing into a puff of smoke. Yamato clenched his fist, a solitary bead of sweat tracing a path down his face as he tried to comprehend the situation unraveling before him. But before he could fully process it, Danzo's voice pierced the silence once more. Since Hiruzen is no longer with us, I believe it's time for you to return to where you truly belong. Don't you agree, Kino? Understanding his purpose, Yamato's body visibly relaxed, tension dissipating as he replied in a calm tone, Danzo-sama, I believe my place is in Hidden Leaf Village. Root is also a part of Hidden Leaf Village, is it not? Danzo retorted, his lips pressed into a thin line as he locked eyes with Yamato. A heavy silence hung between them, the wind gently rustling the leaves of the surrounding trees, some drifting across Yamato's field of vision. Yamato's gaze remained fixed on Danzo, his answer clearly conveyed through his silence. Danzo lowered his head. Ah, I see. But, Kino, your answer truly disappoints me. Danzo lifted his head, his eye gleaming with intensity. Do it. Before Yamato could react, barriers materialized on all four sides, trapping him and Danzo within. Yamato frowned, his hands instinctively moving into a sealing position as he warned, Danzo-sama, you don't want to do this. A low, sinister laugh escaped Danzo's lips as he declared, a dangerous factor like you should never be exist in the hands of others. I'm merely doing what is necessary for the sake of Hidden Leaf Village. In a distant part of the forest, an aged figure moved silently through the dense foliage, his presence masked by the faint echoes of root ninjas leaping from tree to tree above. If Yamato were present, he would be astounded, for this man was none other than Danzo himself. Abruptly, a root ninja appeared before Danzo, dropping to one knee as he delivered his report. We have located Shino Ibarame. He is accompanied by two individuals wearing the attire of the Akatsuki, though we are uncertain of their origins. Danzo remained silent for a moment, contemplating the information. Then, he issued his command with unwavering authority. It matters not if they are from the Akatsuki. Our primary objective is the Ibarame boy. Seal off the area and await my arrival. Hi. The root ninja vanished in a swift motion after acknowledging the order. Danzo pressed on, his footsteps steady and purposeful, until he reached the designated location. There, a ring of root ninjas encircled a barrier, confining three figures within. A faint smile played on Danzo's lips, his demeanor calm as he gazed upon Shino, his voice carrying an air of confidence. You pose a threat to Hidden Leaf Village. However, I shall offer you one last chance to. Before Danzo could finish his speech, the Shino before him raised a hand and defiantly extended his third finger. Then, without warning, the trio within the sealing barrier underwent a startling transformation. They dissolved into a mass of wriggling bugs, consuming themselves in a twisted display of self-destruction. The remains coalesced into a small zerg-like creature, which absorbed the remaining insects before disintegrating into a corrosive slag, erasing all traces of its existence save for the patch of corroded earth. Witnessing this spectacle, Danzo's walking stick slammed forcefully against the ground. A frown etched itself onto his face, his narrowed eye scanning the surrounding root ninjas. They bowed their heads, their bodies trembling ever so slightly, as Danzo issued a stern command. I don't want to see such a mistake again. Search. I refuse to believe that we cannot find him. In another direction, concealed in the sky, an entity of deception floated, its bloated form blending seamlessly with the surrounding clouds and airspace. Within its cramped interior, Shino, with his deep brown hair combed slickly, sat in silence, his gaze fixed upon the holographic screens that surrounded him, displaying the intriguing characters trapped within his illusion. To his left, Kurenai rested her head upon his shoulder, her eyes closed, her consciousness drifting elsewhere. On his right, Karina also leaned against him, her eyes similarly shut. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and delivered a report. All targets are in position. Phase 1 of the illusion is complete. We are ready to proceed to Phase 2, my dear. Shino nodded, a sly chuckle escaping his lips. Proceed as planned. Once we stimulate them, disseminate selective information to pit the villains and set up our firewall of youth to buy us time. Then, we can drive our overlord to make a swift escape. Upon hearing his command, Kurenai's body trembled ever so slightly, her fist clenching. Sensing her unease, Shino's arm, coiled around her waist, rose up, slipping between the seams of her attire. He caressed and fondled the soft, voluptuous curves, evoking a suppressed moan from her lips. Leaning in, he whispered into her ear, his voice laden with dominance. "Remember, you are mine now. Play your role well. Short-term pain is better than prolonged suffering, isn't it?" Kurenai bit her lip to suppress her voice and nodded, her movements becoming still once more. Karina, nestled beside Shino, pouted and shifted closer, rubbing her chest against his arm before closing her eyes once more. Shino responded with a sly smile, closing his eyes as well, his focus shifting to the manipulation of his illusion. Engaging the Jonin head-on would likely lead to his downfall, especially against the formidable Might Guy, capable of unleashing the power of the Six Paths. Shino wasn't foolish enough to do such a thankless thing. However, armed with his new Genjutsu abilities and knowledge of their pasts, futures, and weaknesses, he saw no reason to fear their strength because he didn't need to confront them head-on. So what if they were powerful? In the end, weren't they all still dancing obediently within the palm of his hand? Chapter 125, Deep Pain TCH. Asuma bit down, tasting the metallic tang of blood as it trickled from his lips, joining the dried stains that marred his mouth. His eyes burned with intensity, his body breaking free from the constraints of the surrounding trees as they faded away, his steps resolute as he surged forward. A chakra-infused blade of shimmering blue extended from the trench knife clenched tightly in his hand. With precision, he drove it into the heart of the pollen-formed Kurenai standing before him. Asuma's figure froze in place as he locked eyes with her familiar face, watching as the illusion dissipated and the pollen drifted away. His gaze shifted towards another swiftly materializing pollen figure of Kurenai beside the masked ninja. A low growl escaped his lips. No matter how many replicas you create, a counterfeit remains just that, fake is fake. Even if it were real, I've long learned how to counter her Genjutsu. As the pollen-formed Kurenai used hand seals, Asuma furrowed his brow, observing a multitude of pink petals materializing in his line of sight, hurtling towards him like a relentless wave, intent on blanketing him. With a deft twirl of his trench knife, Asuma decisively drove it into his own flesh, using the searing pain to shatter the Genjutsu before it ensnared him completely. As the petals dissolved into nothingness, Asuma's figure flickered and reappeared before the masked female ninja, launching a swift attack. The masked ninja retreated, and once again, the pollen-formed Kurenai impeded Asuma's path, blocking his advance with a kunai formed of pollen. Undeterred, Asuma's other trench knife thrust forward from an unexpected angle, bypassing her feeble defense and piercing her heart once more. As he witnessed the familiar figure dissipating once again, a twinge of anguish tugged at Asuma's heart. Yet, he had grown accustomed to this pain after facing the same illusion countless times. After all, it possessed the same appearance, but it was not truly her. However, when he saw the figure coalescing once more, Asuma couldn't suppress the surge of fury coursing through his veins. It wasn't anger directed at Shino for deceiving him, that was but a slender hope he clung to. What truly enraged him was the relentless manipulation of his emotions by his adversary, exploiting the image of the one he loved to torment him in battle. "That's enough. Let's end this," Asuma declared, his voice resolute as he propelled himself backward, leaping into the air. Puffing up his mouth, he expelled a storm of ash in a dramatic display. Fire style, ash burning bile. Clink. The sound of a match being ignited resonated through the forest as a figure emerged from the hazy veil of ash. It was the masked female ninja, but a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes when she realized that the ash had not erupted into flames as she anticipated. "As expected, you're familiar with my techniques. But this can also be utilized." Asuma's voice echoed from behind her, his form looming ominously as his trench knife sliced toward her neck. With a nimble twist, the female ninja narrowly evaded the fatal strike, yet the knife managed to snag her mask, dislodging it and revealing an unfamiliar, plain countenance to Asuma. However, he paid little heed to the face, deeming it a mere disguise, as his second chakra-infused knife followed up with unrelenting ferocity. Clang! The clash of metal reverberated through the forest as the female ninja was forcefully propelled backward into the dissipating ash. Clink! A spark ignited the air, boom! This time, the ash exploded, engulfing the surrounding area in a fiery blast. From the aftermath of the explosion, a battered figure tumbled out, her once pristine Akatsuki garb now in tatters, and her trembling hands marred by faint burns. Yet, before she could catch her breath, a trench knife pierced through her heart from behind, causing her eyes to widen ever so slightly as she expelled a mouthful of blood. "This is the end," Asuma declared with a grim countenance, withdrawing his chakra knife and watching as the female ninja dropped to her knees before collapsing limply to the ground, akin to a ragdoll. Taking labored gasps of air to regain his composure, Asuma cast his gaze upon the fading breath of the fallen ninja, her body gradually transforming into a lifeless shell. Confirming her demise, he fell silent, retrieving a cigarette and lighting it, drawing in a long drag to ease the weight of the encounter. With a heavy heart, Asuma turned around, preparing to depart and rejoin his comrades. However, the distinctive sound of a transformation being dispelled resonated from behind him, and the swirling tendrils of smoke caused his body to tense instinctively. His trench knife slipped back into his grasp, ready for an ambush. But it never arrived. A relieved sigh escaped Asuma's lips as he slowly turned, his eyes sweeping backward, curiosity piqued by the true appearance of his adversary. Transformation technique, huh? But as his gaze settled upon the familiar figure adorned in red mesh armor, with white bandages delicately wrapped around her body, now marred by a gaping, bloody hole in her heart, Asuma's pupils constricted, and his heart plummeted with searing pain. The cigarette slipped from his lips, forgotten, as his mind seemed to go blank. His trembling hands reached out as he fell to his knees, the trench knives slipping from his grasp and embedding themselves into the ground. His voice trembled with desperation, a plea escaping his lips. No. No, please, no. Kurenai. Kurenai. In another corner of the forest, Kakashi knelt on the ground, cradling the female ninja with hauntingly familiar features in his arms. His Sharingan scanned relentlessly, desperately searching for any sign of deception, but with each passing moment, his heart sank deeper. The figure before him seemed to inch closer and closer to the one etched in his memories. Unable to contain himself, a hesitant call escaped his lips. Rin? Rin's eyes fluttered weakly, struggling to open. Gradually, her eyes opened and her gaze found Kakashi. A gentle smile graced her lips. It's good to see you again. Kakashi. Kakashi's hand trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. This is impossible. Rin's smile grew brighter as she spoke cheerfully. Kakashi, I never thought I would have the chance to see you like this again. You know, I've always admired your calm and cool demeanor. But it was when I saw tears streaming down your face that I realized. Sorry, Kakashi, for selfishly forcing such a heavy burden on you. Clutching Rin tightly, Kakashi appeared to be in a state of shock, before shaking his head. No, Rin, it's not your fault. It's mine. No, Kakashi, don't blame yourself. No one blames you. Not me, not Minato-sensei, and not even. Rin let out a faint giggle before suddenly coughing up a mouthful of blood, causing Kakashi to cry out in shock. Rin. Despite the trails of blood staining her chin, Rin maintained her smile. I'm fine, Kakashi. There's no need to worry. I'm just returning to where I belong. Though it does feel a bit lonely there. Kakashi's grip tightened, his hand discreetly reaching for a kunai, his voice calm as he whispered, is it truly lonely? Do you need a companion? Rin gazed at Kakashi in silence for a moment, then shook her head, her weakened voice replying, Kakashi, don't misunderstand. Though I do have some admiration for you, you know me. There's no need for too many explanations, considering all we've been through. His hand paused, the kunai held in his grasp as Kakashi stared at Rin in silence, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Rin met his gaze, her eyes locked onto his Sharingan. Obito, that guy. His parting gift to you carries a heavy weight. Kakashi raised his hand, touching his Sharingan, his voice cold. What do you mean? Rin closed her eyes slowly, her voice soft yet laden with revelation. You know, Obito. With his personality, I thought he would be waiting for me on the other side, but... Opening her eyes once more, Rin spoke with unwavering conviction. Kakashi, maybe Obito, he... Impossible, Kakashi interjected firmly, his fist clenching. We saw him. With our own eyes. We saw him being buried. Alive. But what if? What if he was saved? Rin's eyes dilated, her gaze drifting into the distance, enveloping them both in an uneasy silence. After a moment, Rin weakly closed her eyes again, her frail voice barely escaping her lips. Kakashi. Time is running out for me. Listen. My body is rigged with explosives, triggering upon my death. Leave while I can still hold on. Kakashi's body trembled, his eyes fixated on Rin's face, as if etching her features into his memory. Slowly, he slid down his forehead guard, obscuring his Sharingan, and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, determination filled his gaze. Gently placing Rin on the ground, he turned away, walking with resolute steps. Kakashi. Suddenly, Rin's faint voice called out from behind, causing him to pause in his stride. If Obito. Please take care of him. And also, take care of your boom. The explosive eruption tore through the air, ruffling Kakashi's attire as he closed his eyes, shielding them from the swirling dust. As he opened them once more, a solitary tear streaked down his covered eye, stinging from the gritty intrusion. Bowing his head, Kakashi's eyes grew profound as he muttered, no matter where you run, Shino Abrame, I will hunt you down. Kakashi's footsteps swayed heavily upon him as he pressed onward. Yet, before long, his stride came to an abrupt halt. His fists clenched tightly, and his trembling eyes fixated on the incongruous sight before him, the familiar house standing amidst the surrounding forest. Logic dictated that this is definitely an illusion, and he should steer clear of the house, but the tempestuous turmoil brewing within him propelled him forward. He approached the house with a determined resolve, stepping over the threshold. Inside, Kakashi crossed the familiar yard, his steps leading him to a standstill in front of a traditional Japanese hall. His gaze pierced through the open doorway, fixating on the all-too-familiar figure, someone he hadn't seen in far too long but could never forget. It was a man with spiky silver hair, tied in a ponytail, wearing the standard Hidden Leaf Village ninja attire. Bandages adorned his right arm, with the addition of a short white sleeve, embellished with red edges and the emblem of the Hidden Whirlpool Village, a sight that tugged at Kakashi's memories. This man was Tsukumo Hatake, Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang, and his father. Swish. A kunai slipped silently into Kakashi's hand, and with a swift flicker of movement, he materialized behind the man, his hand expertly wielding his kunai, his hand poised to deliver the fatal blow to the man's neck. However, the kunai halted abruptly, mere centimeters from its intended target. The dojo fell into a hushed stillness as one figure stood and the other remained seated, both frozen in time. Moments drifted by, and the motionless figure gradually came alive, fine details discreetly morphing into the embodiment of the father etched in Kakashi's recollections. The voice that resonated from the man matched the memory Kakashi held dear, shattering the silence. Why the hesitation, Kakashi? Chapter 126. Father silence enveloped the dojo, void of any response from Kakashi. Tsukumo's voice resonated once more, piercing the stillness. You know this is an illusion, Kakashi. Is it really? Kakashi's voice, cold and detached, reverberated through the empty space. Kakashi, the dead cannot return to life, and the living should not dwell on illusions of the past. Tsukumo's words flowed calmly, his body remaining composed, facing forward. After a pregnant pause, Kakashi's curiosity overwhelmed him, and he couldn't help but inquire, why? Tsukumo closed his eyes, his response resolute. Why, Kakashi? Why forsake a crucial mission for my comrades? Why did my comrades turn their backs on me? Why did Hidden Leaf Village vilify me? Why did I, too, abandon myself? The kunai pressed against Tsukumo's neck quivered slightly, betraying the emotions simmering within its wielder. Taking a breath, Tsukumo opened his eyes, his voice softening. Kakashi, often the why in life is not important. It is our beliefs and the choices we make that truly matter. But why? Your choice left me so bitter. Kakashi persisted, pushing for answers. Is it truly worth sacrificing so much? Tsukumo sighed, his tone firm. I can't provide all the answers, Kakashi. That is an answer you must seek yourself, a journey you must undertake yourself, and only then will you find true understanding. As his words settled, Tsukumo's hand reached for a familiar knife, one Kakashi recognized but had long kept hidden. What are you doing? Tsukumo's voice remained steady, imbued with calm resolve. Kakashi, you have grown. Don't be trapped by the past. This illusion seeks to strike at your heart, but I believe in your ability to overcome it. Ahead lies the true abyss, where your deepest and darkest desires will be tested. As long as you can overcome them, you will be able to walk out from this illusion. The knife in Tsukumo's hand wavered, poised to strike himself, yet his trembling hands betrayed his internal struggle. Kakashi, there are things you are not meant to witness. Leave, Kakashi. Sensing no movement from Kakashi, save for his trembling hands, Tsukumo urged once more, his voice more urgent, go, Kakashi. Kakashi's hand trembled momentarily, retrieving his kunai, before he turned and walked away, each step filled with hesitation. As he stepped out of the dojo, Tsukumo's final words echoed in Kakashi's ears, don't look back, look forward, and tell me your tale when we meet again. The sound of flesh being pierced the air from behind him, prompting Kakashi to clench his fist tightly, closing his eyes. Moments later, his eyes snapped open, ablaze with determination, as he left the house without casting a backward glance. Beneath his mask, his voice strained with fury, Kakashi's words echoed through the forest, Shino. A brame. Despite his rage, Kakashi steeled his resolve as he traversed through the dense foliage. He suppressed his emotions, calming his mind, prepared for the next trial. Would it be the third Hokage? Perhaps Minato-sensei? Or him? Yet, all his conjectures were shattered the moment his eyes fell upon the peculiar sight before him. In the open expanse of the forest floor, a thick book lay silently, beckoning him closer. Kakashi's gaze swept the surroundings, searching for any signs of danger, before fixating on the book. Could this be a trap? Puff. A clone materialized beside Kakashi, moving cautiously towards the book. It reached out and gingerly picked it up, yet nothing happened. Retrieving the book and holding it in his hands, Kakashi stared at the drab, blank cover with a simple title, Road of a Sensei. Confusion mingled with curiosity, Kakashi slowly opened the book, but as his eyes scanned the contents, his hand trembled, and his breathing grew labored and rapid. It felt as though he had been struck by a critical blow as he could taste the blood trickling from his nose. This is. In another corner of the forest, head bowed, Guy stood silently between Asuma and Kakashi. But soon, his head lifted, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as a brilliant idea sparked within him. His hands tightened around the arms he had captured, pulling them inward, and with a powerful leap, both of his legs shot out, delivering swift kicks simultaneously to both Kakashi and Asuma. Guy? Kakashi and Asuma exclaimed in shock as they instinctively raised their hands to block. A resounding crack echoed through the forest as they slid back, momentarily stunned. Ha ha ha. As he landed, Guy chortled, raising his hand with a thumbs up and sporting a wide smile. I've got it. If I can't discern who is real, then I'll let my youth explode. If the true Kakashi, my lifelong rival, is here, he won't be defeated by my youthful spirit. No. What about me? Asuma's sweat dropped, a tremor running through his bruised arm. Giving Asuma an enthusiastic thumbs up, Guy declared confidently, Fear not, Asuma. Tsunade-sama can heal evenly, so there's no need to worry at all. Oi? Guy. Wait, Kakashi attempted to intervene, but was cut off by Guy's sudden kick. Hidden Leaf Village Whirlwind. Kakashi, let your youth soar. Guy proclaimed, his kick connecting with Kakashi's defense as he blocked with both arms, only to be sent hurtling through the air, crashing through a cascade of trees. Without bothering to check the aftermath, Guy swiftly twisted around, stomped on the ground, and disappeared from his spot, reappearing beside Asuma, his fist descending with force. Hidden Leaf Village Strong Fist. Asuma barely had time to react, raising his chakra blade to deflect the blow, only to have it knocked from his grasp. Guy's fist plowed into his chest, propelling him toward the ground. He skidded across the dirt, leaving behind a trail in his wake. After his flurry of strikes, Guy paused, raising his hand to stroke his chin. His bushy brows knitted together as he muttered, Was it really that simple? Guy, this isn't the time for fooling around. Kakashi's voice resonated nearby, his hands hanging limply as he approached. As expected of my rival, Kakashi. A mere kick won't be enough to defeat you. Guy beamed, offering a thumbs up in admiration. Kakashi stared at Guy with a deadpan expression, pointing toward Asuma's location. This wouldn't have been necessary if you had believed me from the start, Guy. Guy turned his gaze to see Asuma morphing into a white zetsu before melting into the ground. Ha ha ha, no worries, Kakashi. Everything worked out in the end, didn't it? Suddenly, Kakashi's voice echoed from the treetops above, Guy. Be careful. Perplexed, Guy looked up, locking eyes with Kakashi, whose body showed no signs of injury. Kakashi, when did you? But as Guy's gaze swept back down, he caught sight of the other Kakashi, trembling arms clutching a kunai, Sharingan fixed upon the duplicate Kakashi. T2 Kakashi? Guy, be careful. That Kakashi is an imposter. Remember our record. Its Kakashi's voice was interrupted. No, Guy, he's the imposter. Remember how you showed me your acorn-sized. The other Kakashi's voice was then overlapped by the other, their banter continuing. As the two Kakashi pointed accusatory fingers at each other, Guy's eyes darted back and forth, yet there was no trace of confusion. Instead, a fiery excitement burned within him. Two rivals. Just as I expected from Kakashi, he couldn't handle me alone, so he brought two. No matter. Let my youth burn, and youth will reveal the truth. Guy bellowed, launching himself into the fray. The battle commenced with lightning speed, but it concluded just as swiftly after an exchange of injuries. As Guy came to a halt, clutching his booty, a drop of sweat rolling down his visage due to the abnormal stinging pain caused by Kakashi's secret technique, he watched the two Kakashi figures transform into white Zetsu clones. Both fakes? I knew it. My rival Kakashi won't lose to me. Ha ha ha. But to think that my eternal rival's ultimate technique had spread this far. However, his words trailed off as he detected the sound of footsteps echoing around him. With a sweeping glance, he beheld numerous familiar faces once again. Oh, Danzō, Asuma, Oba, another Kakashi, and Boo, and... Oh, I can't recall your name. Well, it's time for youth to blaze. Ha. 8 gates released formation, the first inner gate, the gate of opening, open. 8 gates released formation, the second inner gate, the gate of healing, open. 8 gates released formation, the third inner gate, the gate of life, open. Guy declared, unleashing a tremor-inducing aura that erupted from his very core, causing his hair to stand on end. As the gates of his inner power swung open, the surroundings seemed to warp slightly, yet they quickly reverted to normal. Guy paid no mind to the transient abnormality, his heart pulsating with exhilaration as he charged toward his adversaries. It wasn't every day he had the opportunity to unleash his mighty kicks upon these familiar faces. With each sandbag he shattered, another one appeared, yet Guy remained oblivious to this phenomenon, consumed by the frenzy of battle. Unbeknownst to him, his opponent gradually shifted the battlefield, leading him toward another location. At another location of the forest, within the confining walls of a cube-shaped barrier, twisted pillars of wood filled every inch of space. Bound by thick wooden restraints, Danzo found himself immobilized, his strength sealed away. Across from him stood Yamato, his breath ragged, his eyes revealing a hint of horror. It appeared that Danzo was on the losing end of the battle, yet his expression remained serene as he declared, "I've told you countless times, you can never defeat me, not as long as I possess even a single Sharingan. My technique has no weakness, no matter how much time you spend observing it." With his words, the Danzo encased in the wooden prison gradually faded away. Suddenly, Yamato felt a searing pain erupt from behind as he was impaled. Standing there was Danzo himself, devoid of his black robe, bandages wrapping his arm, his upper body uncovered to fully reveal the visage of the first Hokage protruding from his shoulder. His white arm, adorned with 10 Sharingan, some already closed, completed the nightmarish sight. As Yamato's body transformed into wood, fixing Danzo's hand in place, towering wooden pillars erupted from the ground, ensnaring Danzo and rendering him immobile. Another Yamato materialized behind him, a kunai piercing his heart. But the impaled Danzo gradually dissipated, reappearing on a thick tree branch nearby, calmly donning his robes once again. His voice carried a chilling tone as he spoke, "It seems our time together is coming to an end. A shame. But rest assured, one day you will come to understand and willingly return to where you truly belong. I will be waiting, to know." With those final words, the barrier surrounding them dissipated, the external sounds filtering in, the cacophony of crashing trees echoing from the destruction nearby, signaling the arrival of a formidable combatant. Casting one last glance toward Yamato, Danzo calmly departed. Yamato made no attempt to pursue him. Besides the fact that he was fully aware that he couldn't end the man's life, Yamato's intuition told him there was something strange with this Danzo. After Danzo's back faded into the distant forest, Yamato's attention was drawn to the uproar nearby, a familiar voice hollering about youth. Could it be Guy? Hidden within a camouflaged overlord, suspended in the sky, a cunning smile played across Shino's lips as he opened his eyes. All the chess pieces are moving into position. Everything is set. It's time to depart, Karina. Karina, by his side, replied obediently, "Yes, my dear." Overlord setting sail. It is estimated that the targets of our illusion will soon be beyond the reach of your illusionary abilities within a couple of minutes. With a wave of Karina's hand, their bodies lurched slightly as the vehicle carrying them moved forward. Sitting beside Shino, Kurenai's hand clutched against her chest, her eyes clouded with sorrow as she reflected on her actions within the illusion. Suddenly, she felt a warm hand trailing up her thigh, soon gliding into a secret garden, a touch that caused her scarlet eyes to flicker momentarily, distracting her from her melancholy and urging her to suppress the voice that nearly escaped her lips. Shino's gaze remained fixed on Kurenai, his eyes filled with depth and understanding as his fingers moved deftly, comforting her in his own unique way. He parted his lips, preparing to issue a command to Kurenai, but his words were abruptly halted by Karina's urgent interruption. "Shino, we have a situation." Curiosity piqued, Shino turned his attention to Karina, who swiftly summoned a holographic display. It revealed the external view of the Overlord, showcasing the vast expanse of sky and clouds. However, what caught Shino's eye was the colossal flying beetle hovering directly before them. And standing stoically on its back was a figure clad in the distinct attire of the Aburame clan, his visage bearing an uncanny resemblance to Shino himself. Without a doubt, Shino recognized him. With a sigh, Shino withdrew his hand and rose to his feet. In the end, it still comes down to this. Father. Chapter 127, Father vs. Son. An opening materialized within the Overlord, and Shino's foot delicately stepped out onto thin air. As he took that pivotal step, a soft hum of insects filled his ears, and a swarm of bugs coalesced at his feet, forming a stable platform that allowed him to traverse the empty expanse and hover in midair. The resonating buzz of his insect companions grew louder as Shino advanced through the air, step by deliberate step. Finally, he halted a few meters away from the massive flying beetle, matching its altitude, and locking eyes with his father. Father and son stood in contemplative silence, their gazes locked in a silent exchange. Shibi scrutinized Shino's matured form, nodding ever so slightly. "You've grown, Shino." Maintaining his composure, Shino stood resolutely, his legs enveloped by two masses of insects, and he met his father's gaze. "How did you find me?" Shibi's voice carried a hint of gravitas as he spoke, audible enough for Shino alone. Others may struggle to locate you, but for those of the Aburaim clan who possess extraordinary strength, Genjutsu can't keep us trapped and... Shibi adjusted his glasses, his eyes scanning the concealed abomination lurking behind Shino. As long as they are close enough, a gathering of bugs of that magnitude is like a beacon in the sky. Internally rolling his eyes beneath his glasses, Shino grumbled. Even at this juncture, his father insisted on issuing warnings. It certainly made things more complicated. Although I have a guess, what brings you here, father? With a calm demeanor, Shibi replied, his hand slowly ascending as the cork sealing his gourd loosened. A dark, inky wave spilled forth, flowing through the air like liquid, coalescing into foreboding black clouds behind Shibi. Since you already have a clue, there is no need for me to waste words explaining. If you wish to leave, show me your growth, my son. Silence enveloped them, the faint hum of insects whispering through the air, only to be momentarily eclipsed by the passing gust of wind. The wind rustled through Shino's attire, followed by a similar ripple in his father's garments, as if mirroring the anticipation that hung heavy in the air. Shino's gaze honed to a razor's edge as his foot crashed against the insect firmament below him, propelling him forward with tremendous force. The bug foothold beneath him exploded and dispersed, unable to withstand the impact of his stomp. Like a bolt of lightning, Shino streaked through the air, his foot devoid of insects becoming a focal point for a fresh swarm of bugs. Simultaneously, the insects on his other foot melded together, forming a cohesive mass that promptly allowed him to propel himself once more, altering his trajectory mid-flight. Whoosh! 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 Shurikens were relentlessly tossed out as Shino utilized his bugs as nimble footholds, becoming an ethereal blur, tracing zigzag trails through the sky. His movements were so rapid that his clothes flapped violently in the turbulent air as he darted back and forth in a wide area around Shibi, who remained rooted in silence above his giant flying beetle, his gaze fixed steadfastly ahead, manipulating his swarm of bugs to block the incoming shurikens. Even as he zipped around, Shino's eyes never wavered from Shibi, his mind a constant whirlwind of analysis, calculating the effects of his shurikens on the movement of his father's bugs. He scrutinized his father and the swarms of bugs that encircled him from every angle, searching for the slightest hint of an opening. And then, in an instant, Shino spotted it, a gap, an opportunity. It may be a trap arranged by his father, but it presented itself as a perfect entry point, a chance to bridge the distance between them. Gathering a formidable mass of insects on his foot, Shino unleashed a powerful kick, hurtling toward the flying beetle with breathtaking speed. He deftly weaved through the gaps within the swarms of bugs, appearing behind Shibi in a flurry of motion. With a graceful twirl in midair, Shino harnessed the remaining momentum of his movement, launching his leg toward Shibi's head. Thud. Shibi's reaction was instantaneous, raising his arm to block the incoming kick. Then, like a claw, his hand slithered down, aiming to seize Shino's leg. However, Shino had anticipated this, swiftly retracting his leg and launching a counterattack with his other leg, aiming for Shibi's arm, propelling himself backward. Hum. A swarm of insects materialized behind Shino, obstructing his retreat, ready to ensnare him within their grasp. Employing a swift kick against his bugs arranged in the air, Shino abruptly altered his trajectory, gliding sideways across the air. His hand extended toward Shibi, sending forth a rope, seemingly woven from bugs, writhing as it shot towards Shibi like a whip. Flip. Calmly sidestepping, Shibi evaded the entangling rope of insects. Meanwhile, his hand descended, summoning bug tentacles that erupted from the swirling vortex of bugs surrounding the area, lancing toward Shino with deadly precision. Shino's glasses gleamed, his senses tingling as the rope of bugs connected with Shibi's flying beetle, latching onto its surface. Instantly, the taut strand transformed into a powerful lifeline, pulling him away from the wave of bug tentacles and rapidly reeling him in toward Shibi. Closing the distance, Shino seized the moment, his fists clenched, ready to find their marks on the deduced weaknesses of his father, marked by the combat interface displayed in his retina. Utilizing the grounded stability of the beetle beneath his foot, Shino employed his enhanced agility to flicker around Shibi like an elusive phantom, launching a barrage of punches from every conceivable angle. In response, Shibi raised his hands, countering Shino's assault with swift yet calculated calmness. His hands and arms moved with precision, deftly deflecting Shino's punches. Meanwhile, bugs surged forth from his own body, piercing the air with lethal intent, homing in on Shino. Similar swarms burst forth from Shino's body, hurtling through the air to engage Shibi's bugs, setting the stage for a fierce battle on a microscopic battlefield. The minuscule critters clashed, their presence unleashing a maelstrom of fury within the macrocosm of the battle. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of movements unfolded as both combatants clashed with blistering speed. Despite the long description of their clash, their maneuvers were executed in mere moments, each vying for an advantage, but the exchange remained deadlocked. However, after this brief exchange, Shibi's bug tentacles had already closed in from behind, threatening to pierce Shino's defenseless back. Just as the deadly appendages were about to strike, Shino's foot stomped down onto the beetle beneath him. The sheer force of his stomp sent tremors through the massive insect, causing it to shift and disorient Shibi. Seizing the opportunity, Shino's hand clamped onto Shibi's shoulder, executing a fluid motion that propelled him over his opponent, flipping over his father with one hand. In the same breath, his other hand unleashed a new rope of bugs, drilling through the messy tentacles and finding its anchor. With the ropes taut, Shino landed gracefully on one knee, gripping both of his bug ropes firmly. In an instant, he swept the entwined threads toward Shibi's legs, aiming to incapacitate his father. Reacting swiftly, Shibi leaped into the air, his own bugs surging forth to disrupt the bug rope. But to his astonishment, Shino propelled himself into the air with a powerful kick, causing the giant beetle to sink and alter its trajectory, his actions uncovering his true ambush, a thin wire slicing out from within the entangled bugs on the preconceived bug rope, striking upward at a devious angle. Swish! The razor-thin wire cleaved through Shibi's body from bottom to top, a critical hit. Yet, no blood stained the air. As Shibi's body plummeted toward the descending beetle, his form gradually disintegrated into a swarm of bugs. Insect replica, Shino uttered calmly, his threads reeling him forward, narrowly evading the bug tentacles that thrust toward him from behind. Returning to the safety of the giant beetle below, Shino tapped his foot lightly, propelling himself outward through the gap in the bug wall, created by the beetle's descent in the air. He broke free into the darkening sky, his legs enveloped in a shroud of bugs as he drifted backward through the air. His eyes scanned the vast expanse of black insects before him. Damn! How many bugs did you cram into that gourd, father? Shino's voice resonated with a mix of awe and frustration. Plenty, Shibi responded, a mass of bugs parting like a curtain to reveal his figure standing atop a platform formed by a dense cluster of black insects. With measured steps, he advanced, stepping back onto the giant flying beetle that had regained its altitude. A barely perceptible twitch coursed through Shino's eyes as he withdrew a scroll from his pouch. It seems I should even the odds as well. The scroll sliced through the air, tracing a trail as it fluttered with the currents of the wind. Dense smoke erupted from the parchment, shrouding the battleground in a haze. As the smoke dispersed, 6 identical Shinos stood side by side, their gazes fixed on Shibi, their arms crossed in unison. Shibi's eyes swept over the 5 clones before settling on Shino's main body. An interesting technique. I'm afraid no one in the clan possesses the same ability. Is this clone an extension of your awakened bloodline limit? You could say that, Shino affirmed with a nod, his hand flicking dismissively as he commanded. Go. With a commanding gesture, 5 clones burst forth, their movements swift as they zoomed through the air, encircling Shibi's swarm of bugs in a pentagram formation. As they fell into position, their hands completed intricate seals while their mouths inflated. Whoosh! Flames erupted from the mouths of 3 clones, while the remaining 2 unleashed a gust of wind to fuel the inferno. The combined forces created a torrent of fire, crashing toward Shibi's vast swarm of bugs from 3 sides. Shibi's brow twitched imperceptibly as his hand rose, directing his bugs to swiftly form thick walls to intercept the oncoming flames. A contest of attrition ensued as the sea of fire battled against the resilient insect barrier. The flames raged, consuming the bugs in a relentless assault. Yet, the clone's capacity was limited, and eventually, the flames subsided. With a series of puffing sounds and clouds of smoke, the 5 clones reverted to their true form, masses of bugs, mere insect replicas. Shino remained composed as he observed the dying embers, revealing the scorched layer of the bug shell, its charred layer peeling away gradually as bug corpses rained down into the distant forest below, evidence of the fierce clash. As the remnants of the shell peeled away, Shibi stood atop the hidden giant flying beetle, sweat dripping down his face, his voice laden with a mix of exhaustion and concern. Shino, that's a lot of money you just burned. Your mother is going to kill me. That's the least of your worries, father, Shino replied in a nonchalant tone as he unfurled another scroll, ready to unleash his next move. Wait! Before Shibi could finish his sentence, another set of 5 Shino clones materialized on the battlefield, their presence exuding calm determination as they fixated their intense gaze upon Shibi. Seeing this, Shibi couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation, realizing the shameless tactics Shino was employing. Shibi swept his eyes over the new batch of Shino clones, a faint headache forming. Shino, I asked to see your growth, not your ability to breed bugs. My wealth is also a form of growth, Shino retorted calmly, no traces of embarrassment evident in his words. Shibi sighed, his hand delving into his robe to retrieve a scroll. Holding it firmly, he spoke in a calm tone while slightly shaking the scroll. We can continue playing all day and have no results. I'm sure that's not what you want, Shino. As Shibi gestured toward the camouflaged overlord, reminding Shino of his true objective, a flicker of understanding passed between them. Shino sighed in resignation. "Well, father, if you insist on the hard way, don't say I didn't warn you." Shibi nodded, stowing away his scroll. "I wouldn't ask for anything less." Whoosh! The 5 Shino clones closed in, their presence igniting a fierce determination in Shibi's eyes. Like a raging tempest, Shibi's vast swarm of bugs surged forward, converging into a thin, deadly line that sliced through the clones' insect-formed footholds, decimating their means of air support. To Shibi's astonishment, the clones continued their trajectory, defying gravity as they moved through the air unhindered. "Your clones can fly." "Always could, father," the Shino clones replied in unison, their voices laced with unwavering confidence and mirth as their fists and kicks homed in on Shibi from all angles. With a sharp sweep of his eyes, Shibi seized the wrists of 2 clones, swiftly twisting his body and hurtling them toward another pair, their bodies colliding with a resounding impact. Meanwhile, his swarm of bugs extended tentacles, ensnaring the remaining clone and yanking it away, disrupting its assault. Raising his leg with precision, Shibi snapped it forward, his kick finding its mark on Shino's abdomen as he attempted to ambush him from behind with his main body. Shino was propelled backward through the air, clutching his aching stomach. Using bugs to stabilize himself, he observed the scene as his 4 clones regrouped, quickly jumping back into the fray. "Hiss, the old man is so heavy-handed. If that's the case, I should return the favor." A wave of camouflaged bugs enveloped Shino, concealing his form from view. His eyes glinted with determination as he lowered his hand, palm facing upward. A palpable force slowly coalesced in his palms, distorting the air around him, hinting at the impending eruption of power. Chapter 128, Results are in swoosh. 1 Shino clone bravely delayed the relentless waves of Shibi's bug swarm with its final outburst, while the other 4 clones swiftly entangled Shibi, unleashing their own bugs to impede the relentless assault from all directions. As Shibi deftly countered the clones' assault and micromanaged his bugs, his gaze flickered toward the invisible insects in the distance, his curiosity piqued by his son's actions. What was Shino planning? In a fleeting moment of distraction, the Shino clones engaged in combat with Shibi detonated, transforming into masses of bugs that obscured his vision, scurrying through the air and attempting to infiltrate his body from all angles. With the overwhelming numbers of his own bugs, Shibi remained confident, knowing he could eventually consume Shino's swarm now that they couldn't utilize the body flicker technique to evade his attacks. Shino knew this too. He had been taught that without cohesion and adept manipulation, bug users can only compete in a war of attrition where the larger quantity triumphs, but if the bugs are organized and controlled flawlessly, even a small number of bugs could prove to be formidable, enough to compete against stronger enemies despite disadvantages. Today, his son had shown exceptional skill, surpassing his expectations. Yet, this sudden change in strategy left Shibi bewildered. Although this sudden outburst allowed some bugs to break through his defense, the minor damage they inflicted with their sacrifice certainly did not match the trouble caused by his son's clones. Why would Shino willingly relinquish the advantage he had on hand? Did he have another surprise prepared? Despite the many thoughts racing in his mind, Shibi's reflexes kicked in, and he commanded his remaining bugs, an emergency measure concealed within his own body, to form a protective barrier against the sudden onslaught, ready to play a game of attrition. Yet to his surprise, Shino's masses of bugs cohesively punctured a hole in his barrier before bug-formed ropes shot forth from the mass, swiftly entwining around his limbs, their hidden wires growing taut as they pulled against him. It was his son's strange application of his wire thread technique, and it wasn't until this close contact that Shibi realized that the ends of the thread were attached with a small, unknown leech, an insect that vehemently latched onto him, serving as the anchor for the thread wrapping his limbs. Just as Shibi prepared to break free using a kunai that slipped into his hand, his narrowed eyes were drawn to the cluster of bugs before him, his bugs warning him of the imminent danger. A powerful current surged through the air, forcibly displacing bugs within a circular area, friend and foe alike. Through the opening, Shibi locked his gaze upon Shino, who held a spinning ball of violet chakra in his hand, its rotational force distorting the surrounding space as Shino extended his arm, ready to strike, seemingly undeterred by the bugs Shibi had sent to obstruct him. Surprisingly, the bugs that infiltrated his son's body had lost contact with him, as if they entered an abyss outside of his control. But Shibi didn't have time to worry about this trivial matter because his attention was now focused on the ninjutsu his son had used. Though it was the first time Shibi witnessed his son using this technique, a sense of familiarity washed over him, causing his heart to skip a beat. That is before his words could find completion, the spinning ball collided with Shibi's stomach, causing his declaration to hang in the air, unheard. Rasengan, Shino declared with an icy resolve, the echo of his words reverberating through the battlefield. Shibi's mouth gaped open, saliva choking in his throat as he felt the tremendous force crash into his abdomen. Friction from the technique shredded a portion of his attire, sending searing pain coursing through his body as he was flung backward like a discarded puppet. His body tore through his own wall of bugs, tracing an arc through the air, leaving a trail of bugs in his wake. Then, his free fall began. As his body plunged through the open air space, Shibi's descent was marked by gasps for breath and the searing pain coursing through his stomach. Time seemed to compress as he watched the ground hurtling closer and closer. With a swift motion, Shibi reached for a scroll and unraveled it. In a puff of smoke, a swarm of bugs materialized, gathering beneath him, acting as a cushion to slow his fall. Gradually, his descent came to a halt, and he found himself hovering barely above the forest's dense canopy, relieved to have avoided a potentially crippling impact on a tree. Unbelievable. This almost made me sigh. Yet, just as Shibi exhaled in relief, a sudden swoosh cut through the air above him. An invisible curtain parted, revealing the day's leading actor Shino, who had been concealed behind it. Arriving for his final act, Shino's body twisted through the air, using the momentum to unleash a downward sweep with his leg, his face donning a smirk as he greeted Shibi. "Yo, father, try my." Shibi's eyes narrowed, and he barely raised both hands to shield himself, but that was the extent he could achieve facing off against Shino's speed. Helplessly, he watched as Shino's leg smashed down upon him with immense force. Shino Rendon. Thud. The impact caused Shibi's eyes to well up with tears, the pain radiating through his arm. Yet, that was the least of his concerns, for the sheer force propelled him through his own swarm of bugs, hurtling him towards the unforgiving embrace of the forest below. Whoosh! Thump! Shibi collided with a tree branch, his body convulsing as he expelled a mouthful of blood before tumbling to the forest floor. Lying flat on his back, he coughed and winced in pain, unable to resist muttering, "Damn brat, so heavy-handed." Tap! Shino heavily landed on a nearby tree branch, his knee bending to absorb the impact. The branch bent under his weight before he leaped off, executing a fluid flip through the air, eventually coming to a graceful landing beside his father. Fixing his gaze upon Shibi, who lay weakly on the ground, his aburame attire tattered and revealing a bruise on his abdomen, his cracked glasses evidence of the fierce struggle, Shino couldn't help but feel a momentary pang of guilt. Yet, he swiftly extinguished it, addressing his father in a tone devoid of remorse. "Father, why bother coming alone if you're not going to give it your all?" Coughing uncontrollably, Shibi managed to reply in a hoarse voice, "The Aburame clan needs to give an explanation to Hidden Leaf Village." Shaking his head, Shino's voice held unwavering conviction as he uttered, "There's no need for explanations." Turning away, Shino began to walk, each step resolute and filled with self-assuredness. He declared, "As long as I'm alive, they won't dare to lay a finger on the Aburame clan." Raising his hand into the air, Shino launched a thread that pierced through the camouflaged overlord hovering above him. "Farewell, father. Let mother know that I will bring them to visit sometime." With a gentle tug, Shino's body shot skyward, vanishing into the heavens moments later, leaving Shibi alone in the depths of the forest. He remained silent, gazing up at the tranquil skies, a serene smile gracing his face. "This brat." A couple of minutes passed, and an unhappy female voice resonated from the nearby forest, piercing through the stillness. "How long are you going to lay there, darling?" Glancing in the direction of the voice, Shibi chuckled and extended his arm, beckoning the approaching lady. "Come and help me." Dressed in the Aburame attire that concealed her features, the lady stomped over, her steps filled with irritation, before roughly assisting Shibi to his feet. "Hiss, lighter, lighter, mother of my son. I'm an injured man right now," Shibi complained, his voice laced with playful exasperation as he leaned on his wife for support. "Huh? Still no to play this set? Who told you to rush out and intercept our son? And to make matters worse, you ended up being beaten by him. It's shameful." The lady's voice seethed with anger as she lightly patted the injury on Shibi's abdomen, causing him to hiss in discomfort. "Ha, it's inevitable to be surpassed by my son," Shibi chuckled lightheartedly, undeterred by his defeat. "Huh? Only because you didn't play all your cards. Taking such risks, playing so dangerous up high in the air and still keeping your tricks hidden. You deserve that injury." The lady growled, helping Shibi move forward toward a nearby tree, where he could lean against it for support. "Ahem. But Shino hasn't used all his tricks either," Shibi retorted, his voice tinged with a hiss of pain as the lady gently applied a cooling ointment to his wounds. "Huh? And who do you think he learned that from? Father and son, both so sneaky and womanizing." The woman's dissatisfied voice reverberated in Shibi's ears, causing his expression to quickly shift to seriousness. He replied in an innocent tone, but I only have you." Smack. The lady's hand inadvertently pressed a little too hard, eliciting a hiss of pain from Shibi. "When you were younger, you weren't much better. A drop of sweat trickled down Shibi's face as he quickly and firmly declared, "But I only have you now. Humphrey." Although her voice still carried a hint of dissatisfaction, there was a touch of sweetness as the lady's hands became gentle once more. She muttered, "But look at how you've raised our son. Unlike you, he clearly wants them all." Shibi chuckled, his tone relaxed. "At least he's fortunate enough to have them and the opportunity to step out into the light, unlike." As the lady carefully stowed away the ointment, her voice carried a subtle undertone of worry. "But his path may be treacherous. Once our bloodline steps into the currents, the repercussions won't be as simple as interruptions or going unnoticed. The rejection may be far more severe, and even those close to him might be affected. Perhaps, even we may be affected, and even my once inconspicuous existence will start leaving traces for those paying attention to our son." Shibi remained silent, his body gradually regaining strength with the support of his wife. As he stood on his own, his wife's concerned gaze fixated upon him, but he patted her hand gently to assure her, "Shino. He has his own path. We shouldn't interfere, we should silently support him. We can't keep him confined in a cocoon forever. One day, he will emerge, free as a butterfly. But, Shibi, you know as well as I do, how many of our bloodline have stepped into the limelight and how many had a good end." The couple fell into a heavy silence after the lady's words hung in the air. Shibi sighed, his gaze drifting towards the sky where their son had vanished. Everyone has their fate, but perhaps there might be a miracle? Turning around, Shibi's footsteps swayed with a sense of purpose as he forged ahead. "Mother of my son, let's go. I'm starving." "Still thinking about food?" Who rushed out in the middle of a meal, breaking through the blockade of clan elders when he learned that his son was being targeted by Hidden Leaf Village. "Now you're hungry, but the troubles waiting for you might not even give you a chance to eat." Despite her complaints, the lady clasped her hand around Shibi's arm, pulling out a dried biscuit she had prepared. With gentle support, she fed him as they made their way back home, ready to forge through the turmoil together. Chapter 129, Scheme complete. Leaning against the fleshy walls of the Overlord, Shino's eyes were fixated on the holographic displays, making meticulous final adjustments to his illusions. Sitting next to him, Karina's hands pressed against his abdomen, her chakra channeling to heal his wound. Though his father's kick appeared to have caused only surface damage, the force had left a faint impact on his internal organs, prompting Karina to address any potential hidden injuries with utmost caution. As the radiant glow of chakra surrounding her hands gradually dissipated, Karina withdrew her hands and wiped away an imaginary bead of sweat before declaring, her hands gracefully shifting away the obstruction to her treatment. "My dear, next, I will conduct some tests to ensure your daily functions are restored. Please bear with me as I nurse you back to full health." Before Shino could voice his objection, Karina's fingertips brushed a stray lock of red hair behind her ear, her body bending over and leaning closer for a thorough inspection. With the expertise of a seasoned professional, she wielded her inspection tool, leaving no spot untouched by her meticulous scrutiny. Seated beside them, Kurenai closed her eyes, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she attempted to divert her attention elsewhere. Shino, on the other hand, kept his eyes open, eagerly anticipating the grand finale of his performance. Amidst the tranquil embrace of the forest, a figure with spiky white hair and a black mask concealing his face lay sprawled on the ground. His forehead guard obscured his left eye, adding an air of mystery to his countenance. Suddenly, his eyelid quivered and gradually fluttered open, his gaze drifting in a daze towards the towering trees that stretched into the heavens. After a prolonged silence, his eye narrowed with determination as he sprang to his feet, pushing up his forehead guard to reveal the crimson Sharingan. His voice, tinged with anger, reverberated through the forest, "Shino Abraham. Show yourself." But his call was met only by silence. Failing to catch sight of anyone nor receive any response, his body trembled, and he slumped weakly to his knees, his hands planted on the ground. A cloud of desolation engulfed him, and his voice trembled as he muttered, "I was just getting to the good part." "How could you?" Beside him, a small pug with brown fur and dark brown snout and ears stirred from its slumber. Slowly sitting up, it blinked in confusion, sniffing the air before focusing its attention on the dejected man beside it. "Oi, Kakashi, what are we doing here? Weren't we chasing after that Abraham clan boy?" the pug queried, its voice laced with curiosity. Kakashi turned his head, his lone visible eye fixed on the dog, as he adjusted his forehead guard to once again obscure his left eye. "Pak-kun, he's probably long gone. Even your senses were confused by him, let alone others," Kakashi replied, his tone tinged with resignation. Pak-kun raised a paw, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "Oh well, in that case, I'll go try out the new shampoo I got. Give me a call when you need my keen sense of smell." Poof! In a cloud of smoke, Pak-kun vanished, leaving Kakashi to rise to his feet. As he gazed into the distant forest, His gloved finger scratched at his mask as he muttered, "Don't let me catch you, or I'll confine you to a dark room and squeeze the rest of that book out of your mind." Kakashi's gaze shifted towards another direction in the forest, where a commotion echoed through the air, accompanied by the toppling of trees. "No need to guess, that must be Guy," he remarked. With a swift motion, Kakashi vanished in a flash, leaving only a fleeting trace of his presence. In the nearby vicinity, Asuma, who had regained consciousness on the ground, gazed vacantly at the vast expanse of the sky, his body motionless as he attempted to steady his racing thoughts and emotions. With a trembling hand, he reached for a cigarette, igniting it and inhaling deeply. As the calming smoke filled his lungs, he couldn't help but mutter, "It felt too real. But what is the meaning of showing me this? Is it just my imagination? Or is it really her?" Following a brief moment of silence, a resolute tone resonated in Asuma's words, "Regardless, I will never forget her." Rising to a seated position, Asuma's eyes fixated on the commotion in the distance, expelling a cloud of smoke from his mouth as he remained where he was. "Well, I won't join in on the excitement. Kakashi should be more than capable of handling it. And, of course, his choice had absolutely nothing to do with being influenced by Shikamaru." Beside a wooden dome structure, Yamato's forehead was glistening with sweat as he shouted, desperation lacing his voice, "Guy! Stop attacking. It's me. I may not understand what fake you're referring to, but I assure you, I am not an imposter. No way. Your deceit cannot fool me. My boundless youth will burn through all your falsehoods. If you are truly real, then prove it by letting your youth explode," Guy declared, vanishing from sight and leaving a colossal crater in his wake as he reappeared behind Yamato, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the upper half of his body. As Yamato's wreckage transformed into wood, Guy placed his hands on his hips, bursting into boisterous laughter. "Ha ha ha. I knew it. You were nothing but a fake. Come out. No matter how many of you there are, the power of youth will always triumph." Huddled in the shadows of a nearby tree, Yamato's face beaded with sweat, his countenance a shade of blue as he discreetly observed Guy from afar. "I can't possibly endure a direct hit like that." Whoosh! Kakashi materialized suddenly next to Yamato, lifting his forehead guard as his gaze shifted towards the embattled Guy, who had activated his third gate. "Tenzo, what is the situation?" Yamato pointed a trembling finger towards Guy and hastily explained, "Kakashi-senpai, I'm relieved you're here. Guy has fallen under the influence of the Ganjutsu, and now he's attacking anyone in sight. I remember Guy had Ganjutsu resistance." A solitary droplet of sweat trailed down Kakashi's face, clear signs of his concern. "Well, let's take cover here until he calms down." As long as he can't. His sentence was abruptly interrupted. Kakashi's eye narrowed as his body tensed, his Sharingan noticing Guy's sudden disappearance. Reacting instinctively, Kakashi leaped out of harm's way just in time, narrowly evading a strong leg wrapped in green tights that crushed the branch he had been perched on moments ago. Yamato, unfortunately, was not as fortunate, caught off guard as he plummeted alongside the severed branch, his face contorted in a purplish hue. Having landed gracefully on the ground below, Guy paid no attention to Tenzo, who was attempting to stealthily retreat. Instead, he pointed resolutely at Kakashi, who was squatting against a tree sideways, using his chakra to cling to it. "Ha ha ha. Kakashi, my lifelong rival. You cannot hide from me, for I can sense your presence from miles away. Now, accept my challenge." "Guy. This is not the time to mess around," Kakashi began, only to be cut off. "No. You must be yet another imposter." The true Kakashi would never shy away from a challenge. Guy bellowed, disappearing from his position and flickering into view below Kakashi's tree. Swiftly scaling the trunk, he declared, "Prepare yourself, fake, take my kick." "Calm down, Guy," Kakashi uttered urgently as he swiftly leaped to another tree, escaping into the forest. "I am perfectly calm. Stop running away, you fake. Tell me where you hid my eternal rival, Kakashi." Guy thundered, relentlessly pursuing the escaping Kakashi. Observing the duo dashing off into the depths of the forest with a stoic expression, Yamato offered a solemn salute. "Kakashi-senpai, I have faith in your ability to handle the situation." Then,